So, good morning, Europe. Good afternoon, Asia, Australia. I think in the US, there's sleeping tight. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, everybody can. Very good. So then I take over from here. So we have, it's 9 a.m. here in Central Europe time. We have session with Sara Lazzaroni from Bologna, Alexey Makarin from Einaudi Institute for Economics and Finance, Benjamin Marx from Sciences Po, and Valeria Rueda from University of Nottingham. So I made the rule of the games, I think, are known. So 20 minutes presentation, and then there is a Q&A part. So I made Mara Squicciolini co-host in case something happens to the Bergamo infrastructure in terms of internet. So Mara will take over, but I'm sure nothing will happen. And so let's start with Sara. 20 minutes, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Can you hear me and see my screen?
We hear you.
Okay. Can you
and we see the screen.
Okay,
Yes.
that's perfect. So thanks a lot for organizing this, and thanks for the opportunity to present. So this work is titled Ideological Contagion and Populism, Evidence from Argentina. Okay, so let me start by saying that the recent wave of populist leaders worldwide, so let's think to Trump or Bolsonaro in Brazil or the Five-Star movement in Italy, increased the interest of economists in studying the determinants of populism. And in particular, economists have been focusing on two sets of determinants. The first one being current shocks to economic conditions, so think to the rise of inequality due to the financial crisis, or shocks to cultural values. So think about the large inflow of immigrants in Europe from Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, and the fact that this posed some threats to the values of the locals. So an additional question that came to my mind then was, but is there a role also for past political experiences or events in being a further determinants of the rising populist movements? So do these past political experiences shape different attitudes toward populism? And if that is the case, can this salient political history be strategically mobilized by new populist leaders? And what is the role of migration for this? Can migration be considered a bridgehead for the diffusion of political ideologies? So what this paper does is to empirically study the link between the Italian fascist experience and Peronism in Argentina through the lenses of the Italian mass migration wave that occurred during the period 1882 and 1945, resulting in basically the fact that today half of the Argentinian population is related, can be related to Italian origins. So let me give three clarifications before I continue. So first of all, the aim of this paper is not to say that Italians are the ultimate cause of Peronism. There's a lot of literature from historians and political scientists studying in the same lines as economists have been doing the importance of socioeconomic changes and class cleavages between owners and workers as one of the major determinants of the rise of Peronism. But there is no empirical study on the link between fascism and Peronism, although there is literature talking about this link. Second, fascism is not Peronism, of course. Peronism pertains to the set of populist ideologies, but they have some common pillars. And in particular, these are nationalism, anti-imperialism, regeneration of the nation, organization of the masses, and aversion to pluralism. Of course, in different forms. So typically, Peronism is less violent than fascism was. And third, I'm focusing on a long period, so starting from 1946 to today, 2019. Of course, Peronism changed over time, but I'm borrowing here the quote from Jones 2016. Peronism are nothing if not ideologically flexible and pragmatic, shifting from progressive to conservatives, driven by the primordial goal of obtaining power. And keeping this in mind, this paper tries to contribute to basically two sets of literature. The first one is the one trying to understand the determinants of populism and extremism. Here we have basically two strands, one focusing on modern times and one focusing on the past. And this work puts emphasis on the role of past political experiences as an additional determinant of populism today. The second strand of the literature to which this work tries to contribute is the one studying migration, norms and beliefs carried by the migrants, and political preferences in the hosting countries. Typically, studies have been focusing on the preferences of the natives, but there are two recent works that are in line with this paper. So, studying basically how the political ideologies of migrants transmit to the locals. And these works are the one by Oxner and Rosel, focusing on Austria and exploiting an RDD strategy along one border of Austria, and the other one being the work of Giuliano and Tabellini, focusing on the long-term ideological transmission of liberal values from European migrants to the United States today. So this work basically focuses on a country study and brings evidence both on the short and long-term effects of the ideology of migrants. So just to give you a bit of background, Argentina was unified in 1862, Italy in 1861. They have a similar characteristics with this respect. Argentina is a federal presidential democratic republic with 24 provinces and a parliament with 2 chambers, and the president of the country is also the president of the head of the government. Argentina at the time had a very low density. Most of the population was living in Buenos Aires. Wages were really high. And the need of the country was to colonize the interior, basically. It was basically empty. So they called for migrants to colonize the interior. Resulting in being a land of opportunities for European migrants, because basically the government was giving land for free, was offering hospitality and political rights, and easy way to naturalize. Italians were the biggest group to migrate to Argentina. Italy at that time was at the time of unification was very poor and having a very high density. World War I leaves Italy even poorer and disorganized. So migration was a relief valve. And we have 2 million migrants by late 30s migrating to Argentina, making up more than 80% of the population. 45% we consider also Italo-Argentines. So that by the end of World War I, Italians, some in the 3rd or 4th generation, were basically well established in all economic sectors, although not really established in the political sphere. Let me look at migrants. Let me periodize, let's say, the migrants' waves based on 3 key periods of the development of fascism. So those that migrated before 1914 didn't have the chance to directly experience fascism. Mussolini was born at the beginning of this migration wave, and soon became part of the political sphere of Italy, let's say. But he became very popular starting from 1914, because after becoming the director of the socialist journal Avanti, he basically was expelled because of his support for the intervention in World War I. He founded a new newspaper, and the Fascists for Revolutionary Action to advocate a revolutionary elite to lead society. After World War I, he funds the Fasci of Combat to bring order and political and social change against the capitalist and communist ideologies. In 1921, he is elected as an MP. In 1922, marches on Rome and becomes prime minister. His office being fully legitimized by the 1924 elections. His ideas were appealing to those wanting stability and expansionary economic policies, although the violent methods often exploited. So the migration wave from 1914 to 1924 saw basically the rise of Mussolini's ideology and the rise of fascism, while the migration wave between 1925 and 1945 basically experienced the good and the bad of Mussolini's regime, which basically implemented a totalitarian organization of society, which exploited violence to persecute opposition and dissidents, but which also implemented some policies like the butter for grains that were aimed to bring basically to raise economic development in the country. So a great admirer of Mussolini in Argentina was Juan Domingo Perón, who had the chance to basically experience fascism because he was dispatched to Italy to study Mussolini's government. And he said, Mussolini was the greatest man of our century, but he committed certain disastrous errors. I, who have the advantage of his precedent before me, shall follow his footsteps, but also avoid his error. So Perón was fond of national unity and ordering of the masses, and his fundamental objective was to introduce an incisive social legislation to attract unions in the orbit of the state and basically organize the masses. And long story short, he basically was elected as a president in 1946, and this government lasted until 1955. We have returns of Peronist government at least 4 times after, from 1973 to 1976. After that, we have a dictatorship. And then again, the Peronist party wins the election, the presidential elections in 1989. And then we have the wave in 2001 with the Kirchner administration. And then the last one, 2019, we have Fernandez at the government. So to study the link between fascism and Peronism, what I do is to focus on Italo-Argentine elected politicians as the equilibrium result between demand and supply of populism. So I combine basically 2 databases. The first one being data on all Argentinian MPs from 1946 up to today, which in which I spot basically those that are affiliated to the Peronist party. And in order to focus on Italo-Argentine, I basically matched their surname with the surnames of migrants coming from Italy, which can be retrieved from digitized ship registries, which contain all the migrants entering Argentina for some years and at least 3 individuals every 5 migrants for all other years. So missing data are basically due to the fact that the ink faded away. But let me say that the series of the migrants is pretty much correlated with the actual series. So as I was saying, I match last name of the MPs with migrants' last name to focus on Italo-Argentine's one. And for each MP, I try Italo-Argentine MP, I try to retrieve the province of origins of his ancestors. How do I do that? So for 1/3 of the migrants, I have this information. For the remaining 2/3, I estimated based on a machine learning algorithm, which basically estimates the probability distribution to come, the probability to come from each Italian provinces. This let me say that the machine learning, the machine learning algorithm is basically does a pretty good job in matching migrants with their macro areas of origin. Here, the comparison between the machine learning job and the macro areas of origin estimated by Korn. So why do I do this? I do this because I would like to basically match MPs with some relevant variables that allow me to further investigate the link between exposure to fascism and Peronism. And in particular, by collapsing the migrants' data by last names, I have information on the number of migrants with the same last name, the time structure of migration for each last name, so trying to understand the probability for ancestors to have immigrated before 1914, between 1914 and 1924, and between 1925 and 1945. And I will have information on the probability to come from each Italian provinces, which will allow me to relate MPs with Italian province level data on exposure to fascism and exposure to economic shock. So to investigate if fascism had and has an influence on Peronism, I proceed in 3 steps. The first one relates MPs with their ancestors' migration periods, which raises 2 questions. So what about deeper preferences for populist regimes? And what about the actual level of exposure to fascism, as provinces were not equally exposed to it? And the second step of the strategy relates MPs with provincial exposure to fascism, a fairly exogenous measure, which raises again 2 questions. So what about political migrants, those that were opposing fascism? And what about the fact that if migrants were supporters of fascism, what were the incentives for them to migrate? So what I will do in the third step is to relate MPs with provincial exposure to economic shock. So first of all, migration periods. This is the specification I estimate. So the dependent variable is a dummy for tracking if the MP is affiliated to the Peronist party. And the key variable of interest are these ones. So 3 probabilities to have ancestors migrated in the 3 key periods I mentioned before. And the no-Mussolini period will be the reference category. I will have some control variables and province times year fixed effects. So as you can see from this table, from column 1 and 2, exploiting the full set of MPs from 1946 to 2019, the key variable that turns out to be significant is the probability to have ancestors migrated in the period in which Mussolini was rising to power. And in particular, if we look at magnitudes, 0.04 percentage point increase in the probability of an MP ancestors to be migrated during Mussolini's rise is associated with an additional 1.72 percentage point probability to be a Peronist MP. And not surprisingly, the significance and the magnitude of this coefficient is not coming from the earliest period, in which basically migrants that migrated during Mussolini's rise were still in their first or second generation, but maybe too young in the those in the second generation, and is rather driven by those in the later period. So, as I was mentioning, migrants may have carry with them preferences for populist regimes with deeper roots than the fascist experience, and may have come from provinces where fascism had been relatively milder. So to tackle this, I built a fairly exogenous measure of exposure to fascism, which is the principal component of 3 measures, which capture different dimensions of exposure to fascism. And in particular, I look at World War I casualties, to radio fascist propaganda, and to the number of fascist MPs born in each Italian province. I take, as I was mentioning, the principal component, and in order to simplify the interpretation of the coefficient, I basically compute a dummy variable based on this principal component, and augment the model that we saw before with an interaction term between the probability to have ancestors migrated in a certain period interacted by exposure to fascism. And what I find is that basically, although interaction terms are not significant per se, they are jointly significant with the probability. They are jointly significant if we look at the period 1914 to 1924. In both the short and the long term. Then again, who are these migrants? So we fear that we are conflating 2 effects: migrants that are leaving because they fear of persecution from the fascism, and if these migrants are really fascist likers, let's say, why should they have migrated? So to tackle this, I basically...
sorry, Sara, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
so basically I exploit economic shocks and again have a triple difference model, which basically leads me to a positive and significant coefficient related to the rise of fascism period interacted by experiencing fascism and economic shocks, which is positively associated with being a Peronist. If I exploit the first wave, so the one not exposed to fascism, I can see that basically there are no placebo effects. And to wrap up, so results suggest a connection between fascism and Peronism through Italo-Argentine MPs, and this is driven by those experiencing the rise of fascism. So yeah, that's what I, so there are robustness checks, of course, but maybe I can answer to questions.
Perfect, thank you. So time for questions. Please use the Q&A function. I think the panelists can also raise their hands, but in general, you should use the Q&A button.
Let me ask one thing. So you mentioned the Ochsner-Rösel paper, Migrating Extremists. Yeah. That is within country migration. So you show us that this also works cross-country, which is super fascinating. Right. And in your case, it is not politicians migrating, but also not in their case. In their case, it's also more people from more fascist-leaning areas that migrate. And here, that aspect is the same, right? Yeah. Or do you even have actual politicians migrating? No, you don't have that, right?
So I don't. Yeah. I should. So the thing is, there is very little information on Peronist MPs, or let me say on all the Argentinian MPs in the early days of Peronism. So if you try to retrieve information on the life of these MPs, it's very hard to find any information actually. Yeah. And so that I'm not clearly able to establish if they are actually Italian politicians, fascist politicians that migrated and became Peronist politicians, actually.
Yeah. Sorry if I missed that. You also have, do you have evidence, or can you show evidence on like fascists from other countries? Argentina also seems to have taken an amazing number of Nazis. So I'm wondering.
So let me say that the share of Germans, German migrants. So yeah, the share of German migrants is very, very little with respect to the other nationalities. And so I'm not looking at migration after World War II, which I could explore. Let me say also that there are very, very few German surnames within the Argentinian MPs. And that I cannot be sure if we think about the Spanish, which had the Frank experience, I of course cannot disentangle between Spanish and Argentinians. Spanish were the second largest group to migrate to Argentina. But let me say this, if I control for the share of the different nationalities through the census of 1895, this doesn't affect my results. I'm not sure if it fully addresses your question.
Thank you, thank you.
There is a question from Valeria. Valeria, if you want, you can just jump in and ask. Or should I read your question?
It's fine. I didn't know what the etiquette was. Hi, Sara, thanks. I had a clarification question and a sort of a little bit more of a content question. So the clarification question is whether you can please re-explain how you actually identify the period of migration of ancestors, and kind of related to that is then, given the structure of last names in Latin America, I was wondering if you're just picking up transmission from grandfathers, and does this matter, right? So it's sort of a male transmission. Thanks.
So thank you for the questions. So exploiting the database of migrants, let me say that I focus on the last part of the question, I focus only on male migrants because in Argentina, female do not transmit the surname. That was a rule that was introduced in the last 5 years, I think. So I focus on male migrants. I could pick up, of course, the surname of the grandfather. So the cultural transmission could be not only in terms of the second generation, but even beyond the second generation. And actually, what I would like to do now, and I'm trying to do, is to exploit census data, the IPAN census data from the 70s and 80s, which have this information. So they carry the information about the mother, father, and head of the household, which can be somehow the grandfather. This I have to check, but that could be a good proxy. And for those, they have the year of migration in the census. So that's what I would like to exploit. And the key variable on how I track the period of migration is basically, given the full set of surnames that migrate in each year, what I can do is to compute the probability for each surname to migrate within the 3 given periods, let's say. Was that clear?
Yeah, it was very clear. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we have time for maybe one more question. Okay, so if it's not the case, maybe just one short question, because for me, because I didn't have, I mean, I cut you somehow. I didn't understand how you use the earthquakes in your analysis. What's the idea, just shortly?
So the idea is that if those that are migrating are really the fascist, let's say, or those that have that are keen on fascism, while in Italy there is fascism, why should they migrate? they in principle like the regime that is in place, so in principle they should stay. What is their motive to migrate? I exploit airway as an economic motive to push them to migrate to Argentina.
Okay.
And to do that, I exploit basically the occurrence of earthquakes in the 3 given periods. That's what I do.
I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I think we're perfect on time, so we can move to the. Thank you very much, Sara. We can move to the second speaker, Alexey Makarin, or Makarin, from Einaudi Institute of Economics and Finance. So the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes for a presentation. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you to the organizers for putting this together. It's a fantastic effort. My name is Alexey Makarin, and I'm very happy to talk about our new paper titled Affinity, Trust and Information. And this paper is joined with Luigi Guisa, who's actually in the chat under my name for some reason, probably because I shared the link with him. But he's here in the audience as well, and we are both from the Einaudi Institute for Economics and Finance in Rome. So let me give you some big picture motivation for this project. So as has been well documented in the literature, trust is very important for economic development. Probably I don't even have to say this in this audience. High trustworthiness and trust can lead to greater levels of economic exchange and prosperity. So then, given that trust is so important, the question is, where does it come from? And there are several ways in which trust can be built at the microeconomic level. It can be built through repeated interactions, or if you maybe through shared social connections. But the big question then is, where does trust come from when you don't know the person and when no history of prior behavior is available to you? And the core idea of this project is that in the situations like these, people tend to trust those who are more similar to themselves along some dimensions. And in other words, you tend to trust those with whom you feel greater affinity, where by affinity we just mean similarity based on some observable characteristics. And there is quite a robust body of evidence that suggests that affinity indeed matters for average levels of trust, both in lab experiments and in observational data. So the first two papers used that I list here are lab experiments using trust games. And the third paper is the paper by Luigi Guisa and co-authors that show that countries with greater genetic similarity seem to trust each other more. And of course, that's not the main point of the paper, but it's one of the results. What we do in this paper is that we generalize this idea maybe away from the specific dimensions of affinity to a broader concept of affinity. And then based on some features of the data that I will just talk about in the next slide, we propose a theoretical framework that explains them, and then we test some of the predictions of this theoretical framework that we think are important. So what are the features of the data that we find striking and which motivates our theoretical framework? So on this slide, you can see a relationship between trust beliefs and affinity between pairs of individuals in our dataset. And let's ignore what exactly this dataset is for now. I'll tell you more like just in a couple of slides. But what you can see here is that, first of all, in line with the previous findings in the literature, we observe a strong positive relationship between trust and affinity. But the other thing that you notice here is that there are almost no pairs of people for whom affinity is very high, but trust is low. So in this right down corner here, there are almost no observations. But there are quite a few people, pairs of people in contrast with very low affinity and high trust. So we find this very striking. And this got us thinking about kind of what could explain this. One framework that would be able to rationalize this pattern is that affinity creates some sort of blind trust, as we say. So, that means that high affinity gives you a very high prior on which other signals are being evaluated. If affinity is very high, then other signals that you get about the person are heavily discounted because you already know that the person is trustworthy. But if affinity is low, then you don't know anything about the person, and then you have to rely on other signals which are very noisy. And so, as you can see here, it almost seems like it's pure noise with average affinity, with average trust at affinity of 0 equal to like 5 out of 10. So we developed this intuition in a very simple trust game model. So we built it under one core assumption from which everything else falls quite naturally. So we are being very transparent here. So the assumption is that affinity raises the cost for the counterpart to cheat on you. So you can rationalize this assumptions in various ways potentially, but the way we think about this is that it may arise for evolutionary and behavioral reasons. So in nature, animals of a given species typically don't prey on other animals of the same species. So we are wired to protect the, if you go back to humanity, close to humanity, we are wired to protect the people who are similar to us. And so we will be probably incurring additional psychological costs from cheating on people who are closer to us. But of course, like if you have other rationalizations for this assumption, we will be happy to hear this as well. So from this assumption, you naturally get that affinity raises your partner's trustworthiness, and this naturally increases trust. So why in our framework this would have this effect? It's precisely because you know that the other person is trustworthy based on the level of affinity, because you know that this person has this additional psychological cost from cheating on you, and so so you know that that person will be less likely to cheat on you, so you trust that person more. But this framework also gives us a few other predictions. So this one is crucial to us and kind of motivated our theoretical framework in the first place. It's that affinity reduces the reliance on noisy signals, which means that the variance in trust beliefs would go down. And again, this is because if affinity is kind of low, then you tend to rely on noisy signals, which blows up the variance of trust. But if the affinity is very high, then you know for sure that this person has a very high cost of cheating in you psychologically, and so you trust that person more, even if you kind of receive some negative signals, because you know the signals are noisy. And so then the final prediction that we would like to test empirically as well is that high affinity may reduce the need for information acquisition. And this argument is very similar to the one that I just produced. If your affinity is very low, then you don't know whether the person will behave well or not. And so for that reason, you acquire additional information and additional signals. And one potential application of this last mechanism is that in case of bad shocks, when you probably need to acquire acquire additional signals and update your information, you do it more in low affinity pairs, but in high affinity pairs, trust will update very slowly during the shocks because information acquisition is less needed. So this is the framework that we have in mind, and we just also wanted to stress that this first prediction here has been documented before, so it's not novel, but these other two predictions are, at least to our knowledge, are novel and have not been documented before. Yeah. So in this paper, so let me talk about the data that we use. So in this paper, we're going to rely on two data sets. So the first one is the survey of entrepreneurs of about 2,300 Italian firms, randomly drawn from the population of about small to medium enterprises. And these were in-person interviews that lasted for about 1 hour. So the interviews were conducted during the financial crisis, which is very nice for us, and I will later tell you why. So the matching between interviewers and entrepreneurs was kind of quasi-random. Importantly, at the end of the interview, interviewer reveals trust and affinity toward the entrepreneur by answering these two questions that you can see here. And we also have detailed information about their physical traits of both people, such as their height, eye color, and so forth. So we can get a more kind of exogenous measure of affinity as well. So then the second data set, which we mostly use to check the external validity of our findings in the first data set, is the Eurobarometer survey from 1970 until 1996. And probably many of you know this data set. It's a representative survey of adult population in the EU countries. And one of the questions that is very important to us, of course, is the question about trust toward citizens of other countries. So how much you trust the Germans, how much you trust the French, and so forth. And then from the Kökkızıl et al. Paper, we also obtained the measures of genetic and cultural distance. So let me show you the results that we are getting. So this is the picture that you saw just a few slides ago, but now you understand better the data set where it was coming from. So here we plot the trust beliefs of interviewers toward entrepreneurs and the affinity between interviewers and entrepreneurs as reported by the interviewer. You can see that, as I already mentioned, there is a very strong positive association between trust and affinity, but also that there is a visible decline in the dispersion of trust beliefs as affinity goes up. And this is consistent with our framework because even affinity is very low, you tend to rely on noisy signals. And this is the same picture, but here we just plot the average trust beliefs and their standard deviation based on affinity levels in this way. And this is just to show that this relationship seems to be very, very robust, very linear, and very steady, very very monotonic in a sense. Excuse me. So this is the same result, but in regression form. So one of the advantages of showing the results this way is that we can now control for the interviewer fixed effects, just to make sure that our results are not driven by specific interviewers who just like people and trust people a lot. And maybe there are some compositional issues like that may be driving some of the results. But as you can see, it's not the case here because when we add the interviewer fixed effects, at least like in this relationship, linear relationship between trust and affinity, our results are the same. And then regressing the standard deviation of trust and affinity is a bit more problematic for various reasons. So here we use also the interquartile regression, where we basically track how the interquartile range of trust depends on affinity levels. But as you can see, kind of independent of what we do, like here, the results are the same, probably because the picture was so clear, I didn't even need to present this. Then one question that you might have is, of course, it's great that you find these results in this one data set. Like, how does it generalize to other setups? So for this, Eurobarometer data is very helpful. So in this table, you can see that both relationships between average trust and standard deviation of trust and affinity hold in this data set too. So trust between nations within the European Union is positively associated with their genetic and religious similarity and the principal component of the two measures. At the same time, the standard deviation of trust beliefs is negatively associated with both of these measures of affinity and their principal component. And of course, I have to say that the first two columns are basically replicating the results from the Guisa et al. Paper, but the third and fourth columns are novel and have not been documented before. Okay, so we would like to test this final prediction that affinity would lead to less accrual of information, less information acquisition. And this could potentially lead to slower updating of trust after negative shocks. So this prediction is a little hard to test, but we will offer some results which we believe are strongly consistent with this argument. So what we do here is that we use a sudden economic decline as a shock to trust and trustworthiness. So why do we think it's a good idea? So the basic argument is that during the economic crisis, people are more likely to take selfish actions that disregard others' interests and hurt others. And as a result, trustworthiness declines during those periods and trust may decline as well. So there is quite a few recent pieces of evidence that suggest that this could be the case, that recessions cause distrust. So for example, this a paper by Maxim Ananyev and Sergei Guriev in the Economic Journal. In addition, our survey of entrepreneurs is actually ideal for testing this prediction in this way. Why is that? Because first, it took place precisely during the financial crisis. First of all, it spans multiple Italian regions, so we can use geographic variation and exposure to the crisis in our strategy. And then finally, we also have entrepreneurs on the other side of the interview. That means that this is typically the group for whom trust declines the most during the economic crisis. So we think it's a very kind of good setup for this particular way of testing this prediction. So in this figure, you see that indeed the average trust in the entrepreneur survey declined over the course of just a couple of months. it actually declined by about 23% of our standard deviation, which is arguably a very big decline for such a short period of time. And of course, we don't have the pre-trend, so we don't know. Maybe maybe like to what extent it's due to the financial crisis, but we have a high reason to suspect this. So then, importantly for us, we can also show that this decline holds when we include the interview fixed effects. Importantly for us, this drop in the average trust was bigger for pairs of people who had lower affinity to each other. And at the same time, actually, we can show that affinity did not drop on average. So it's just due to the differential decline in trust. So you see that when we separate the pairs of interviewers and entrepreneurs into high and low affinity pairs, you see that the decline is concentrated in low affinity pairs. So then what we do next is we want to explore the geographic variation in the economic decline in different regions in Italy. And we would like to see if this decline in trust was bigger in Italian regions that suffered a greater economic decline during that time period, and whether the decline in trust for that reason was differential by affinity. And for this reason, we calculate this decline in employment across Italian regions, which is displayed on this map. I can tell you more exactly how we do this calculations, but we try to account for seasonality and for previous kind of region level trends in employment in the regression specification. So you can see that in general, drop in employment was relatively heterogeneous across Italy. So it's not just north and south divide. So then one thing that we could do is we could see if the decline in trust towards entrepreneurs was bigger in areas which suffered a bigger drop in employment. This is indeed the case. If you see on the first row, if you look at this at the first row of this table, so this confirms the findings of the previous literature that economic crisis presents a negative shock to trust. You can also see that this decline in trust was bigger in pairs of low affinity from the second row, but there also you can see that when we split the samples into high affinity and low affinity pairs, that most of the action is happening at the low affinity in the low affinity group. This all is very consistent with our prediction that that during this big shocks to trust, generalized shocks to trustworthiness, the high affinity pairs would update trust more slowly, precisely because they think that they already know that the person is trustworthy, and so they don't need to adjust or to collect new information. So we can actually replicate these findings using the Eurobarometer data. So these data are a bit trickier because there are no huge recessions similar to the Great Recession during the time period. So for that reason, we use the 1993 recession, which is the biggest recession during since 1970 until 1993. Again, the coefficient in the first row seem to suggest that seem to confirm the previous literature that economic crisis lead to decline in trust in general. But then we can also check that this decline in trust was bigger toward countries which were more distant to the country of the respondent. So there seems to be evidence of the relocation of trust during crisis away from countries with less affinity toward the countries with more affinity. So there are numerous implications of our paper, we think, but one of the clearest one that we can show numerically is that if the designer wants to elicit some private information which may be sensitive, then matching benefits. One part of our survey was to measure the size of fingers of the entrepreneurs, so to get the digit ratio, and many entrepreneurs actually refused to do it. About 40% of the entrepreneurs refused to do it because they were unsure why this information was collected in the first place. So this was an act of distrust. And actually, you can see that if the interviewer happened to be very close to the entrepreneur on affinity, those interviewers were much more successful at retrieving this sensitive information. And then another implication is that since economic crisis induces a relocation of trust, one may wonder if this could induce a relative relocation of trade as well during the economic crisis. So we have some evidence to support this. I will not go into detail just because I'm a bit short on time. but there was a slowdown in trade within the European Union after the Great Recession. We showed that the slowdown seems to be kind of differential, depending on the country's closeness in terms of their genetic and religious similarity. And we showed that this effect is bigger for differentiated products, which are the products for which trust matters the most. So to conclude, affinity is associated not only with higher trust, as has been documented before, but also with blinded trust. We find that the dispersion of trust is lower when affinity is high. It seems to be a very consistent result across two different data sets. Trust also seems to be slower to update during big shocks to trustworthiness, such as financial and economic crisis. The two implications I already mentioned is that a matching on affinity can be potentially beneficial when trust matters. And second is that maybe perhaps there is this effect of relative increase in home bias in trade, potentially for this reason. And then another implication is for political economy, which is very interesting to us, but we have not been able just to find a quantitative piece of evidence for this yet, but we think that it could be applicable here as well. One of the ideas that the idea here is that during the crisis of political trust, populists tend to come to power, and one of the features of populists is that they tend to be more similar to the voters on observables, and this is what have been documented by the paper by Dalbo about Sweden, by Dalbo and Covers. And they tend to speak the same simple language. They tend to come from like middle class or poor background, and we think that one of the reasons why this could be happening during the crisis of political trust is that is precisely of this relocation channel that I just mentioned. During shocks to trust, this kind of return on affinity becomes higher, and trust relocates relatively away to higher affinity pairs. And so one may gain people's trust during those times simply by being closer to others on affinity. So that's we think that this is a very interesting application potentially as well. All right, thank you very much. We are looking forward to your comments.
Perfect on time. Thank you very much. Time for questions. I think Sasha had one question, right?
Yeah, great talk, Alexey. One question again about the survey design. The affinity question you said comes at the end, right? And I wasn't sure what you said about endogeneity. So whether the fact that I warm up to a person, I find the entrepreneur trustworthy, makes me declare that I feel affinity with him.
Right. So that could be going on, but at the same time, they were answering both trust and affinity questions at the same time. You could see that there is if your story is true to the full extent that we would just observe in this figure, you would just observe kind of a one line, like perfect correlation. Then we will be really worried. Of course, like your worry is still correct to some extent, and for that reason, we actually use this data on like physical traits and the similarity of physical traits between people, so that we also can potentially observe not only the survey-based measure of affinity, but also kind of this more exogenous measures of affinity based on the same eye color, hair color, same sex, same education level, so forth. And you can see that, maybe individually these measures do not correlate super well with affinity, survey-based affinity, but the principal component of this measures seem to be predicting affinity pretty well, and so this is sort of our answer to this question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And another survey design question is, so the survey is repeated. That's why you can do stuff about somehow a shock that then changes perceptions and all that, right? But it's the same interviewers meeting the same entrepreneurs again, or it's then different interviewers and different firms. So it's just a pseudo panel, right?
In a sense, yes. So interviewers sometimes were the same, so they were appearing on a rotating basis, but the entrepreneurs are always different. So in that sense, the entrepreneurs are always different, interviewers are sometimes the same. That's why we're able to include sometimes the interviewer fixed effects as well. Yep. But importantly, it has this time component, which means that we can also time and region component, which enables us to use some of the empirical strategy here.
Is there evidence from labs or psychology how long it takes for people to form an opinion about whether to trust someone? Is that a matter of seconds, of minutes, of hours, or days?
So that's a very good question. Frankly, I don't have an answer to this off the top of my head. I guess one answer that we could give to you is that for many economic interactions, probably just a quick opinion matters a lot. So, especially when you don't know the person. So for that reason, maybe this entrepreneur survey is actually fits pretty well with what kind of economic interactions we want to speak about.
Sasha,
you wanted to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, just I mean, I think the paper helps trying to provide an answer to that. It's simply saying that you know, it depends how closer you are to the counterpart, because essentially you are using two pieces of information. One is closeness, is affinity, and affinity drives trust pretty quickly. You know, you jump to the conclusion that you can trust a person that is similar to you. On the other hand, you know, you can rely on information collection to build an opinion about the trustworthiness of an individual. That takes time. The closer is the person, the quicker you can update and rely on that information. I think this is what the paper, you know, implies. So there is an interplay between affinity and signals about the reliability of a person that, you know, people rely upon when they form opinions about how much they can trust another.
Yeah, I think what I find fascinating is you are talking to entrepreneurs, and there are different levels of how necessary trust is. So if I just want to buy some apples on the market, it's not a big deal, even if they are rotten apples in the end, bad experience, that's it. Entrepreneurs, the interviewer doesn't interact with the entrepreneur as a customer, but as a kind of neutral third. But if I was to do business with a guy and maybe borrow him $1 million, I might invest big time, and just the impression that we have affinity won't be good enough. I will check his credit history, right? So it may depend quite a bit on the type of transaction. And in that sense, the entrepreneurs are super fascinating, but also the pair that's getting together is a bit of an unusual one. It's not the person that would in real life interact with the entrepreneur in business dealings.
Oh, that is, I think, I mean, that is definitely true. You know, if there is a lot of stuff at stake, you know, you have an incentive, an additional incentive to collect information, and, you know, rather than relying only on affinity. That is definitely true. Now, here, that type of incentive essentially is controlful, in the sense that, you know, the interviewers in this context, they all have, roughly speaking, the same incentive to bring the interview to an end. So, in a certain sense, we cannot test whether you know, affinity is complemented with more information, with a lot of money, when a lot is at stake in the relationship, in the nature of the exchange. But on the other hand, can be seen as an advantage because that type of incentive is already controlled for in our setting. So it becomes a sort of perhaps a cleaner setting where you can look at the relationship between affinity and trust. And by the way, this effect on the importance of the nature of the transaction and the role of affinity and information is shown in one of the regressions that Alexey was showing when he was looking at international trade and showing that the effect of the interplay between affinity and information is more important for trust-intensive goods.
Yeah.
There is one question. I don't know if you can answer just 1 minute. It's from the audience. So I have the impression that you find people tend to trust system institutions rather than persons. Is that correct?
Alexey, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, our paper is not strictly about this. So our paper is more about trust between people, of course, but
if you wanna give more detailed answer, you can just reply in the Q&A
I'll
chat.
think about this. Yeah, I'll think about this
If you want, if it takes too long.
I think it's a bigger question than, than our paper.
Yeah, that's what I sensed. Okay, so perfect. Thank you very much. Then we are again perfectly on time. So I say then we move to the next speaker. So thank you, Alexey, again, and also Luigi for jumping in. The next one is Benjamin Marx from Sciences Po, Islam and the State. Islam and the State, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesco. Let me share my screen. There you go. Can everyone see? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Francesco, and thanks to the organizers. It's a real pleasure to present this project to this audience, and it feels an extra responsibility to carry the torch of the 24-hour event and to keep the momentum. So this project is called Islam and the State, Religious Education in the Age of Mass Schooling. It's joint work with Sam Bazi and Masroor Hilmi, who are both at BU, Boston University. This is a project about education and about religious education in particular. I don't think I need to convince anyone in this audience that today we consider education to be one of the core missions of modern states, not just because schools contribute to build human capital, which is something that economists have studied at length, but also because they help foster a sense of civic and national identity. They contribute directly to the mission of nation building. But of course, like with the mission with the human capital dimension, public schools often have to compete with private and in particular with religious schools, which have their own objective function and maybe trying to competing with the expansion of public schools in education markets. In fact, if you look at recent history, it's really fascinating to see how often the question of religious education has been a focal point of the tensions between the state and organized religion. As such, the idea of state-mandated public education is a fairly recent historical phenomenon, but all prominent recent examples of a large expansion of the public school system, such as examples you might have heard about from France or from Turkey. All of these have typically generated frictions in society. There's a number of examples of these school wars. One that I find particularly interesting and that is not as well known perhaps is the one that took place in Belgium in the late 19th century when essentially the Catholic Church threaten teachers who would teach in public schools to essentially be deordained and lose any access to the Catholic Church. But there's other examples of these tensions. If you follow the French news recently, the question of religious education has been quite prominent as well. So the question that we ask in this project is, are schools an effective instrument for nation building? And we look at this through the angle of competition between state and religious schools. And in particular, we ask, how do religious schools respond to mass public schooling? The setting of this project is Indonesia, which is a particularly interesting setting to study the importance of religious education, because Islamic schools have historically played a really important role in the country, and they continue to play a really important role today. Approximately 20% of Indonesian students are currently enrolled in Islamic schools, and that builds on a very long tradition that dates back to the pre-colonial era and even the colonial era, when Islamic organizations and leaders were major providers of education. The major policy that we're going to study in this paper is the SD in-press policy, the enormous expansion of the public school system that took place under Suharto in the 1970s, that you certainly have heard about from the literature. Since Esther Duflo's job market paper that focused on the human capital consequences of the policy, there's been a range of papers written on in-press. But what we try to really focus on in this project, and something we argue has been less a focus of the literature, are the ideological and the political aspects of the policy. And in particular, what I'll try to convince you of is that in-press did not only try to expand access to education, it also tried to homogenize and secularize national education in Indonesia. And in that context, we are going to study the response of Islamic schools to this rise of mass public schooling. We're going to study this response along two margins. One is going to be quantity, how many more Islamic schools were built in response to in-press to allow the Islamic education sector to compete with the state sector. And in addition to that, we're going to look at curriculum as well. There's an increasing interest in the literature about for the importance of national curriculum. Here, we're going to specifically look at data on what exactly Islamic schools teach and what do they teach in those schools that were constructed in districts that were heavily exposed to the in-press policy in the 1970s. And then in the last part of the paper, we're going to study the downstream effects of the policy of in-press on ideology and nation building, taking into account this response of the Islamic school sector. SD in-press, as I mentioned, is a policy that built more than 60,000 schools across Indonesia between 1973 and 1978. And one really important dimension of the policy is that it was very much seen as a project that would help promote national unity at a time when nation building was a key policy priority in Indonesia. Suharto had just come to power a few years earlier. There were the mass murders of 65 and 66 that create major tensions throughout the country. In that context, as in-press came and really tried to foster a sense of a national Indonesian identity rooted in a couple of specific subjects. One such subject was Pancasila, which is essentially the Indonesian version of civic education. And next to that, in-press tried to foster the instruction of the national language, which is Bahasa Indonesia. And various people have commented on how much policymakers, how much the people who design SD in-press have their mind on national integration and nation building through the role of neighborhood primary schools. Given this objective that SD in-press was pursuing, the puzzle that we are going to try to address is, why has there been such a resilience of the Islamic school sector? Today, the Indonesian education sector is essentially a dual system divided between, on the one hand, secular schools. There's a little over 200,000 schools in the country in 2019. And next to that, there's religious schools, most of which are private, in which approximately a fifth of all students are enrolled. And I just want to give you a little bit of context here. There's a wide range of different types of Islamic schools. The main two types that we study and that exist in the country are the following. One are called madrasas. They are essentially quite similar to other types of Islamic schools that you find in the Muslim world. There's a little over 50,000 such establishments in 2019. And one important aspect of madrasa in Indonesia is that they are actually quite close substitutes to state school. Their instruction levels are aligned on the state system. They teach a number of Islamic subjects, which constitute approximately a quarter of all instruction hours. But next to that, they also teach a range of subjects that allow Indonesian students to prepare and to take national exams. And then next to that, the other main type of Islamic schools is called pesantren. And pesantrens are essentially boarding schools. They are more intense in the amount of Islamic curriculum that they teach. And there's approximately 26,000 establishments in the country. One contribution of this project is that we use and we collected these administrative data sets that contain the universe of Islamic schools throughout Indonesia. What do we find? We essentially have three sets of results which look at the demand and the supply side, and then ask the question of what was the overall impact of IMPRESS on nation building, taking into account the response of Islamic schools. On the demand side, we find that IMPRESS did disrupt fundamentally religious school choice in patterns that are very intuitive. On the one hand, at the primary level, attendance in Islamic schools decreased in response to the expansion of the public school sector, which makes a lot of sense because, of course, the expansion of the state school system gave people more options and allowed kids to attend public schools instead. But what we observe and what was more surprising to us, when we found this result, is that attendance in secondary Islamic schools actually increased in response to IMPRESS, and the net effect of these two negative and positive effects lead to a net positive rise in the likelihood that a student would complete any Islamic school. And of course, this increase in secondary Islamic school attendance makes sense because there was increased demand for secondary schooling among all those graduates who graduated from IMPRESS schools. But it's very interesting how this effect played out. We also have results on the intergenerational transmission of Islamic schooling, which I won't have time to discuss today, unfortunately. On the supply side, what do we find? We find that Islamic schools responded to IMPRESS along two dimensions. On the quantity margin, the construction of Islamic schools actually increased at all levels in districts that were heavily exposed to IMPRESS. And on the curriculum dimension, we find that they increase Islamic content, perhaps as a way to differentiate themselves versus state schools. And in particular, they increase the instruction of two types of subjects: Arabic instruction and other Islamic subjects taught in madrasas. What do we find overall in terms of the overall impacts of the policy on nation building? We find a very muted impacts on secular ideology and national identity, which were these important policy goals that IMPRESS was trying to pursue. And on the other hand, we find an increase along various measures of Islamic piety and religiosity, which we attribute to this response of the Islamic sector. Let me dive into results now. So three key blocks, you can think of them as being demand, supply, and sort of the overall effect of the policy on nation building. On the demand side, we run this difference in differences specification, which is essentially the same as what Esther Duflo and others have run in this literature. The basic idea is to regress education outcomes on this interaction of high exposure to the IMPRESS intensity, to the IMPRESS policy, which is essentially the number of schools built in the districts as a ratio of children in a district before the policy, interacted with a dummy for kids who were part of these cohorts that were directly exposed, namely they were aged between 2 and 6 in 1974, and the control cohorts are those that were just too old to have missed the construction of these schools. And all of this is conditional on district of birth fixed effects, year of birth fixed effects, and other cohort effects interacted with various baseline controls measured in 1971. One fun dimension of this set of results is that you can actually see it in those very simple charts where you see both sort of parallel trends before the policy and what happens to Islamic school attendance after IMPRESS comes into force. At the elementary level, you see a very marked decline in the likelihood that people attend an elementary madrasa in high IMPRESS districts. That is this reallocation effect that I mentioned earlier on. On the other hand, at the junior secondary level, at the high school level, you have this increase in high IMPRESS districts, which we argue is driven by this additional demand for secondary schooling, which is filled by the Islamic education sector. What happens when we, what do we find in this diff and diff regression that I showed you? First of all, we replicate the effect on total years of schooling, which was the key result in Esther Dufault's paper in 2001. And then we show these patterns of reallocation and increased demand at the primary level, where the Islamic school attendance decreases, and at the junior and at the senior secondary level, where attendance increases. And the net effect of these, the likelihood to attend any Islamic schooling in response to in-press actually goes up as a result of the policy. What happens on the supply side? On the supply side, as I mentioned, in-press aimed to homogenize and secularize education. But how did the Islamic sector respond to that? We examined these two margins of differentiation along both quantity and curriculum. In terms of quantity, we run a simple specification, which is also a definitive on a balanced panel at the district tier level. So here we regress the construction of new Islamic schools on a dummy for years after the policy times the same measure of in-press intensity at the district level. And what do we find? We find an increase in establishments of new Islamic schools at all levels. And in some sense, that was the most surprising result that we found when we started working on this project. We expected perhaps that Islamic schools would increase in high in-press districts, in districts that were essentially left out of the policy. But what happens is clearly that they try to compete by increasing their own supply of religious education. And you can see this in sort of an event study setup, where we see that the decline really starts taking place starting in the early 1980s, and then keeps going after that. We provide we shed light on two mechanisms to explain how this positive response of the Islamic sector could have come about. The first type of mechanism that we provide is we run a slightly different specification, which is a multinomial logic at the village level. And at the village level, we show that this is a little bit more descriptive and less as causally identified, because we don't leverage the variation in in-press intensity across districts. But it's informative because we do find that secondary schools in that specification are the first one to enter after an ST in-press school is built in a village. So secondary schools are the first to enter, and after that, starting in the 1980s, you start seeing entry of Islamic schools at all instruction levels. The other mechanism that we highlight is the interaction assets endowed in Islamic charitable assets before the policy. And those assets are called Waqf. We studied them in a previous paper. Waqf are essentially Islamic endowments that are inalienable, but can be used for religious or social purposes. And we argue that the response, this positive response of the Islamic sector, was stronger in those districts that had a higher asset base endowed in Waqf, which makes sense because those Waqf were critical to finance and to support the expansion of Islamic schools in response to in-press. We also have these really interesting results on curriculum, where we find that in those schools that were created in high in-press districts after the policy, there's a relatively higher share of total instruction time that's dedicated to Islamic subjects. And that seems to come directly at the expense of instruction hours dedicated to civic education, which is called Pancasila in the Indonesian context. And we have sort of symmetric and corresponding results looking at the share of instruction hours dedicated to Arabic instruction, as well as Bahasa Indonesia, which goes down in those same schools created after the policy. Now, in the last part of the paper, what do we make of all this, and how those effects combine or compete to affect nation building in the long run? Our argument here, and I'm going to have very little time to guide you through the arguments. Let me summarize the key point. The argument is going to be that in the reduced form, we find very little impact of in-press on various measures of nation building. And we argue that this is essentially coming from this dynamic response of the Islamic sector, which did increase various measures of religiosity and Islamic piety. So let me show you some of these results. First of all, we show that there is little increase in the vote share, and if anything, there is a decline in the vote share of Golkar, which was Suharto's party at the time. Of course, a lot of these elections were conducted at a time when Indonesia was not a democracy, so to be taken with a grain of salt. But it is surprising that that high in-press districts did not reward Suharto for constructing all these schools. And in fact, what seems to be happening is an increase in the vote share going to the main opposition party of the time, the PPP, which was an Islamic party. In terms of nation building, we find interesting results when it comes to, in particular, the use of the national language at home. So the use of Bahasa at home is sort of used in various papers as a proxy for attachment to a secular Indonesian identity. And we find that among Muslims, there is actually a decline in the use of Bahasa at home among those cohorts that were exposed to as the impress, which again is suggestive evidence that impress did not totally succeed in its endeavor to increase the sense of Indonesian identity among those cohorts. And then I want to show you these results, which are the effects of impress in the same definitive specification on various measures of Islamic piety. And what's striking here is that all of these effects seem to be positive. And in fact, if you pull all of them in an index, there's a pretty robust increase in this index of Islamic piety that's measured across various variables that were collected by Tom Pepitsky and co-authors as part of a survey of Islamic practices in 2018. So this is essentially what we find in this paper. We try to shed new light and provide new insights on this program that's been heavily studied in the literature, but with little attention given to this context of competition coming from Islamic schools and how Islamic schools responded and adapted to the expansion of the school system. We document these short-term effects on school choice and those long-term dynamic effects on education markets, and we find that in the long run, impress did not succeed in increasing, in fostering Indonesian nation building, perhaps as a result of this dynamic response by Islamic schools. I'll leave the floor now, and I'm really excited to take your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Valeria, for your presentation. Questions? I see Q&A. Giovanni Pararolo asks, what of this mechanism is specific to Islam, including financing through community-owned capital? And what is the standard effect of entry of a private religious provider of education?
So let me make sure I understand the question correctly. So one really important feature of the context is that the majority of private schools are actually Islamic schools in our context. And what is specific about them is that their funding mechanisms are different, their fee structure is also different, but one difference we emphasize is this heavy reliance on those Islamic charitable assets, which partly channel local donations from Muslim individuals and communities in Indonesia, also can channel resources transferred from abroad. And we, one result we show in the paper is this heterogeneous response of the Islamic education sector, depending on the prevalence, the baseline prevalence of these Islamic charitable assets.
Okay. No, I don't know if Giovanni is happy with the answer, but probably is.
Can you read the question?
I have one question. Very nice presentation, Marx. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It was most like a clarification and curiosity. So the Impress program was addressed only to primary schools or also to secondary schools? And the second following up question is, how do you explain, do you have a sense on why secondary education in a way reacted first in terms of construction buildings and there was an increase in secondary education, and this was not the case for first education? Is it because like the Islamic elite really tried to form a more like Islamic upper tail that then could counterbalance the nation building part, or what's the idea behind there?
That's a really important question, and I should say I didn't have time to review the literature in a 20-minute presentation, but your paper was a major inspiration for this project. So I want to mention that. So it's very importantly, Impress only builds elementary schools, between 73 and 78, roughly. And it's a bit of a puzzle to us and to other people why they didn't continue and build more secondary schools to address this extra demand that was going to come from Impress. There's various reasons for that. The main one is that the funds available for education essentially dried up starting in the 1980s because of the oil shock that Indonesia faced back then, which in turn explains why perhaps the Islamic sector first tried to compete along that margin. There was more scope for entry for those schools at the secondary level because there was a little bit of a vacuum and this extra demand coming from Impress graduates. So that's why we sort of heavily emphasize in the paper that secondary Islamic schools were the first one to enter as a response of the policy. Now, in the long run, Islamic schools enter at all instruction levels. And we argue that there are various reasons for that. Partly there's economies of scale, which is that it's easier to build an Islamic primary school when you have already built an Islamic secondary school in the village. Sometimes those schools are actually hosted under the same roof, and sometimes there's teachers that teach across those levels. So we map out those dynamics that start with secondary and then are prolonged with primary. But yeah, does that answer your question? Thanks.
Waiting for more questions to come. So no more questions, look like.
Is Giovanni, are you in the audience? I'm now reading the question.
But he cannot reply. I mean, it's not a video, but he can definitely answer too. I mean, he's listening to you for sure.
I think the answer I gave previously was the one I wanted to emphasize. So one specific aspect of the Islamic sector is this particular financing structure. But perhaps thanks for that. Maybe other religions do the same. I see. Right. So since I have 2 minutes, so I showed you these graphs that show the response of Islamic schools in response to Impress. We do show in the paper how non-Islamic private schools responded, and here you see patterns that are a little bit different. So there seems to be an increase in competition at the primary level, but the effects on junior and senior secondary are much more noisy. There's fewer such schools, so that's partly why those effects are much less precisely measured. But we look at these types of school as well.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much, and also for the voice.
Thank you. Oh, you're there. Thank you.
I'm here.
I allowed you to talk, Giovanni.
The boss. Thank you, Mara.
I didn't know we were allowed to do it. Okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it anyway. So. Perfect. More questions? Otherwise, we can move to the next presentation, the last presentation. So thanks, Benjamin, for your talk.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you.
Very interesting. And then let's move to the last one. Valeria, cash crops, print technology, and politicization of ethnicity in Africa. So the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me and see me and see the slides? Okay, thanks. So, hi, thanks for being here this morning. I'm really pleased to present this paper to this audience. This is an interdisciplinary endeavor between Yannick Pengel and Philip Rossler, who are two political scientists, and myself. It's called Cash Crops, Print Technology, and the Politicization of Ethnicity in Africa. So the question we are asking is, why is it that certain ethnic groups, in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, are more salient than others? And what drives the formation of the boundaries between these groups? So just to give you an illustration, we can look at this graph here that shows how people from different ethnicities choose between their national identity and their ethnic identity. So people are asked in different African countries, if you had to choose between being a Liberian, a Ghanaian, a Senegalese person, and being a member of this ethnic group, Pearl or Yoruba, what would best express your feelings? And so in this graph, each bar represents an ethnic group. And we plot the share of people who choose between different possibilities. Let's say people choose only their ethnic choice, which is dark blue, more ethnic, which is light blue, until you go to nation only, and that's all red. And what we observe there is that there are first big chunks of all colors. So there are ethnic groups where people fully choose their ethnicity. There are ethnic groups where people fully choose their national identity. And also there are lots of groups where there's a lot of variation and there's a lot of people choosing a little bit of one and small shares of the other one. So what you can get from that is a visualization of the fact that there's a lot of variation in ethnic salience. And yeah, so we want to try to understand why there's that variation and whether economic history can help us understand, in particular, colonial history. So our story is the following, is that colonial history can help us understand the emergence of ethnic salience, and through two main shocks that we focus about. So these two shocks are access to resources, in particular the emergence of cash crop agriculture, and access to technology, in particular the emergence of print technology and the formalization of languages into written languages. And this does not come out of the blue. The way we think about this comes from different mechanisms that are described in classic sociology. So there are two mechanisms that we have in the back of our minds. The first one is a mechanism of social closure, which as described by Max Weber. And a mechanism of social closure is a mechanism by which you form an identity so that you can exclude other people from resources. The process of social closure is a process by which social collectives seeks to maximize reward by restricting access to resources and opportunities to just a limited circle of eligibles. And that's what we have in mind when we're thinking about the fact that cash crops will increase ethnic salience. For technologies, we have in the back of our mind another type of mechanism, which is the formation of an imagined community. And this is something that's described by Benedict Anderson when he's thinking about the emergence of nationalism in Europe. So the idea here is that technology facilitates the formation of a salient identity because these type of identities are imagined because even the members of just the smallest nation will never know their fellow members. So this is a very abstract community. And the way you can relate to this abstract community is through technologies such as, in particular, writing and printing that will diffuse common messages. Think also about the formation of virtual communities nowadays through social media. And because we have these two different mechanisms in mind, this will lead to different predictions when we think about boundary making, how porous these ethnic identities are. So let me first mention the results. And this is going to be a little bit, what I mean by different predictions in terms of boundary making is going to be a little bit more clear. In terms of results, we're going to observe that both print technology and cash crop agriculture increase the salience of ethnicity and increase ethnic politicization. And however, we're only going to observe that only cash crop agriculture will lead to a very strong boundary making, in particular will lead to very strong endogamy. I wanted to ask if you could tell me when I'm done 10 minutes, because I cannot see any form of hour in my screen. I don't know why. Thanks. So Another note that I wanted to make is the fact that this study is pre-registered. So this is a little bit odd for a history paper. I think this was a bit of a scientific experiment for us to do this. So we pre-registered all of our assumptions that derive from our reading of classical political theory and political sociology. And so the registration is available. And once this was registered, we ran all of the analysis and everything's reported in the paper. So in the paper, there are quite a few non-results. There are things that don't work exactly like we thought they would, but everything's in there. And because it was a pre-registration, there's an awful lot of results, and I'm just presenting a subset here. So kind of like Benjamin, the presentation is quite short, so I'm not doing a literature review, but please go ahead and read it in the paper. It's quite thorough, in particular because I'm working with political scientists and they don't joke about literature reviews. Okay, so just to give a bit of background, how does cash crop lead to an increase in ethnic salience? So the period, the colonial times in sub-Saharan Africa and the period just slightly before it leads to a big economic revolution because there's this emergence of cash crop agriculture. So cash crop agriculture is just all the agriculture that emerges that is that with the aim of which is just to export. And this is quite an important economic revolution because most of the production of these cash crops is done by small local farmers. It's not a plantation type of model as it is observed in North America and the south of the US and in the Caribbean. This is mostly led by small farm production. And it led to a lot of in-migration of people who wanted to exploit the possibility of just growing these crops and export them. This led, by the way, to severe spatial inequality, something that my co-authors have also documented. And so because these crops are so valuable, this gives a lot of room for land conflict. And in a paper, we actually, we show a few case studies that illustrate this emergence of land conflict as a result of cash crop agriculture. And it's something that has been documented quite a lot by historians and political scientists. So this cash crop agriculture provides incentives for an increase in land conflict, and a way this was resolved was to give natural rights to the land to certain ethnic groups in a very 19th century way in which mostly European colonizers thought that certain groups had natural rights to land. And so this gives ground to instrumentalize ethnic belonging to just by just emphasizing that certain groups are the ones who naturally have right to the land and all the other ones have to just be workers for this land. For the second mechanism, what is it that we're thinking about? So what's this missionary publishing and an emergence of print technologies thing? So the history, the linguistic history in sub-Saharan Africa is quite fascinating because of the fact that for many reasons, but one of the reasons is that the standardization of languages and the formalization of these languages into the written form is quite late. So it starts in the mid-late 19th century, and it's mostly done by European missionaries. So it's this external process of European missionaries formalizing these languages. So here I am showing an example of, for instance, the formalization process of the Yoruba language that starts with the translation of the Bible into Yoruba by the Nigerian missionary Samuel Crowther. And here we have a copy of the first page of the first Bible published in Yoruba, translated by Samuel Crowther, who also happened to be the first person who published a vocabulary of the Yoruba language. So a formalized structure for understanding the Yoruba language. So this really illustrates the thing that we're thinking about, which is the fact that missionaries, when they brought the printing press and when they started formalizing these languages to just mostly translate Bibles and teach as well into these languages, started really a communications revolution and a communication change. So what is the link between this emergence of print technologies and ethnic salience? The link is really an application of Benedict Anderson theories into the African context. So the idea is that the emergence of these print technologies and the standardization of languages will give people common means of communication to a broader reach, and allows the spread of common myths, in particular common histories, to this virtual community of people. So just to go back to this example, so I think it's the cousin of Samuel Crowther, a generation later, is going to be the first person who will publish a textbook on the history of the Yoruba. It's called The History of the Yoruba, and it is written in both English and translated to Yoruba and formalizes a common myth for this group. What's quite interesting is that there's a lot of case study and anthropological references that show that a lot of this is actually an amalgamation of very porous previous ethnicities into a single defined one. Sometimes even the languages that are named as a single language were actually previously quite not exactly the same languages, and the thing that ends up being formalized into a single thing is not quite what everybody spoke to start with. So it's really this kind of external imposition of the print technologies we're thinking about. And this will allow the formation of these imagined communities of people. Okay, how am I doing in terms of time?
You're doing very well. We still have 11 minutes.
Excellent, thanks.
11, yeah.
Okay, so what data are we going to use? For cash crop data, so my co-authors mostly have digitized these sources that come from geographers published in the 1960s that geocoded the exact location of production of cash crops. So this locates 95% of exports, of agricultural exports in Africa, and they're all the red dots that you may see in the map. So these are all locations of cash crop production, and we also have obviously agricultural suitability for these crops that we get from the FAO. And we are going to focus mostly on the most important cash crops, so the 5 main ones. They're just the most common ones. So these are cocoa, coffee, cotton, palm, and groundnut. For print technologies, what we do is that we digitize a series of bibliographies of texts written in African languages. Our main reference is this bibliography published in 1923 by Rowling and Wilson, and it's called the Bibliography of African Christian Literature. So Christian is just intended in a very broad sense here, because it's not just religious text, but it was all literature published into 1920 until the 1920s that had any kind of relevance, mostly for missionaries. So there's a lot of educational materials there, a lot of textbooks there, and it covers, so far, it is the most exhaustive bibliography we have found covering the colonial period. We also add to this another bibliography compiled in the 1990s, which lists all the texts in African languages at SOAS and at UCL, so an archival collection specializing in African texts. But as a matter of fact, the 1920s has way better coverage for the colonial period, so we mostly stick to that one. So just anticipating questions that people may have, we did think about web scraping library catalogs, actually even just getting the databases of these catalogs, because people at the British Library we talked to were quite open to sharing this with us. But after discussing with actually the curator of the African text collection at the British Library, we were discouraged to do so because the digitization of African text languages is very, very poor in most libraries. Most of these languages are not properly flagged. Sometimes the texts are not even digitized at all. So they actually were the ones who encouraged us to just rely on these bibliographies that were compiled mostly for academics at the beginning. This is also an improvement with respect to previous work, in particular my previous work with Julius, in that we're not just relying on the specific location of printing presses, we are actually looking at all texts produced, and a lot of these texts were actually produced in Europe, or sometimes are produced in areas that are out of the sphere of influence of these ethno-linguistic groups. So a printing press in a given location could be producing texts for a lot of different ethno-linguistic groups. So that's an improvement with respect to that work. For ethnic salience, we get data from a lot of different sources. So we have data at the group level in which different ethnic groups are categorized as being politically relevant or not. So this is for ethnic politicization. We also look at block voting from Afrobarometer. I'm not going to present that today. For ethnic salience, we use individual level survey data, mostly the Afrobarometer question that I've just shown you at the beginning. This comes from Afrobarometer rounds 3 to 6, about 24 countries we have there, and we mostly focus on that question that asks to choose between ethnic and national identity. To measure boundary making, we are going to look at exogamy and endogamy. And so to do that, we need household survey data. So we rely on the Demographic and Health Survey. It's national representative. It has 35 countries, and we're going to look at interethnic marriage. And we're going to compute exogamy at different levels of the language tree. So thinking about exogamy being defined differently depending on how far apart different ethno-linguistic groups are. Okay, so what do we do? There are different specifications, but this one kind of summarizes most of them. So we are going to regress a measure of ethnic salience or politicization or exogamy, which is going to be sometimes just at the ethnic group level, or quite often at the individual ethnic group, location, country, and survey level on treatment, cash crops, and publications, standard controls in the literature on agricultural suitability, malaria, ecology, elevation, ruggedness, these sort of very classic controls in the persistence literature. And what we need to get from this slide is the fact that the treatment is going to be defined either at the location level or at the ethnic level. So at the location level, we attribute to a given respondent I the treatment of cash crops, for instance, of the location where the respondent lives. So a respondent lives today in Lagos. So this is the, we attribute whether there was cash crop production in Lagos in the past and publications in the ethnic homeland of the people of that region in the past, or some for other specifications, what we call the ethnic level specifications, we're going to use a, we attribute the treatment, at the ethnic group. So for somebody of Yoruba ancestry, no matter where they're from, we attribute the cash crop treatment of the Yoruba homeland and the number of publications in Yoruba language. And that allows us to have a location fixed effect. So in that specification, we're going to look within a certain location, what's the effect of being of a certain ethnic group. And that's a type of specification that's more akin to the type of specification, for instance, by Non and Wanchekon in the slavery paper. And that allows us to capture what would be more like cultural persistence rather than locational persistence. So obviously there are many challenges in terms of identification. So I wanted to just summarize a few of them and the kind of strategies that we implement to tackle them. So classic problem would be what we call the locational endogeneity. So cash crop agriculture and missions located in favored areas, we know that. And so maybe because these areas later on become more modern urban centers, we observe any kind of effect that we would observe. First things first, the modernization theory would predict that ethnic salience would decrease and national identity would increase. So that doesn't really work in that direction. But in any case, we have these ethnic level specifications where we add location fixed effect and we compare people depending on the ethnic group they come from. So that should get rid of that effect. The other side of the coin there is that there may be endogenous group choice. So especially for missionaries, we worry that they would have targeted ethnic groups with more potential, however that's defined, in particular ethnic groups that were larger or ethnic groups that had a more structured history. So like maybe larger states, and that in itself led to more salience. So we address that question in different ways. So the first one is just through historical evidence. It's quite amusing sometimes to read how clueless a lot of missionaries were. So a lot of groups that were defined as a group were not even a group before. They're trying to formalize a language that they don't even understand. They speak it very poorly. So I think it's a little bit of a reach to say that, and it's not very historically accurate. But in any case, to take that point more seriously, we also rely on intensive margin estimates where we're going to only focus on groups that have either contact with missionaries or a history of publication, and look at the effect of just the intensity of publications, so the number of publications per capita, the number of publications in itself. And obviously we worry about education. Missions built a lot of schools, so we're going to have a lot of robustness checks, in particular look at education as an outcome. That's an important one. And to account for pre-colonial characteristics, we can also control for all these Murdoch characteristics. So I'm not going to present all of that, but it's all in the paper, so have fun. I know you're dying to look at all the appendices, so you can go in and do it. What are the main results that we observe? So in terms of the macro big picture relationship that we observe, if we look at just the correlation at the group level, we observe that groups that have a history of cash crop production or had a history of publications, they're more likely to be today listed as being politically relevant, either on EPR or PREG, which are the main databases that track the political relevance of groups. And we measure that in many ways. So there's a lot of work in this paper that is quite methodological. So our contribution is also to sort of narrow down a lot of different ethnic indicators across multiple databases into a single identifier. So everything can be cross-merged now. And that's actually a contribution from Yannick Pungel. They're releasing R packages to do that. And so we have either strict links, so groups that are uniquely identified as political relevant, or groups that are identified among a larger group of political relevance. And across all different kind of outcomes measured, we observe that both cash crop and publication history tend to increase ethnic politicization. And that is also true if we focus on groups with very large standard errors, because there are very few groups now. If we focus on groups that had any kind of contact with missionaries, that's also true that within groups that had contact with missionaries, those that have strong publication records tend to be more politically relevant today. Then digging into the individual survey
Valeria,
data.
You're running out of time now.
Okay, so the Afrobarometer states quite similar observations. What I think is the main contribution that we can focus on is the boundary making results. So in terms of the boundary making results, we say, well, both treatments tend to contribute to ethnic salience and ethnic politicization, but how about the porosity of these groups? Like only one treatment, cash crops, tended to want to exclude people. So what we do is that we compute exogamy measures at different levels of differentiation. And then we run all these regressions. So we have 13 to 16 levels of differentiation, and we look at the effect of cash crop agriculture and missionary printing history on these exogamy measures. So these are the results. When you start here at the top, these are exogamy as computed between very, very different groups. So only people who are from one group, like let's say people who are from, again, thinking about the Yoruba and an Arabic language speaking group are going to be there. So this is going to be quite different groups. And the more you go down, the outcome captures as exogamy something between groups that are quite similar. And what we observe is that cash crop across the board, so here, this is quite rare, but all across the board and across different specifications, cash crop do tend to have stronger levels of endogamy. So cash crop does predict endogamy quite a lot, whereas publication treatments, all robust that we observe across different specifications, tend to be 0, non-robust. So there's no evidence of strong boundary making for the printing technologies, which goes in line with this history of this being a mechanism that leads to ethnic salience through the formation of ethnic identity, and through also something that's quite expansionary because of the expansionary nature of evangelism. So wrapping up, we just observe indeed that historical cash crop production and printing technologies uptake increase political relevance. We observe also that they increase ethnic salience, although I didn't have time to show you that we observe that the cash crop treatment is more tied to the land, whereas printing technologies exhibit more cultural persistence. And in terms of boundary making, we observe that this is much more exclusionary for cash crops. then there are lots of robustness checks and lots of results and other non-results that we can talk about now. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Valeria. Questions?
I have a quick question, Valeria. Maybe this is part of many things you pre-registered and are reporting in the paper, but there's this older paper by Miguel and Posner and Eifert on competitive elections and ethnic salience. Did you look at that as well, interacted with your measures of cash crop and publications?
So we do relate to that paper. So their paper would just say, well, there's a kind of conjunctural short-term variation in ethnic salience. So we're looking at more deep-rooted phenomenon. So we don't look at the variation during election time. We could, although I'm not quite sure we would have enough variation in our data to do this kind of very fine-grained thing that they do. It actually, so their paper is brilliant, but it also has very few observations. So it's hard to, yeah.
That's true. Great, thanks.
There is one question from Giovanni. So I read the question. So having location fixed effect, your source of variation comes from movers of the same ethnic group? Question mark.
Yeah.
True?
So the source of variation comes from movers. So within a location, you compare ethnic groups that are. So obviously you only get variation in places that have ethnic diversity, and you would compare ethnic groups with a history of cash crops or print technologies to a reference. So I can't tell you exactly what the reference would be, but that's what we are doing. And we have certain specifications where also we look at ethnic movers only with the location kind of specification, and there you get different results. I'm sorry if this is not like super clear.
So
I was a bit
there are more
confused.
questions. There is Eric,
Yeah.
Eric Melander.
Yes, thanks. Very interesting. So behind me somewhere, you can see that I recently read Imagined Communities by Anderson. So like I find this very, very interesting. But one thing which struck me was that the kind of shared myth that the printing is introducing in your setting is one which was essentially imported by colonizers. And that is, in a sense, quite different to what Anderson had in mind, where this myth, actually arises out of a common shared history. It kind of builds out of that. So could that in some sense explain the relatively weaker effects you find on print technologies? Just a way to rationalize that relatively weaker effect.
So the weak effect for boundary making, you mean?
Right.
So I'm not sure I would see that, because so the way we think about the fact that we're applying the Anderson theory to the African case is actually a point in which it's actually starker. So Anderson's describing a slow process, a slow mechanism that's building up like sort of from within endogenously, whereas we have something that's kind of plastered by European colonizers into the sub-Saharan African landscape. And on top of that, what's quite interesting is that this is happening at the height of nationalist ideology. And so it really is a much more conscious phenomenon where missionaries are saying, well, oh, this is the natural nation is this one. So the natural nation here in Namibia is this Herero group, and we're going to just formalize their natural language. So this is actually a process that's also why it takes such a short amount of time. It's much faster, and we claim that actually it's more starker rather than weaker. But I don't see, in my reading of Anderson, I don't see a specific process that would lead to a more sort of stricter boundary making rather than a more porous identity. So it increases the salience and the formation of the myth, but not really, there's no mechanism by which you have an incentive to just exclude other people.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Ramachandran, I allow you to talk. You can ask the question.
Yeah, hi, very interesting talk. I was just a bit curious. I was just trying to understand, so for instance, you can take an example of, say, what is a group Akan today? It consists of several smaller ethnicities having been coming under this larger banner today that we understand as Akan. And at some level, you could think that this was promoted, for instance, to take an example, assuming was promoted by the availability of the printing press. At some level, what I mean to say is what is an ethnicity is kind of endogenous to the processes that you're defining in some sense. So I'm still a bit confused as to how do you then measure what a particular ethnicity says, because what is an ethnicity itself has to be first determined, which is being affected by the process you're outlining, no?
So that's, I think it's, so your question's very relevant. It's hard to then translate it into like exactly what the regressions are doing and translate the specific econometric issue it would raise. But if I understand correctly, well, obviously the definition of what an ethnic group is also defined by the historical process we're describing itself. And one example of this is one of the case studies that were raised in the paper is the formation of the Herero identity in Namibia, whereby really this appears exposed through a lot of work. It has been highlighted that this was something that was quite artificially constructed. Different groups that spoke relatively different languages were put into the same banner, and that's what we define as Herero today, and these other little groups may have disappeared. So that's obviously a concern. What we can say is that at least we're showing that wherever there is a history of publications, we observe that height in ethnic salience, and this is a phenomenon that tries to show the fact that there is a historical process defining what an ethnic group is, that these historical processes are often economic history shocks or can be economic history shocks. And it points to the constructivist nature of ethnic identity, which then in turn sort of questions a lot of the literature in economics that has taken ethnic groups as just like fixed entities that are like sort of exogenously given. So we do raise that point of the constructed nature of ethnic identities. Obviously, this comes with problems in the way we measure it, but our point is precisely to raise that issue. If that answers your question, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
One question that I would like you to reply shortly, if you can. So, do you have an interpretation for the low relevance of print technology? For example, that reading leads people towards more individuality instead of a strong cultural identity.
For the low relevance, so print technologies do tend to increase ethnic salience. They don't tend to increase endogamy. So an alternative mechanism would be an educational mechanism. We do have specifications where we control for human capital and so on and so forth. But if that was fully the case, I would expect that we would have no effects on ethnic salience either. And we do. So I think that kind of answers that question.
Perfect. Thank you. Then on that note, I close this session. Thank you very much. I think it was a very, very interesting session. Thanks all presenters. And now Mara Squiccerini will take over. Thank you. And I will mute myself.
Thank you, Francesco, and welcome everybody to the second section of the European part of the conference. For those who just joined, presentations are 20 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes questions. We have 4 speakers, and we are starting with Melike Kökkızıl, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from the University of Milan-Bicocca and Università Cattolica. And Melike is presenting Religiosity and Gender Gap in Academic Performance. The floor is yours. If you can upload the slide, perfect.
Yes, so you hear me well. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Melike Kökkızıl, a PhD student in economics at Cattolica, University of Milan and University of Milan-Bicocca. And today I will present my job market paper on religiosity and gender gap in mathematics and science performance of students in Muslim majority countries. So most of the Muslim majority countries persistently exhibit poor performance in gender equality. Arab countries have one of the lowest level of female education and lowest rate of female labor force participation. And explanations on this fact center around the structure of economies and religious culture. According to Michael Rose, the structure of oil-rich economies limit the role of women in the labor market, and this results in underrepresentation of women in parliaments. And Englard and Norris argue that the religious traditions leave a deep imprint upon gender norms, and these values results in lower female labor force participation and lower political participation of women. In this paper, I employ TIMSS dataset and I empirically test how religiosity affects gender gap in math and science scores of students in Muslim majority countries. As religiosity is not random, I disentangle the confounding religiosity from the confounding factors using Ramadan as a quasi-nature experiment. And main idea of this paper is that when exams just after Ramadan, students perform in a higher degree of religious environment compared to the later period. And I investigate the differential effect of Ramadan for boys and girls in their academic performance. Focusing on religiosity focusing on performance in math and science is plausible because the performance have some substantial consequences. For example, it can affect the chosen field in higher grades, and also this affects occupational choices and wages, so on. Also, religiosity aspect of this paper is relevant given the fact that society-related factors are found as important as the level of economic development when explaining the gender inequalities across countries. Moreover, patriarchal nature of most religions brings conservative attitudes toward women, and this enhance gender inequalities, but the conservative values associated with Islam are quite stronger than other religions. As such, low female education and low female labor force participation rates are more prevalent in this group of countries. Moreover, misperceptions on the social norms complicates females' labor force participation decisions in Saudi Arabia. As I use Ramadan as a quasi-natural experiment or as an exogenous instrument, I will briefly explain the Ramadan. It is the holy month of Islam when believers perform one of the 5 pillars of Islam, which is religiously fasting every day from sundown to sunset over this month. So in this period, Ramadan, therefore, increases religiosity at both extensive and intensive margins because non-regular or non-prayers also attend this particular form of religious practices, and also the time spent for religious practices substantially increases in this period. as Ramadan is a month in Islamic calendar which follows lunar phase cycle, Ramadan does not have fixed dates in Gregorian calendar. Therefore, Ramadan months change every year. So this brings an idiosyncratic variation over the time. And this variation has been extensively exploited in economics literature using two exogenous variation. One of the strand uses distance of certain dates to Ramadan, and as the fasting hours depend on the period that Ramadan corresponds in the year and the location and the geolocations, the literature also uses this exogenous variation to explain various research questions in economics. And in this study, my identification relies on the assumption that the distance of exam dates to end of Ramadan month induces as good as random variation in religiosity. So in this study, I use 8th grader students, 8th grader module of teams. And this database is the longest ever data for student achievement in math and science. So far, 75 countries have participated to this survey. And given the large number of participants, I use a reliable and comparable international database. So I focus on this Muslim majority countries I define by the prevalence of Muslims in the country. If Muslims constitute at least half of the population in a country, I define them as Muslim majority country, and these are the listed countries are the main focus of this study. Also, this database contains information on examination dates for each student, and I also for my analysis, I first map the last Ramadan dates over the period from Islamic to Gregorian calendar, and then I integrate these dates into my team's data set. In addition to idiosyncratic variation of Ramadan, my identification also comes from the team's rule on exams. Teams decided to have a comparable data set. Teams decided students around the world to perform 2 or 3 months before school closures. But school calendars of countries, especially the Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere countries, are different. So I use this variation in examination dates, which are based on the latitude of countries. And I argue that the distance between testing dates from the most recent Ramadan induces as good as random variation. And as this variation is likely to be differential for boys and girls, as I am interested in its effect in gender gap, I estimate the following equation. So main outcome variables are test scores of students and who has taken part in the survey for country C at time T. And my main treatment variable is the dummy switching on when examination is carried in first 3 months by the end of Ramadan. And I interact this Ramadan with the gender of students. My treatment varies by country and time, but in some countries also it can vary within the same cohort. So I can control country fixed effects and country specific time fixed effect which can allow to capture the variation in test scores unique to country and variation to the time variance which are unique to both females and boys' performance. To increase the precision of my estimates, which are beta 1 and beta 2, I include some background characteristics, which are age intervals, language spoken at home, and parental education levels. So beta 1 gives the effect of Ramadan for females, and the summation of beta 1 and beta 2 gives the effect for females. Also, I forgot to mention my balancing table test supports the random variation, and I didn't find any observable characteristics differed by control and treatment group. Here are my results, and I do not find any effect for males in test scores for both male and for both math and science scores, but I find females' performance worsen when examinations are taken in 3 months after Ramadan. And the estimated effect is substantial. It corresponds to 1/5 of the standard deviation for math scores and 1/4 of the standard deviation in science scores. And these results are robust to several different specifications. First of all, I changed the threshold to estimate the Ramadan from the 70 days to 120 days. And my results are remained similar. I didn't find any effect for males' performance, but females perform worse, still performs worse when I changed the thresholds. Also, it might be the case that differential return of covariates may vary by countries, and this may capture by Ramadan identification. So I controlled differential return of covariates. In addition, I controlled for differential return for covariates by gender, but results remain similar. As a placebo test, I focused on Muslim minority countries as the identification by Ramadan, the identification of religiosity by Ramadan is unexpected to affect the performance of boys and girls in this group of country, and I didn't find any effect for all type of gender. Also, my results are heterogeneous to maternal education. Sons from different maternal backgrounds are never affected, but daughters of mothers who didn't complete secondary school mainly performs in this perform worse. As my estimations are in reduced form, my findings can be attributed to the two following traits. For example, it might be through the religious fasting or traditional gender norms. For example, regarding religious fasting, females might be more religious than females, so it might lead female underperformance just because they are more religious and they more attend religious fasting. To examine this hypothesis, I used word values survey and the question if individuals raised religiously. I focused on Muslim majority countries participated in this particular survey, word values survey, and those have an education level, have incompleted secondary school or the higher. And for this subsample of group, I didn't find any different sex differences in raising religiously. So I couldn't find an evidence that can support this idea. Another issue might be that as I am interested in 8th grader students, there might be that sex differences in puberty age may affect, may result in female underperformance and non-significant effect for males. Even though the consensus among Muslims is that children can start religious fasting before the puberty, I restricted my sample to those beyond the mean age of puberty age, but I still find similar results. In addition, I analyzed the effect among the students who are in the same age centiles. And when I look at these non-parametric estimations, I didn't find any pattern that can support this puberty age hypothesis. So the mechanism, the second mechanism can be derived, can be traditional gender norms. So I use 2 data sources to investigate the relationship between religiosity and gender norms using Ramadan. One of them is Arab Barometer, and the second one, Demographic and Health Survey of Turkey, because it is the only country, Muslim majority country, that have attended Demographic and Health Survey, which also contains religiosity and gender norm indicators of women. But I will only show the results for Arab Barometer in this presentation, and Arab Barometer contains information on the gender norm and religiosity of individuals or adult people. And my identification.
You should try to conclude in 1 minute or so because we are already out of time.
Okay, and my results shows that even though males religiosity and gender norms are not affected, I find females become more traditional and become more religious by the effect of Ramadan, and this is probably due to the social pressures as females are more progressive in gender norms. And I also checked if gender stereotypes are salient in the school environment, and I find lower self-confidence among girls, and more importantly, females, friends around girls find less important for girls to be successful in science and languages. So this signal that female students perceive the traditional norms in the school environment. So I can stop here just for the sake of the program. And thank you very much. Looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Melike. So let's start with the questions. Okay, there is one question here from Dimitrios, who writes, could this reflect nutrient deficiency or fatigue due to fasting? Also, any sensitivity in looking at exams less than 70 days away?
That's a good question, but for example, physical effects of Ramadan is expected to similar for boys and females, and my beta-1 coefficient for male coefficient actually is expected to capture this sort of negative effects of Ramadan, but I couldn't find any effect. And also the literature, especially the medicine literature, highlights that Ramadan has both positive and negative effects. So that's I don't find any common effect of Ramadan among students. And sensitivity, less than okay. Actually, I need to have a look at the distance, the least close to Ramadan, but most of the examinations are not held close to Ramadan, because probably the conductor of teams are aware that these students in this group of countries may not perform well, and this may affect the comparability of the data set. So most of the examinations after Ramadan, and it's not very close to, but I can check the sensitivity analysis as well. Thank you very much.
Dimitrios, are you okay with the answer? I guess so. Any other question? You can write in the Q&A or raise your hand. Okay, I had a question. You used a dummy, right, for the Ramadan, if it's been within if the exam is within 3 months after the Ramadan, correct?
Exactly.
Can you just use like the number of days just to see if there is also like the further away you are from the Ramadan, rather than just using the dummy, just the number of days from the Ramadan? It just
as a linear variable, I mean linearity. Yeah, I can check. I never checked, but yes, that's could be a good sensitivity analysis.
Yeah, because you could maybe see that the closer you are, the more like the religiosity, and then maybe disappears over time. The effect of the.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other question? Okay, if there are no other questions, then thanks again, Melike. And
my pleasure.
We can move to the next speakers. Julius Koschnick from London School of Economics. And Julius is presenting the flow of ideas, economic societies, and the rise of useful knowledge.
So thank you for that introduction. And
yeah, you should.
Here we go, share screen. Beautiful. Tell me if anything goes wrong, technically. Okay, beautiful. So I'm very happy to be able to present here. The paper is called Flow of Ideas, Economic Societies, and I should say Economic Societies in the 18th Century in the German lands, and the Rise of Useful Knowledge, written together with Francesco Signorella from the University of Bergamo and Eric Hornung at the University of Cologne. And to give you a general motivation to our analysis, essentially our work builds on the story told by Joel Makir, where new ideas from the scientific revolution, together with the reorganization of knowledge itself, later on ignited the Industrial Revolution. And how did these ideas diffuse? First, ideas had to enter a market for ideas during the Enlightenment. Then from Squicciarini and Folkblender 2015, we learned that elites were instrumental in the diffusion of modern science. And then we see that diffusion furthermore happened through the Republic of Letters, scientific academies, and other different types of societies. However, what we ask here in this paper is how these ideas were probably rather abstract in the beginning really entered the local level and diffused into, translated itself into useful knowledge, being essentially the working horse of the Makarian analysis. And for that, we build on a secondary literature of a culture of improvement that really looks how this theoretical sphere of knowledge and this sphere of applicable, useful knowledge got merged in the 18th century. And for this, we identify a special type of societies called economic and improving societies that had the explicit aim to improve the local economy by facilitating access to useful knowledge. And these societies also were the first ones who made that their main explicit goal. So next, just for you to get a little bit of an historical understanding on these societies, I'm going to give you a little bit of an historical background and to motivate these societies really capture a relevant change in culture and the organization of knowledge. And then we will move on to our main analysis. So historically, according to the secondary literature, the culture of improvement really started in 17th century England. But in practical terms, looking at society foundations, we see the first one with the Dublin Society in 1731, and then in London, the Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce in 1754. As I said, we will only look at the German lands, and here we see the first wave of economic and improving societies in the 1760s, being a little bit delayed. And now we just want to motivate that this is really a sharp cultural phenomenon that happens exactly at the time. Rather unfortunate, I hope it stops. Okay, good. That really happened at the time our societies were founded, and that was also relevant. So we plot the frequency of the German terms for improvement. So this is really an important term in this literature within all German books from Google Ngram. And you see the use of improving really doubles by 1760, and the use of improving for the common good. That's also how those societies call themselves quite often, only comes into use by 1760. And we claim that our societies, the economic improving societies, really mirrored this culture of improvement. But now let's go into those societies and let's look what they really did in practical terms. And for that, we can look into the statutes of each society. And here we give you two examples. So the Hamburg Society claimed that it wanted to apply every useful result of human knowledge, discovery, and invention to practical and civic life. The society in Breslau claimed that its aim was the encouragement of the intellectual and trade culture. And for that, they set up internal sections such as history, mathematics, natural philosophy, that is science in those days, or an important sector of industry, for example, the economy, the factories, or a special branch of public welfare, the constitution of schools, or ways to prevent poverty or to help them in the best way. Furthermore, we look at the secondary literature, and they're lowered in 1989 to a small survey of projects done by these societies. And here we can learn that they promoted new ideas mainly through granting prizes and rewards, and diffuse new ideas through lectures, journals, collections, and their own libraries. Furthermore, that's going to be important for a proposed channel later on. We also see that these societies established vocational schools where highly skilled craftsmen were trained. Now, to present your raw findings in a nutshell, we look at this specific type of societies, economic and improving societies in the German lands, and we show that regions with more society members also registered
more valuable patterns and sent more exhibitors to the World's Fair in the late Industrial Revolution. And this is a result in terms of levels. But next, and I hope that's also really contribution that we can give here, is we show that access to the same, but not to a different, information network led to innovation in similar industries. So this really looks at the direction of technological change. Now, last but not least, we also propose a channel here. And for that, we claim that society, especially maybe to rephrase that, as we're looking at societies from the 18th century and finding results for the late Industrial Revolution around the 1870s. And so what links those two time periods? What's the channel of persistence? And for that, we suggest that these societies generated upper tail human capital in highly skilled craftsmen. And for that, we show that society members established vocational schools earlier, and that subsequently regions with more society members had more highly skilled mechanics in the early Industrial Revolution. Altogether, we show that societies altered the economic geography of innovation in the German lands. Not having the time, I'm mainly going to skip over the related literature, but mainly we built on the works of Joel McKeer, and especially the importance of useful knowledge. Furthermore, I think our paper is in a way similar in spirit to Squicciarini and Folklander in 2015, who show that encyclopedia subscribers as a proxy for the presence of knowledge elites had a positive effect on city growth. But let's jump in our data here. So what we did is we went into the secondary literature, identified all active economic and improving societies within the territory of the later German Empire, because that's our outcome variable. And we went through all the publications and looked for membership lists. And having these membership lists, we then looked for the places of residence of these members that were also included in the membership lists, and then geocoded all of them, giving us in the end 3,300 geocoded observations. And we're working with microdata here, and we're quite happy to present such results for the 18th century. And I think it's always a good achievement to present such data for that time frame. Next, how did that data look like spatially? Here are society members. And what I should add is that each one of these societies usually had a society seat or headquarter where they would perform the meetings, and also had, for example, a small local library. And these are shown by a red dot here. So what we see is that society members indeed clustered at these society seats and in the immediate surrounding, but that altogether we really have a lot of spatial variation here. So this is not only constrained to a few cities, but this is a large spatial phenomenon. And to give you a comparison to our outcome variable, this is the spatial distribution of valuable patterns in the German Empire from 1877 to 1914. And as a second outcome, we use another proxy for innovation, and that is exhibitors at the World Fair in Vienna in 1873, so a bit earlier. Both are proxies for innovations, and both have their advantages and disadvantages. What we see here is most of all that you can see that they do correlate, and I think we find a correlation coefficient of about 0.85. So our analysis. We perform our analysis at the unit of grid cells of 15 times 15 kilometers. We can include a standard set of geographic controls, and we create urban controls by, that's quite standard, city size from BIROC. We also include a count of all cities mentioned in the Städtebuch to also capture smaller cities that were present. If you don't like that urbanization control that much, we will later on show you results where we restrict our sample only to Prussia, and there we can use complete data on city population 1816, and our results very much hold as well. Furthermore, we include polity fixed effects, and you can see that as capturing all variation from different institutions in all of the states within the Holy Roman Empire back then. So we perform our baseline analysis as a simple OLS, where outcome variable is the count of innovations, either through patents and exhibits. And our main explanatory variable is the count of members in a society. Furthermore, controlling for a set of geographic and population controls, having 65 polity fixed effects as well. And as you would expect, both patents and society members are quite skewed. So following the literature, usually you would use a logarithm to transform that. However, we've got the problem that we also have a lot of grid cells with 0 patents or 0 members, and the logarithm not being defined at 0. We instead have chosen to use an inverse hyperbolic sine transformation. The advantage that it is, first of all, defined at 0, and second, yields a similar interpretation in a regression framework, so we can interpret the results as elasticities. Now, I mean, obviously we're coming to possible endogeneity here, and we're not claiming in any way that society members fell out of the air. There was certainly a possibility that membership simply reflected a prior willingness to acquire a useful or technical knowledge. And also when looking at society networks, you might just capture pre-existing networks where a specific group of people were interested in a specific technology. Furthermore, there was no centralized recruitment process for all of these societies, or a centralized foundation process. Instead, each of these societies really had their own idiosyncratic histories. But what we can notice that usually those societies were rather founded at administrative centers and not necessarily in the capital or at the seat of the local court. So our approach is to claim that the propensity of membership should be inversely related to the cost of participating in activities, and that means it would decline with distance to the society seat. So if you lived, let's say, half a day or a day away from a society seat, and you would want to participate in a meeting or read a book from the local library, you would have to travel there, and this would be a substantial cost to you, making your membership less likely if you're from a place far away from the local society. And this gives us our instrument, distance to the nearest society seat. And now you might claim, well, probably those society seats were special in themselves. And for example, they might have had a university, and that university might have had spatial spillovers as well. So I think it's really important for our approach that we control for these confounding distances. And as we will later on show you that we can control for distance to university, distance to the top 17 largest cities, and distance to other forms of societies, for example, literary societies and reading societies. Now we can just jump into our main results. And here you see we're estimating our baseline regression both for patterns and exhibits. The results pretty much hold. I will, I think, mainly look at patterns here. So in column number 1, we only include a set of geographic controls. In column number 2, we furthermore include urbanization. And in column number 3, that's our preferred specification here, we furthermore include polity fixed effects. And here we see that increasing society members by 100% would lead to a 25% in patenting later on, which we see as a highly relevant effect. In column number 4, we furthermore include society fixed effects. That means we include a dummy for every member in a single society. This we have 16 dummies here. And we do that because we might worry that we cannot directly compare each society. For example, because we don't have membership lists from exactly the same date. And we see that our results pretty much hold. However, having those dummies means that we're essentially capturing the extensive margins. So you might say that we're over-controlling here. Column number 5, as promised, we limit our sample only to Prussia and include a better set of organization, complete city population in 1816. And finally, in column number 6, we come to our view results. We see that it is a little bit larger here, but it's an absolute relevant finding. Furthermore, we're happy to report an F statistic above 104, hopefully alleviating any worries about a weak instrument. Now, as I said before, these results are robust to alternative measures of urbanization, introducing various sample restrictions, controlling for a host of pre-1760 indicators, correcting standard errors for spatial autocorrelation, very importantly, controlling for various distance measures in the AV specification. And we also perform a test where we look at the reduced form and split the sample between members and non-members, and we see that our former instrument distance to the society seat only has an effect for cells with members. We see that it's further evidence that our instrument is plausible. Now, right now we have only looked at the level, and here we come to, I think, another substantial contribution that we can add to the field. And thus we might speculate that access to the same knowledge might also lead to later technological innovation in the same field. So this gives us hypothesis number 2, that regions with members from the same society would show a higher similarity in technological classes of innovation during the Industrial Revolution. And we perform that analysis through a gravity type of equation, where we estimate this on a grid pair level, and our main outcome variable is the level of technological similarity between grid I and J. And that's the Jaffe index. And you can imagine this as a set of vectors across the technological space spanned by these 86 classes. And the Jaffe index measures the overlap between those classes with, if we have grid cells, 2 grid cells with exactly the same technologies, would have an index of 1. And if the technologies would completely differ, would have an index of 0. This index is only defined for cells with positive patenting, so we restrict our analysis to that, but this is also, I think, a useful sample for our analysis, looking at areas where actually innovation occurred. We control for origin and destination fixed effects. That means we don't have to worry about population controls at the level. And our main explanatory variable is an indicator for common membership in the same society. Furthermore, as in the trade literature, we control for geodesic distance between grid cell I and J, just capturing the intuition that if cells are really close to each other, they're also quite likely to be similar in technology. We have further controls for common polity pairs, common access to roads, railroad, navigable rivers, and both urban. Now, jumping to our results. Right here, we see that having a members from the same society increases our index, our Jaffe index, by 1.5 percentage points. That's about 20% of the mean, and we interpret that as a highly relevant finding here. In column 3 and 4, we also perform a kind of falsification test. And here we look at grid cells that actually both had society members, but members from different societies. And both grid cells would have had access to different local networks. And indeed, we find no evidence of technological similarity here. And we see that as really good evidence that our approach is plausible. It also all holds in a horse race here. Next, we're showing that our approach is robust to various further controls here. And last but not least, and I'm saying, yeah, I'm running out of time, so we won't have enough time to properly look into a proposed channel, but I will quickly talk about it, and we can come back to that in the questions time. So how can we explain this persistence that spans quite 100 years? And we propose that the formation of upper tier human capital through the creation of a high local density of highly skilled mechanics played a really important role. And here we've seen before from the narrative evidence that societies indeed set up more vocational schools, and we empirically show that as well. So regions with more society members established vocational schools earlier using a Cox proportional hazard model. And next, show that subsequently regions with more members also had more highly skilled craftsmen in 1849, but that channel apparently only really runs through upper tier human capital. So in the same analysis, we don't find significant results for the average of craftsmen, for bakers, just as a counterfactual, and for factory workers. So we see this process of the generation of upper tier human capital is quite important. However, we are quite open about the fact that there might be other channels at play here. For example, agglomeration effects and the local culture of innovation. So altogether, I think we've shown evidence for the effect of a very small group of knowledge elites here, the effect of these economic and improving societies that later on shape both the level of innovation and the direction of technological change through the persistence of local knowledge networks. All in all, as I said before, we can claim that those societies shaped the economic geography of innovation in Germany. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to any questions.
Perfect. Thanks, Julius, for the presentation. Time for questions now.
I have a question, if I may.
Go ahead, Stefano.
I might have missed something in the presentation, but I'm still struggling to understand whether you can really separate the effect of societies over the production of knowledge, so advances in science, like you showed us with the patents, or in the diffusion of knowledge. You showed us the results on the exhibits, but it could be that exhibits were just events for a small club, but nobody knew about them, or entrepreneurs didn't attend. So couldn't it be interesting to see whether to look not just at patents, but adoptions of patents by firms and companies, and maybe also the effect over production and growth in different areas. So whether there was really an actual translation of those ideas into the economy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a really good recommendation. And you would like us to see the focus being definitely on the effect on the real economy. Yeah, I think we can do that. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Yes, there is a raise hands maybe. Sasha, yeah, go ahead.
What was again the German name of these societies?
They're called patriotisch-ökonomische Gesellschaften. So maybe a small explanation, I've got it here somewhere. Here we go, it's the bottom of the slide. Patriotic in those days didn't have its nationalistic association that we would usually have today when thinking about the term, but was rather used to say that people were interested in the common good of improving their local surroundings. And most of all, it wasn't that politically connotated back then.
What would be a modern day equivalent of such societies?
Oh, that is an excellent question. I think I might just play the ball and say that this is really a type of 18th century society where there was less differentiation across all sectors. So what then happened later on in the 19th century, that those societies became redundant, and we saw smaller types of societies that were actually organized by industry, so the called Gewerbevereine. And so probably today this would be just industry associations, if they're being able to share knowledge between all of the members.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So in how far it is kind of a lobby group of actual or to be industrialists, and how far it is just citizens that share a common interest, and then it may be more of a talking shop, and how much it is a reading club, whether they would also discuss whatever the latest publications, read stuff from France, encyclopedia stuff, and import ideas.
So yeah, I think it's absolutely true that especially in the 18th century, these were open forms of organization, and certainly local members would have discussed anything in their interest. But what we can show here is if we look at the occupational categories, most of them were civil servants, and we find rather a small percentage of merchants and manufacturers. So this is about the civic society back then, where people actually had, especially civil servants, had probably good education, being well suited to have access to this new knowledge, and then decided, okay, we are going to found a society in order to share this knowledge with other groups of society who are who wouldn't have that access otherwise. And I think maybe a good way to look at the real effect is indeed then to go into what they actually published in their journals, and for example, and they try to really distribute those in the local areas.
So what I have in mind is 100 years later, there are all these societies that pursue some scientific interest, and that would then also run local museums, and that try to bring the ideas of Darwin to a broader public, and evolution, and the origin of humankind, and blah, blah, blah. So they also have an education side to it. This sounds more like a gentleman's club, closed shop, talking to each other. So I'm just trying to understand how these things function. So could literally every interested person of the public become a member, or are they a posh club that if I come along as an interested peasant, they would say, oh, no, you are not the right person?
Absolutely, yeah. I think usually you could join the societies quite openly. They were less restricted than, for example, scientific academies. Sometimes a written piece of some written work was required for entry, and there was certainly a barrier for the normal peasant, and indeed we don't find peasants in our data set. But maybe the big difference between, let's say, these economic societies and Masonic lodges or those other types of secret societies is that these were in spirit open. They wanted to bring what they probably more or less privately discussed towards the public, and to actively share the knowledge. I think that's why we're really looking at these here. Is that a good answer?
Yeah, very good. But would they also have some publication, like a newsletter, something that then tries to reach the broader public?
They do.
They produce, yeah.
Absolutely. So they those societies had journals where they would publish practical pieces saying, okay, this new kind of seed really works well in agriculture, or this new kind of, actually I found that a few times, steam engine is a really good way for textile industry, and they're sharing those also at quite cheap prices in the local surroundings. And furthermore, they're granting prizes for new kinds of innovations and then sharing them.
Okay, we have 2 more questions. Let's try to answer very shortly. So the first one is from Daniel Otoperalias, who's writing very interesting work, a couple of questions. Do you include your main variables, member and patents, relative to total grid population as an alternative specification? And then the second question that is related is, why do you use grid cells as units of observations rather than towns and cities? What is the point of observations with 0 members?
So absolutely excellent questions. We decided most of all to include populations controls on the right side of the equation. For convenience, I would say we can absolutely do another specification where we look at the grid cell density. And looking at the grid cells, I think we have the advantage in general that we're not working with polity borders that are well known to be endogenous. And from a practical point of view, working with, for example, counties makes sense in Prussia because they're similarly defined. If we're looking at the Holy Roman Empire in 1789, then at Rueda outcome variable of Imperial Germany, we've got different territories that have totally different kinds of counties of different sizes. That would not be a good unit of measurement, in short. I hope that.
Okay, and then there is a very last question, if you can answer it briefly, otherwise you can just type answers later. So thanks for the presentation. I wonder if you have data about the outside role of particular members as opposed to number of members. For instance, a society that had 10 members, but one of them was, for instance, Nikola Tesla, versus one that had 150 members, but had no inventor that as yet had a breakthrough invention that could be patented.
So that's essentially a question asking for superstar inventors. That would be absolutely interesting to do that, I think, and I'm writing that down. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the questions. Really happy. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. We are perfectly on time. Thanks, Julius, and thanks for all the questions. We are now moving to the next speaker, who's Stefano Gagliarducci from Tor Vergata University. And Stefano is presenting Faith and Assimilation, Italian Immigrants in the US. Stefano, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to share the presentation. Here I am. Okay. Thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks a lot for attending this presentation. This is a joint work with Marco Tabellini, and it's a paper on religion and immigration. Let me say that it's the first time we present it, so it's super preliminary, so any comment is more than welcome in this case. And what's the motivation of this paper? It all started from seeing that in modern societies there are many concerns about the impact of immigration on culture identity. Many discussions. Most of the times these debates go around religions. Just think about the case of Muslims migrating into Western countries. However, I mean, this is not something new, okay? It's something that already happened in the past. Just think about the age of mass migration to the US. So across the 19th and the 20th century, Catholics at the time led to very similar reactions among the Protestant majority in the US. And the clash, both in the past and current days, is typically quite strong around the arrival of religious organizations, like the arrival of churches, of mosques. And however, what we try to understand in this paper is what's going to be the effect of the arrival of religious organization? Ex ante is not clear what's going to be the role of religious organizations in the assimilation of immigrants. On one side, one might expect that they might slow assimilation. Why? Because they might remind immigrants of their roots and traditions. They might favor ethnic networks, so there could be a peer effect, or they might just increase the salience of immigrant community, generating some backlash from the natives, for example. On the other side, religious organizations might make the adaptation smoother. In the sense, they can reduce the cost of immigration, like supporting their members, providing insurance, providing spiritual support. And in many cases, I'm going to show you, they might also provide schooling for their members, and this might be good for assimilation. So in this paper, what we do is to study the effect of ethnic religious organization on cultural and economic assimilation of immigrants. Let me stress it's going to be ethnic religious organization because it's going to be religions that are very much linked to some ethnic groups and make them different from the natives. Okay. We believe this is something new in the literature. I'm not going to go through the literature, which is huge, extensive, but linking religion to assimilation of immigrants is something we believe is new, and hopefully we're going to be able to provide an answer to this. The focus in this study is in particular on Catholic churches on the assimilation of Italian immigrants in the US between 1900 and 1920, okay? Why so? Because there was a huge migration of Italians at the beginning of the 20th century towards the US. More than 4 million Italians migrated to the US, and at the time they represented the single largest national group. However, the US were mostly Protestant since the British colonization, besides for a presence of a large Irish Catholic community, but they were mostly Protestant. And there are many pieces of historical evidence highlighting the importance of the Catholic Church for Italian immigrants, either at fostering or hindering assimilation. And this generated many hostile reactions among the natives. I'm just going to show you briefly some vignettes that were going around on newspapers depicting the typical KKK Protestant group against the Catholics from Rome, or depicting Italians as the typical mafia guys, anarchists, poor rats, basically. At some point, I'm going to also make a zoom on a particular group that operated in those years, which were the missionaries of St. Charles Borromeo. They had been founded in 1887 by Bishop Scalabrini, exactly with the idea of supporting the Italian community abroad. Okay, the purpose of this congregation was exactly to defend, preserve the Christian tradition and principles of Catholicism among the Italians going to the Americas. The motto was our church, our school, our language. They wanted to have their schools and kindergartens to protect the children from falling into the Protestants' hands, okay? At the same time, it's not just that they were against assimilation, they were also providing support, spiritual support for immigrants that were homesick, that were missing their own country. They also had in mind very clearly that they had to provide some schools teaching English because that could be better for the Italian colony to get adopted in the US, and this could make them better Americans. So as you could see, historical accounts are really showing us that the effect could go both ways, okay?
Sorry if I interrupt, I think the screen's frozen.
Is it now working? Sharing is paused.
We still see the title page.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to resume the share. I'm trying to resume sharing, sorry for this. Let's stop sharing. I try again, sorry. Do you see it now?
Yes.
So I guess going back and forth with the links made some problems. What did you miss?
We only saw the title page, but we were following.
So far. Okay. So hopefully you understood where I was going. Okay, so just let me tell you the data we're going to use. Okay, we digitized some very nice documents we find on the web, which were the official Catholic directories of the US that we could use to measure the presence of Italian Catholic parishes and priests across years and counties from 1880 to 1920. Okay, we could recover from these directories that were done every year information on the number of Italian ethnic churches, on the number of churches with Italian priests that we could identify through the last names, using records from Ellis Islands to detect which names were more Italian than others. And then we could also find information on the presence of any other Catholic church. Just to give you a quick example, if I had time, let's see whether this was making troubles. This is a sample of the almanacs where you had, for example, for the city of Baltimore, all this information on the cathedral, parishes, the presence and names of clergies, presence of schools with number of brothers and sisters and pupils. So quite a huge and detailed information year by year. We digitized the records of the missionaries of St. Charles Borromeo as well. And we merged all this information with census data, where we could find info on the outcomes, so the ability to speak English, nativity of the spouse, residential segregation, citizenship, children's names, and labor market outcomes. So let me first describe briefly the data. So this is the variation we could observe in the presence of Italian immigrants. As you could see, Italian immigration increased especially at the beginning of the 19th century and kind of slowed down between 1910 and 1920. Okay, and it was especially strong and important on the West Coast, but especially on the Northeast. This is instead the evolution of the presence of Italian churches from 1900 over 1910. You could see here that there is an increase in the presence, again, especially in the Northeast of the US, and it became quite established by the end of the 1920s. So let me show you how we want to address this problem empirically. Okay, we're gonna use the decennial cross sections coming from the census for first generation Italian immigrants to estimate the following equation, which is basically a standard diff in diff, where Y ICT is going to be the outcome of an individual I in county C in census year T. We can control for county and state by year fixed effects. We also have fixed effects for gender, age, year of arrival in the US, plus other county characteristics, time varying as well. Most importantly, TCT is going to be the number of years between T and T-1, so between two censuses, with at least one Italian, either one Italian, ethnic church, or a church with an Italian priest, or a Scalabrinian church. So our main focus is going to be on identifying beta 1, which is going to be the effect of Catholic churches within the same county over time, compared to other counties within the same state and decade. We can also, and we're going to do it, include county-specific trends to reduce concerns that priests and churches were going where the Italian community was actually losing faith, they were becoming lost, or where instead, the opposite, the community was becoming stronger and it was growing. So the main identification assumption we're going to make here is that the timing of a church arrival in a county was as good as random. Okay. Now, is this a good assumption? Is this too heroic? Well, we believe it's not. Okay. Historical accounts from the Scalabrinians suggest that there was demand for Italian Catholic churches in many different places. Probably this was not random, but the supply from Italy of priests was limited and kind of erratic over time. Just show you some issues they were facing. In some cases, the bishop in the US or even in Rome, they couldn't know the size of the Italian community in certain places. So these numbers were unknown. There was a shortage of priests from Italy. Everybody was asking Scalabrini for some Italian priests to get to the US, but it was hard to train them and find people willing to go to the US. In many cases, vacancies were hard to fill. In this case, is a priest discussing how hard it was to find somebody to be on Ellis Island welcoming the immigrants when they were arriving. In another exercise, we could exploit also early variation in children birth rate. So we could reshape the data from decade individual to year household level. And we could run a more proper event study analysis on first generation Italian married couples. And we could estimate this guy here, where now T is a dummy for a church arrival. So it's the event. And we were going to have a bunch of logs and leads around this event. And the outcome is going to be the average Italian score of children born in household age in year T. So we're going to look at whether after the arrival of a church, families were given to their children more Italian sounding names. We can also have here, since we have yearly variation, we can have household fixed effects, and we can focus on counties. We're going to focus on counties with one event only per decade. And we can, as usual, also include county-specific trends. So let me show you the results. First, the definitive results with census data, so the decennial data. We got 4 columns, different outcomes, different controls in different columns. If you want, you can just focus on the last one where we got the most prescriptive specification, which also includes county per linear trends, and it focuses on ever treated counties. So counties where that at some point in time received one church, okay? And you could see that if we take as a measure 10 years, which is the distance between two censuses, at 10 years church exposure reduces residential segregation by almost 30%, okay, compared to the mean. We couldn't find much on the ability of speaking English. We also tried with literacy and then we didn't find anything here. We found instead something on citizenship. So Italian immigrants becoming citizens. And as you could see, there was a negative effect, not super strong. A 10 years exposure would reduce naturalization by almost 9%. We instead found a quite strong result on the probability of marrying a native. In this case, 10 years of church exposure would reduce intermarriages by almost 80%. This is quite a huge effect. So after the arrival of a church, it seems that Italian immigrants were less likely to get married to natives, okay? We also tried to look at economic outcomes. So these are the outcomes we could find in the census. We don't see much going on in the labor force participation rate. Although we see some negative effect on the occupational score. The occupational score is a measure from 0 to 100 of the occupational levels, okay? And in this case, it seems that it goes down by 13%. So no huge effects on economic assimilation, but something is there as well, especially on the allocation of workers. As for the event study results, if you remember, in this case, we just reshaped the data to exploit yearly variation. So here I show you the event study graph for the children's names. On the vertical axis, you got the coefficient on the average Italianness index of children. And as you could see, there is no clear pre-trend here. Instead, there is a clear jump after the arrival of a church on the probability of naming your children with an Italian sounding name. And if we just look at the cumulative effect over the, say, 7 years represented in this graph, this is going to be in effect equal to 14% compared to 36% mean. And it's not driven by fertility. I'm not going to show you the graph because I don't think I have time, but it's not driven by fertility because we don't observe any effect on fertility. Then we started to investigate, of course, the potential mechanisms. On this, we refer to a paper by Marco and co-authors. Okay, 3 potential explanations. One could be cultural transmissions on assimilation effort. So immigrants making an effort to becoming similar to the Americans, but the church refraining them from doing it. It could be that the natives were discriminating the immigrants, the Italian immigrants, or it could be the combination of the two, so some equilibrium outcomes, which means social and economic assimilation, okay? So, so far what we found was some evidence of a lower assimilation effort. If you remember, we found a negative effect on citizenship, but no effect on English speaking. Strong negative effect on equilibrium outcome for social assimilation. Okay, so residential segregation was negative and intermarriage was negative. And that required some kind of interaction between natives and immigrants, although the effect on economic outcomes was kind of mixed. We couldn't say much on discrimination, though. We had no clear measure for discrimination. Maybe something we might say on this could come from some heterogeneity analysis, and specifically I'm going to show you heterogeneous effects by the size of the Italian community. Results are here. You got the main effect plus the interaction effect with the fraction of Italians as measured in 1900 on the 4 different cultural outcomes. Each column represents the last specification in the previous table, so the one with county linear trends and the sample being the sample of ever treated counties. Okay, and you could see that there is no interaction with the fraction of Italians for speaking English and citizenship, but we do find some strong negative effect over residential integration and being married to a native from having more Italians, so from living in Italian enclaves. Okay, so it seems that equilibrium outcomes fall more for Italians living in larger ethnic enclaves, which might generate some, the interpretation being that this might generate some reaction among the natives because the salience of Italian immigrants is higher when they are more in a certain county. Okay, this is not true for effort outcomes. And also, I'm not going to show it to you, but we don't find a clear pattern of heterogeneity over economic outcomes. So our interpretation is that churches made Italian identity more salient, but most importantly, it seems that most of the effect was driven by this negative reaction among natives. We are working now on data from newspapers, although we still have quite a small sample size. We would like to see whether mentions of stereotypes of Italian was changing after the arrival of a church. And can just conclude here, not summarizing if I can. Just would like to say that we believe that this could be lessons that we might use for nowadays context. The anti-Catholicism is comparable definitely to recent backlash against Muslims, and religious organizations were important in the past as much as they're important today. So we don't see any reason for why there should be differences from what we could learn from the past and what we learn for today. Of course, we're not going to take any normative stand here. We don't know whether assimilation is actually good or bad, whether it might be desirable or not. However, we know for sure that the lack of assimilation may undermine social cohesion with many other consequences.
Perfect. Thanks, Stefano. So there is one clarifying question from Valeria. What is an Italian ethnic Catholic church? How is it different from all Catholic churches, especially at a time when Mass was in Latin?
Yes, so as I showed in the sample, in that case, there was a German ethnic church. In some cases, the churches might be defined as with a certain nationality because they were providing assistance in that language. They had priests that could speak that language, so they were officially defined with a certain nationality. In some cases, it could be even more than one, but in most of the cases, just one. It's either German, Irish, Italian, so they could be officially identified with a certain ethnic group. And maybe they had a link with the origin country.
Okay. Sasha?
Can you also measure number of Italian restaurants or gelateria or other places where Italians might congregate?
You mean this could be, no, we don't have that information for those years. This could be important.
But conceptually, is it about, would you say there is anything to religiosity and religion, or is it just a place where you meet co-nationals?
I don't know. As I said at the beginning, how do the cultural transmission works within the church? We don't exactly know. It could be exactly peer effects. People gather for the mass on Sunday and they talk, they make friends. Or it could be the priest preaching about the Italian traditions. You're totally right. I'm not sure we can separate these things. We could probably do something. We are about to get the data on schools. Because so far we couldn't recover the information on the presence of schools and see whether churches with a school have different impact. I'm not sure whether this could be. I'm not sure where we are ever gonna be able to separate the two. You're totally right.
Because I would think about time spent in a certain place. So what I have in mind in my little hometown in the middle of nowhere in Germany, whenever I went to the Italian gelateria, there were the same 3 Italian chaps sitting there chatting with the gelateria owner. Yeah, and for them, it was a place of identity. They probably never consumed anything. They had one espresso and then they would sit there for like 10 hours and just sit. Yeah. Church is 1 hour on a Sunday, maybe, but maybe some churches have daily mass. In Italy, they do, and some people go every day. And the question is in how far it is this regularity that makes an important part of your daily life, or whether it's this 1 hour on a Sunday, which is more reminding yourself of how nice it was back home, but it is not shaping you.
I mean, I see where you're going. I'm not really sure it makes a big difference in terms of assimilation. It would be definitely interesting to separate these effects, having some reference there, or whether it's the time you spend with them, or whether it's the time you spend with other people, not just in the church. These are all super interesting, intensive margins to explore. I'm not sure we're gonna ever be able to separate them, honestly. And also, as I was saying, not sure that that would make any difference in the importance of the presence of a church over assimilation of immigrants. Okay.
You may have address books from olden times where you have then lists of restaurants and stuff. I think what I have in mind is it the religious experience? If you are truly religious, then going to church is more than just hanging out. It's not just meeting people. It's about some elevating, spirit uplifting, whatever kind of thing, which is different from having a beer.
Yeah, but it all came with not just going to the mass, but the churches were also organizing festivities, celebrating the patron saint from a certain hometown, having this huge meals all together. So it could go through different channels. Okay, I don't want to convince you that there is one specific, because I totally agree there could be many. Okay, but it's all related to a church coming into a certain place and establishing all these possible reactions.
There is another question from Dimitris. Maybe I missed this. Self-election of Italian priests or non-random establishment of churches?
I'll say it again, sorry.
He's asking whether it's a self-selection of Italian priests or non-random establishment of churches. Go ahead, Stefano.
As I was saying, priests and churches were probably not going at random. Okay, there were some needs all over the Italian communities spread over the US and some requests. In some cases, it was strong communities asking for a priest from Italy because they wanted to have their own priest. Some other cases was an Irish bishop who was concerned with the Italians not doing very well, joining the Protestants, and so asking Rome to send some Italian priests. But for our specification, what is important, as I said before, since we have county fixed effect and especially some county specific time trends, what is important is that the timing wasn't random in the arrival either of a parish or of an Italian priest, because as I said, we measured the presence of Italian churches through either proper Italian ethnic churches or Italian priests, okay? And in that case, we have many reasons to believe that the timing over time wasn't, was kind of random, okay? Because it was following many other needs, especially the lack of supply from Rome, okay? So there could be communities waiting for years to get their own priest, okay?
Okay, yeah. I also had a curiosity. Do you know, I mean, I guess it won't be there in the data, but if you have even some like anecdotal evidence on some churches doing a lot of this recreational activity, it's really like following up on Sasha's question, because maybe in some areas, some churches were just like more into organizing also schools or catechism nearby, and others were more devoted just to the mass. I'm not sure, like you haven't find even anecdotal information on this, but maybe can help a bit what these churches were actually doing despite just masses or, yeah.
Oh, we got plenty, you're right. They were doing all of these things, and we could definitely provide more evidence on it.
Okay. There is one last question, and that's which group is more productive, those who assimilated or those who were not totally assimilated but were more emotionally and spiritually stable due to the Italian church going?
It's a super interesting question, but it's probably beyond the scope of our paper. As I was saying, we're not going to take any stand on what is the effect of assimilation, and something we don't address in this paper. So I don't know where. I don't think we're gonna address it in this paper. It would be nice, but for a moment we take a kind of a neutral stand over the effect of assimilation.
Perfect. Okay. So thanks a lot, Stefano, and thanks for all the questions. We are now moving to the next speaker, who's Shuai Chen, and Shuai is presenting Rally Round the Flag Post-Terrorism, Voluntary or Elicited Solidarity. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I'm Shuai Chen from Luxembourg Institute of Socioeconomic Research. The paper I'm presenting today is Rally Round the Flag Post-Terrorism, Voluntary or Elicited Solidarity. It is still a very preliminary version, so I will really appreciate if you would like to offer me any questions and comments. So in the literature of political science, the rally round the flag effect refers to the increased short-run popular support for a country's government or political leaders during international crisis. And amid the recent COVID-19 pandemic, the political approval of the national leadership rose in many European countries, at least in the short term. For instance, the popular support for the incumbent Conservative Party in the UK improved by 5 percentage points right after the national lockdown, and the approval of Macron's and Merkel's governments increased by more than 10 percentage points respectively. And such effect might be extended to other political institutions in addition to the national government. terrorism is defined in our database as the threatened or actual use of illegal force and violence by a non-state actor to attain a political, economic, religious, or social goal through fear, coercion, or intimidation. And this definition of terrorism is very similar to that from the Department of Home Security of the United States. And the incidents must have three attributes. One, intentional, two, involving violence or immediate threat of violence, and three, subnational perpetrators. And unfortunately, several terrorist incidents took place in the EU in the past month, such as the cases in Paris, in Nice, and in Vienna. So this study returns to the rally phenomenon in a different context by investigating how terrorism affected the political approval of the country's leader and confidence in national political institutions, and whether the resulting political solidarity is voluntary or elicited by the incumbent. Specifically, I apply a difference in differences framework in the context of the European Union to compare the changes in political approval and confidence after successful terror attacks to those after failed ones of the same type. The causal identification comes from the inherent randomness of the success or failure of terrorism, conditional on the targeted location, the type of attack, and weapon. And furthermore, I show that the success or failure of terror is orthogonal to the potentially confounding attitudes to and perceptions on law and order, politics, and economic conditions before the terror. Thus, I argue that the result of terror is plausibly exogenous to the political and economic climate, which may be correlated with individual political approval and confidence in institutions. In a second step, I explore the mechanism through which terrorism affected individual political approval and confidence. And I identify economic capture by the government and patriotism as two mechanisms, while rejecting political acquisition and civic engagement as alternative channels. The current study speaks to several strands of relevant literature, principally as to the academic discussion about the political consequences of terrorism. And the first focus of this discussion is on support for and attitudes to the incumbent, but the results are quite mixed. Another focus of the political discussion is about the corresponding shift of the political landscape post-terrorism. And the vast majority of the studies present a political inclination towards the right-wing or conservative parties in the mid or long term. Moreover, the paper complements the literature on the economic impact of conflicts or unrest. As to terror, previous studies find output and job losses, as well as increase in counterterrorism spending following the incidents. And finally, the study is closely related to the research on the update of political trust and citizen cooperation corresponding to the change in institutional performance. We have studies in both political science and economics documenting that political trust and citizen cooperation can be consequences rather than causes of institutional performance. So corresponding to the previously discussed three literatures, and this paper contributes in the following three aspects. First, I explore different channels of the terror-induced rally effect and empirically disentangle voluntary solidarity from economically or politically elicited solidarity. And second, divergent from the mid to long-term voting reactions mostly discussed in the literature. This study shows cleaner and short-term political responses in various dimensions to terror attacks. And finally, the results of the paper imply that citizen cooperation and confidence in institutions do not necessarily always exhibit simultaneously. So in today's presentation, first I will set up the empirical strategy, talking about my data and identification. And after that, I will show and interpret the results and discuss different mechanisms, and then conclude. So our first data, the global terrorism database, contains over 190,000 terrorist attacks around the whole world from 1970 to 2018. And in order to be included in the database, the incidents must meet at least 2 of the 3 criteria. 1, the act is aimed at attaining political, economic, religious, or social goal. And 2, it has the intention to coerce, intimidate, or convey some other message to larger audiences than immediate victims. And 3, the action is outside the context of legitimate warfare activities. Basically, the perpetrators must be subnational actors. The data include specific information on terrorist attacks, such as the date and location, the type of attack and weapon, the result and target, and their casualties and perpetrators. And the second data, the Gallup Worldwide Research Survey, draws a random sample of about 1,000 individuals from every country around the world per year. And we have access to the data for the period 2008 to 2016. The data include individual demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, as well as their well-being and political and religious opinions and so forth. And more importantly, the data records the date and region of the individual interviews conducted, which will be used to merge the 2 data sets. So I merged the 2 data for the European Union based on the calendar month and the first order subnational region. I exclude Greece and Sweden because of missing information on either the date or the location of some incidents. And the UK is included because Brexit was unfinished during the sample period. In total, I obtained more than 100,000 observations without terror and about 4,500 observations with successful terror attacks and more than 1,500 observations with failed attacks. So this figure displays the political approval and confidence in institutions between observations without terror and terror observations. So the white bars refer to observations without terror and the gray bars denote terror observations. And all the outcome variables are 0, 1 dummies. So we only need to focus on the 2 bars with value 1. So we can see that the proportions of the political approval and confidence in institutions are higher among the observations with terror than observations without terror. And this is the same for all the outcome variables. And following Bruder, I include in my sample only the regions targeted by at least 1 attack, either successful or failed, to further alleviate the potential omitted variable bias, such that targeted regions may be different from non-targeted regions in the political or economic climate. Okay. I apply a difference in differences framework with calendar year times month fixed effects and region fixed effects. In equation 1, I refers to individuals and T stands for calendar year times month and R denotes the first order subnational regions in the EU. And Y is a set of the outcome variables, including the approval of the country leaders' performance, their leadership way, as well as confidence in the national government, honesty of elections, and the judicial system and courts. And S is a dummy after the respondent experienced a successful attack in their region, and T is another dummy after either a successful or failed attack. And the post-terror period is set to be 1 quarter right after the terror. But in the sensitivity analysis, I also change the window period post-terrorism. And X include both the individual demographic and socioeconomic characteristics and terrorist characteristics. And finally, alpha T and theta R refer to fixed effects, and epsilon is the error term. And in equation 1, the parameter of interest is beta S here before S, which captures the effects of successful terrorism relative to failed terrorism. And this figure illustrates the estimate of beta S from 1 year before the terror to half year after the terror. So we can see that almost all the coefficients before the terror are insignificantly different from 0 for all the outcome variables. So statistically, we cannot reject the parallel trends before the terror. Furthermore, I show that the success or failure of terror is orthogonal to the potentially confounding attitudes to and perceptions on law and order, politics, and economic conditions before the terror. So you can see in this table, almost none of the estimates here are significant. So these attitudes and perceptions before the terror cannot predict the success or failure of the terror. Thus, I argue that the result of terror is plausibly exogenous to the political and economic climate, which may be correlated with individual political approval and confidence in institutions. Okay, results. First, I studied the effects of successful terrorism on political approval and confidence. So in table 1, panel A and panel B show the results for the approval of the country leaders' performance and the approval of their leadership way. The 4 columns correspond to the inclusion of different sets of covariates, and the estimates actually are quite similar across different columns. So the political approval significantly increased by about 10 percentage points after successful terrorism relative to failed terrorism. And the same conclusion holds for confidence in the national government and confidence in honesty of elections, but not for confidence in the judicial system and courts. And second, I explore the mechanism of economic capture by the government. The idea behind is that after terrorism, the incumbent could reallocate economic resources to the targeted regions to maintain the local support. So in step 1, I find that in table 2, successful terrorism significantly increased the index of satisfaction with local basics in the targeted regions, including infrastructure, facilities, environment, housing and healthcare availabilities, and educational system or schools by about 3 percentage points. And such economic capture went beyond the necessary crisis aid because I also document significant effects of successful terrorism even without targeting facilities or infrastructure. In step 2, the inclusion of the index of economic capture in the model absorbed almost all the effects of successful terrorism on the political approval and confidence in institutions, which implies that the index of economic capture dominantly explains the effects of successful terrorism. And one may be concerned that the increase in the index of satisfaction with local basics could be simply due to area attachment after terrorism. So I regress the variables relevant to area attachment on both successful and failed terrorism and I do not find any significant coefficients of successful terrorism. So no evidence for this explanation. The first alternative mechanism to economic capture is political acquisition by the government. So in addition to reallocating economic resources to the targeted regions, the incumbent could also try to extend franchise in order to maintain or even improve the local support. Therefore, I study the effects on the freedom of expressing one's political view and the freedom of media. And I also do not find any significant effects of successful terrorism. But this makes sense in the current context because the European Union is already an advanced democracy. So there may not be much room in franchise extension for the government, for the incumbent to manipulate. Another alternative mechanism is patriotism. And I indeed find that after successful terrorism, the willingness to move abroad or to move abroad within the year or to start preparing already for the moving significantly decreased. Among the residents in the targeted regions. Besides, I also find that successful terrorism significantly increased the approval of the European Union and insignificantly increased the approval of the United States, which are allies of their own country, but not the approval of competitors or rivals of their home country, such as Russia or China. The last mechanism, alternative mechanism I want to examine is civic engagement. So during the periods of reconstruction or recovery post-terrorism, the local residents in the victim regions could cooperate with the government and thus improve their support for the government. However, I do not find that after successful terrorism, the local residents significantly increased or improved their pro-social or civic engagement behaviors. So I do not find evidence for this mechanism either. In addition, I investigate heterogeneous effects in terms of immigration, gender, labor market status, educational attainment, and age cohort. So in a word, after successful terrorism, the political approval and confidence in institutions rose more significantly and more substantially among natives, men, the non-unemployed, college degree holders, and individuals aged 50 or and younger. And I also conduct a series of sensitivity analysis to show the robustness of our results. But I don't think I have enough time to present all of them. So to sum up, this study compares variations in the political approval and confidence in institutions across subnational EU regions after successful terror attacks to those after failed ones of the same type. And I find that the political approval and confidence rose by about 10 percentage points after successful attacks relative to failed attacks. Moreover, I identify economic capture by the government and patriotism as two mechanisms, while rejecting political acquisition by the government and civic engagement as alternative channels. And thank you very much. And now I would like to receive any comments and questions. Thanks.
Thank you. So there is one question from Demetrius. Any difference when looking at the motivation, political, religious, behind each attack? Also is suggesting one paper that you can find on the Q&A if you see it.
Okay, great. So I will check the chat here then too.
For the paper, but the question is if you see any difference when you're looking at the motivation. So whether the attack is driven by political, religious motivation.
Okay, so actually, in terms of the intentions, there could be political or religious or economic and social social goals as well. So yes, I think this paper is related to her study as well. But so in my sample of terrorist attacks, I think the range is a bit larger than only religious reasons. So it can be different reasons. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Do you know if how in a way if the attack created like had a lot of deaths, or like which were the consequences of the attacks?
Can I know what the consequences and results? Yeah. Yes, so in the data, indeed we have such information. So I think a good idea may be to take some like heterogeneous investigation in terms of like the extent of the casualties, or like the damaged values of properties. So it may be an interesting heterogeneous investigation. Yes, but I haven't done that. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Any other question from the audience? No, so thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks everybody for presenting and for participating. This second part of the European section is over. I'm now leaving the floor to Noam, who's the host for the next session. And thanks again, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Mara. Super excited to be part of this really fun event. I think in the interest of just sticking to the schedule, why don't we take a 5-minute break? I don't think it's ever a bad thing with a lot of Zoom conferences to give people a chance to get a glass of water or something like that. And at, so I have 11:55 on my clock, and I'll introduce the next speaker at noon sharp to maximize time for all the speakers in the next session. But at noon sharp London time, 1 o'clock on the European continent, we'll have Mohammed Saleh, and I'll introduce him again then. But for now, feel free to take a little break.
Dan, is the night over?
Yeah, it's the morning.
This is the first 5-minute break.
I see. I was about to say, but that sounds good. That's better than us being a half-hour over schedule.
Yeah.
How's the day been?
Good, good.
Yeah. Good.
Sasha, are you tracking whether anybody's going to do the full 24 hours?
Well, I've done a full 12 hours, but I might go to bed at some point.
No, 12 to go.
PM.
I gave the 5-minute break exactly, you know, for your maintenance so that you can make it. Okay, welcome back everybody. 12 o'clock. Sasha, the marathon man, still with us. And I'm delighted. Well, let me start my video. Hi everybody. Delighted to kick off another session in Europe, a session I'm super excited for. It'll begin with Mohammed Salah from Toulouse, who will tell us about taxing identity theory and evidence from early Islam. So Mohammed, take it away.
Thank you very much, Noam, for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be presenting in the ARSEC, even virtually. So let me first share my screen. So can you see? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this paper is joint work with Jean Tirole, and it's on taxing identity theory and evidence from early Islam. So the paper is motivated by the following observation. Hostility toward populations on the ground of their identity is commonplace. So you can think of identity as religious identity or ethnic identity and so on. There is a large literature that actually examines the violent or the non-price policies against these unwanted populations. So here we're thinking about the literature on persecutions. However, there is another approach which is non-violent, and we can think of it as the price approach of taxing identity. And this approach has been arguably less studied in the literature. Taxing identity is important. There are many examples of it in the real world, both historically and in our contemporary world. The first example is the poll or head tax that was imposed under the early Arab Caliphate and under Muslim-ruled polities up to the mid-19th century. It was imposed, of course, on the non-Muslim subjects. Second, in contemporary context, you can think of local governments, for example, discriminating among neighborhoods when locating amenities. You can think of countries restricting access to public goods to permanent residents or citizens. Or you can think about dictatorships which restrict access to public goods to sometimes members of the ruling party. Taxing identity exposes rulers to a conflict. On the one hand, rulers want to extract the agent's willingness to pay for keeping their identity. But on the other hand, they want to induce them to lose it. They want them to convert in case of religious identity. They want them to assimilate in case of naturalization or permanent residency, or they want them just to quit the organization or the country. There are two views on how rulers would solve this dilemma or this trade-off between the extraction motive and the conversion or the identity compliance motive. The first view is the extraction model. And the extraction model is really the economist's typical view in which rulers, especially in pre-modern polities, are revenue maximizers. The second view is that what we call the identity-based model, And in this paradigm, rulers care not only about money, but they also want to induce people to lose their identity, even if this means lower tax revenue. So they, in fact, may want to have a lower tax revenue just because of an ideological mission to win converts or a political mission to win a support base. This paper has essentially two parts. A theory part, which is an identity-based model that nests the extraction model. And under this model, the key elements is that there are two taxes, a uniform tax, which has no impact on conversions or identity compliance, and a discriminatory tax, which is imposed on the people who want to maintain their identity. And so the discriminatory tax will have an effect on identity compliance. There is a straightforward implication of this, which is that the discriminatory tax will lie on the downward sloping side of the Laffer curve. In this paper, we analyze the cross-sectional and the time series implications of both models. Of course, this is a short presentation, so I'll do my best to go through both parts of the paper. On the empirics and history front, our goal is to test the implications of both models, the extraction model and the identity-based model. And our evidence comes in support of the identity-based model. So let me give you a bit of detail about the context. So the context of this paper is about taxation and conversion to Islam from the Arab conquest of Egypt, which at the time was Coptic Christian, in 641, until the fall of the Fatimid Caliphate in 1170. There are two taxes, a discriminatory or a poll tax on religion imposed on non-Muslims who were initially all Egyptians. And this tax was removed upon conversion to Islam. The second tax is a non-discriminatory or a uniform tax, which was imposed on land regardless of the taxpayer's religion. Historically, the identity-based model was actually implicitly endorsed by pioneering historians in the early 20th century. And the reason is that they argued that tax-induced conversions led to a loss in poll tax revenue. And this is only possible under the identity-based model. For example, there is a quotation by Omar II, the Umayyad Caliphate in the Umayyad Caliph in the early 8th century. And there he says that Muhammad was sent as a prophet and not as a tax collector, which essentially implies an identity-based motive, that he wanted to call for more conversions, even at the expense of a lower poll tax revenue. The tax system is not unique to Egypt. It was enforced throughout all the caliphate, including India and Iran, and in subsequent Muslim-ruled polities. However, in this paper, we limit ourselves to Egypt because this is where local level papyrological records on the poll tax and medieval narratives on churches, poll tax hikes, and conversion waves survived. What are the advantages of this historical context? We argue that there are four main advantages. First, authorities automatically validated conversions to Islam. This is in contrary actually to cases of non-automatic acceptance, for example, naturalization. In the latter case, the two-step sorting process is actually much more complex to study. Second, in our case, identity taxation and conversions are both observed explicitly, and this is unlike situations of implicit identity taxation, such as allocation of public goods, which are trickier. Third, the setup creates interesting dynamics of the evolution of the uniform tax over time in response to changes in the discriminatory tax base. And finally, the conversion to Islam in our case is irreversible because of the death penalty on apostates. This is the fact that there is this definitive exit from the tax base is quite common in identity taxation contexts. But here the key thing is that the caliphate institutionalized the irreversibility of the conversion decision. The remaining of this talk will be as follows. So first, I want to go through the cross-sectional analysis, theory, and then empirics, and then the time series analysis, theory, and empirics. Of course, I will try to be super brief because it's a very short presentation. Let me start with the cross-sectional analysis. The theory is as follows. Taxation is delegated by the central authority, the CA, to local authorities. And districts differ in the identity strength of the local authorities, which we denote by CI, and in the population's identity strength, which is the RI. Local authorities levy a discriminatory tax, tau I, and a uniform tax, lambda I. Importantly, the central authority has no local presence, and they can only request a transfer from the local authority. Under the extraction model, the problem is quite simple. The local authorities will maximize separately the uniform tax revenue, which is lambda I, if we assume that there is just one unit of land, and discriminatory tax revenue, which we denote by capital RI. Under the identity-based model, however, there are two objectives. The local authorities want to maximize RI, but at the same time, they want to induce conversions, which is FI. So this will alter the tau, the discriminatory tax, but not the uniform tax. So here we get this deviation between the extraction model and the identity-based model. Implications. Under the extraction model, the delegation to local authorities will have no consequence because the central authority and all LAs have C equals CI equals 0 for all I. However, in the identity-based model, there might be a deviation. There is an agency problem because the local authorities may not share the identity strength of the central authority. There are two main results. The first result is that tau I will lie on the downward sloping side of the Laffer curve. However, a local authority with a stronger CI, with a stronger identity strength, will impose a higher tau I, induce more conversions, and raise less revenue. So essentially, the idea here is that we're looking at this cross-sectional variation across districts, and districts which have a higher identity strength of local authorities will have higher tau. It will induce more conversions and less revenue because of the downward sloping side property. The second result, under both models, the population's own identity strength, small ri, will increase the tau I and ri, but will decrease f, in the sense that in areas that have stronger identity, they will be able to afford a higher discriminatory tax, they will raise more revenue, but the conversion rate will be lower. Empirics. The data on, let me start with the data on regressors. So the empirics exploit the local variation in early Islamic Egypt across kuras, which are the administrative units of Egypt at the time, in the identity strength of local authorities controlling for the identity strength of Copts. To fix ideas, we think of the central authority here as Egypt's governor or the caliph. Local authorities are the local bureaucracies, not only kura headmen, but the entire local bureaucracies. We measure CI, the local authority's identity strength, by a dummy variable that takes a value of 1 if an Arab tribe settled permanently in Kura I between 700 and 969. This variable captures the level of Arabization of local authorities, because in areas where Arab tribes settled, they were more likely to penetrate the local bureaucracies, becoming Kura headmen. However, Arabization was constrained by two exogenous factors. The first is the number and spatial distribution of Arab tribes. there were just not so many Arab tribes and they didn't settle everywhere. And second, the availability of Arabs with specialized human capital that would enable them to take over the local bureaucracies at the fine-grained level, meaning at the rural local level. We measure Copts' identity strength at the village level, which is smaller than the Kura level, by two variables. The first variable takes a value of 1 if a village is believed to have been visited by the Holy Family in its biblical flight to Egypt, according to local Coptic legends or narratives. The second measure is a dummy variable that takes a value of 1 if a Coptic saint or martyr from the Roman or the Byzantine periods before the Arab conquest is documented to have lived in village J according to another Coptic narrative. There are three outcomes: proportion of converts, FJI, which we measure by a dummy variable at the village level that takes a value of 1 if a village did not have any Coptic churches or monasteries in 1200. And we conduct a number of robustness checks that are available in the paper to examine the validity of this measure. Second, discriminatory tax rate, tau HI. This is based on annual poll tax payments between 641 and 1100 at the individual level, H, located in Kura I. So we cannot allocate individuals to villages. We can only localize them at the Kura level. And this is based on papyrological poll tax registers and receipts during this period. There is a major caveat here that papyri survived for only 4 out of 42 Kuras. We're talking about 11% of villages in 1314 and around 14% of the population in 1897. The poll tax subsample selection appears to be quasi-random though. And this is essentially, we conduct some tests for this point. Essentially, the idea is that the poll tax subsample appears to have been selected based on geographic reasons. Papyri was more likely to survive in hotter and drier areas. Third, we measure the discriminatory tax revenue per capita, RI, using two pieces of evidence. The first one is non-econometric evidence, like the previous one, because of the small number of Kuras. And here we do not have information on tax revenue per capita at the Kura level during the Arab Caliphate. So what we do is that we impute it for the poll tax subsample by multiplying the proportion of villages with at least one church or monastery in a Kura times the average poll tax payment. So here we just have 4 observations. This is, we cannot do econometrics, and we cannot do also a statistical test. Evidence 2 is econometric. It comes from village level total tax transfer per unit of land. However, it comes from the post-Arab Caliphate period. The main findings are as follows. The findings in general come in support of the identity-based model. So we find that the proportion of converts is increasing in Arab settlement. Villages in Arab settled Kuras were less likely to have Coptic churches or monasteries in 1200. This is robust to the inclusion of a host of pre-641 control variables and to using an IV for Arab settlement. We also find that villages that are believed to have been visited by the Holy Family, or villages where there is a saint or martyr in the pre-641 period, are more likely to have churches or monasteries in 1200. Findings on the discriminatory tax rate and on the revenue per capita are also supportive of the identity-based model. We find that individual poll tax payments are higher on average, and the imputed poll tax revenue is halved in Arab settled Kuras. We also find that the villages that didn't have any churches in 1200 faced a lower total tax transfer in 1375 because they were less lucrative, and they were less likely to be granted to Mamluks during that period. We also find that Holy Family visit or saint and martyr curas have higher poll tax payments, although not statistically significant, and higher imputed per capita poll tax revenue. Finally, we argue that the alternative interpretations of Arab settlement are unlikely to be driving the results. So I know I'm running out of time. I was wishing that I can go through the time series analysis, but I was somewhat prepared that this may not happen. So just a very quick message about the time series analysis. So there is also a theory part and an empirics part. Here, the key thing is this definitive exit from the poll tax base. Rulers and agents are forward-looking. We have two results on conversions, discriminatory rate and discriminatory tax revenue. This is result 1. The key thing is that under the extraction model, all conversions should occur at date 1, and there should be no conversion waves or tax hikes afterwards. In the identity-based model, however, we can have later poll tax hikes and later conversion waves. And the outcomes in date T will be determined by the highest ruler identity or the lowest budget need. So this is some form of ratcheting. The second result is on the effect of the threat of rebellion on the uniform tax rate. In terms of empirics, we have econometric evidence on result 1. So we collected data on outcomes and on the main regressors. So essentially, the main outcomes are poll tax hikes and the conversion waves. The main regressors are the central authorities' identity strength and the budget needs. And the main findings are essentially that hostile governors and pious caliphs are more likely to order poll tax hikes and more likely to induce conversion waves. And we seem to find that essentially the effect is mainly from the identity strength of the central authority rather than the budget needs. Okay, so I think I should stop here. We also have in result 2 some theory-based interpretation of history, no econometrics there, but perhaps I should stop here for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mohammed. So people are encouraged to use the Q&A function. We don't have anything open at the moment, but people can chime in. One question I have for you, Mohammed, is when you sort of look at sort of the description of Jewish history, there's often a view that Jews living in the Arab lands were relatively well treated, and that I think is surely right relative to certain forms of more violent coercion, but kind of as you highlight, there's a different form of coercion, which is financial coercion, which is also at stake. And so so one question I have about sort of the Jewish history in the Middle East is how do you sort of interpret this sort of financial coercion relative to the more physical coercion seen like in Iberia, and of course there's also like a selection bias in a sense that the Jews who are left in the Middle East are those who choose to pay the tax at some level, or who can afford to pay the tax. And so we end up with kind of a selected view of history in a way, that those who are coerced through finances to convert and lose their original identity maybe don't end up telling the history. So yeah, is there sort of an alternative take on the experience of minorities that comes out of your model?
Thanks a lot. This is a great observation. So indeed, in one extension of the model, we talk about the persecutions versus the taxing identity. approaches. And my take on this is the following, that of course, from a normative perspective, these both are discriminatory practices, right? Maybe the difference between the two, the key difference is that one is nonviolent and the other is violent. And the second is that whether the ruler gives an exit option to the population that is being taxed or discriminated against. And the exit option here would mean conversion, right? Because if you think about it, under persecution, there is no exit option. There is use of violence against a population based on its identity, and they are just not allowed to join, even if they want to, the majorities or the oppressors' identity. So this is, I would say, is a key element in that sense. Your other observation is, this is a great observation, and this actually motivates my research agenda to a great extent, that it's really this selected narrative that we have, in the sense that we're always left with the subgroup of the initial populations that kept and that was successful in maintaining its identity. And this is unavoidable. This is how history works, but it makes us think from a factual viewpoint about how to make the converts, or the people who gave up their identity, how to hear their voices, essentially. This is very tricky because in this case, those who converted actually joined the oppressor's identity. And they might have been even become more, you see, fanatic than the original Arabs or the original Arab Caliphate. But I think this is an area that I find fascinating, and I believe that I should. I'm hopeful in the following years that I will be able to study this more on. For the Jewish community in the Middle East, in Iberia, whether they respond to persecution by immigration or by conversion, which is also another possibility, and how this can affect our narrative, essentially.
Yeah, super interesting. So Dan has a question.
Yeah, thanks. Super great stuff. As a public finance guy who's interested in religion and culture, I love stuff like this. My first question is kind of a follow-up one, which is, have you thought some about other responses such as migration to the persecuted group here? So how does migration work? And then a second question comment is simply, looking at your presentation, I was thinking that if a model that we're looking at here is revenue maximization, I would guess that even without a story of agency or anything like that, you could probably find a way to test that, right? In a simple model, it seems to me revenue maximization would be, you'd have this simple land tax and you'd set it to where the elasticity is unity, and that's it. There'd be nothing else necessary. And so if empirically you could show some evidence that that wasn't true, there could be a lot of explanations for that maybe, but it could be like an extra piece of the puzzle you could bring in here, right? That seems like a story you could start to poke holes in right away before you could even get into a more complex, explanation. So those are the two quick comments.
Perfect. So quick answers to this. The first point, yes, there is also in the extensions, we discuss immigration as a potential response. We don't focus on it in this context because immigration was very rare among the Coptic population. They were just considered as heretics by the Catholics and the Orthodox. So they never emigrated from Egypt. However, our model accommodates immigration as well as a response, but it will have different implications because it will not change really it will have different effects on the changes in the composition, essentially, of the religious composition. Your second point, yes, so we start from the extraction model, the pure revenue maximizing model. And this model has implications. The main implications, though, is that the discriminatory tax should not vary with the variation across districts in the identity strength of their local authorities, because everyone should be a revenue maximizer. I should emphasize, though, that extraction model and the identity-based model are both giving exactly the same implications on the uniform text. The uniform text remains purely extractive, always. The key thing is whether we can rationalize what we observe in the data with a pure revenue maximizing story on the discriminatory tax or not. And our evidence seems to suggest that it's not the case, that there are certain correlations that we observe in the data that cannot be accommodated by the pure extraction model. But in all our analysis, whether in the cross-section or the time series, we always start from the extraction model, has implications, derive its implications, and then go through the identity-based model. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Mohammed. Yeah, great paper. I love it. I think it's just super interesting, super creative, amazing data. Our next speaker, right on time, luckily, will be Eric Cheney from Oxford, and he will tell us about religion and political structure in historical perspective. So Eric, take it away.
Great. Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this very interesting format. I think it's fun, and I'm excited to be able to talk today about this paper, Islam and Political Structure in Historical Perspective. Now, this is a presentation a little bit different than the ones that I usually give for a few reasons. First of all, it's a handbook chapter. It's already published. And perhaps more importantly, it's an overview of research that I have done with co-authors, that some of you have done who are in this session today, and also ideas that I've had that have not been formally substantiated at all. And so this is kind of a big think piece. And I'm not going to have a ton of regressions today, which is kind of different from the way I usually do things. And the goal is to try to convince you all that we need a new narrative for the Islamic world's institutional development, and then hopefully kind of give you some food for thought, kind of empirical patterns that I and others have uncovered in the data that hopefully will help build this new narrative. And so, this is ambitious for an hour-and-a-half presentation, not to mention 20 minutes. So I've kind of tried to strip this down to hopefully get people interested in what I'm talking about. And if people are interested in more details, you can look at the chapter or some of the other research that's cited. My goal here is simply to hopefully introduce some of the ideas, to get people interested, to get people's comments. And then if you're interested in more details, to read the paper. That is, I'm not going to go through all of the details in interest of time. So before I can develop a new narrative, right, I have to first engage with the existing narrative. And the existing narrative, kind of broad brush, for the institutional development of the Islamic world over the long run, rests on the axiom, the underlying assumption, that religion and politics have been uniquely linked in Islam from the start, from the actions of the Prophet Muhammad, who combine both legal and religious functions. He kind of gave this example that then had to be followed by subsequent generations. And so the historian Ira Lapidus, over 20 years ago, summed up this view, this kind of axiom underlying this narrative, when he stated that this view states that binding religious norms historically dictated that Islam had to encompass all domains, including law and state. You can see this today in kind of some slogans, right, used by people like the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Islam din wa dawla, right? Islam is state and religion. And so this view suggests that this kind of came from the actions of the Prophet Muhammad, and that these norms impeded the historic secularization and development of Islamic societies. And a large literature has been built on this assumption. And I think we've learned a lot from this literature. But I would argue that it rests to a degree on feet of clay. So kind of on the theory side, right, if you think about this theory, Muhammad's death necessitated institutional change. He's viewed by most Muslims as being the seal of the prophet. So there was no, by definition, there was no one who could do what he did. And you can kind of see this following his death, right? The power struggles that emerged in trying to define what was the correct path after his death. And this ranged from people who suggested that, well, because he said he was the last prophet, or he was assumed to be the last prophet, therefore there needed to be a separation of religion and political structures, to others who said, no, we need to follow his example. And so on the theory side, I think that's borne out by the proliferation of Muslim kind of interpretations following his death. It wasn't exactly clear what his example meant for the future. So I think that challenges this idea that there were binding norms, because it wasn't clear what those norms were. And perhaps more importantly, on the empirical side, there's been tremendous variation in political structures across the Muslim majority world throughout history. And I focused in my own research on the existence of this unique institution, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, of Mamluks. Muhammad Saleh referred to that in his presentation, right? These slave soldiers, which were ubiquitous in parts of the Islamic world and very unique, but don't exist. It didn't exist historically in other places, such as Indonesia and some places in sub-Saharan Africa. And so that's from the historical side, and it remains the case today. So if you run a regression today of the proportion of, on the y-axis here, this is the residual normalized polity score after partially out continent dummies, and a few controls such as whether or not a country's fuel endowed. This right here is in essence, higher scores mean more democracy. On the x-axis, if you look at the same kind of residual proportion Muslim, you find this robust negative correlation, which seems consistent with this conventional narrative that there's something about Islam that might be the problem. There's this strong negative correlation here, the t-stats over 3. Depending on how you play with it, you can get it higher, but it's very hard to just, with these controls, make it statistically insignificant. And so this seems consistent with this narrative that has been maintained for at least 100 years. But what I'm going to talk about today is motivated in part, this goes back to a paper I wrote 10 years ago, but also draws on Jonathan Schultz's work, where he looks at parallel cousin marriage. If you introduce into this regression, whether or not a country practiced parallel cousin marriage within the Islamic world was bint-am marriage, right, where you marry the daughter of your paternal uncle, this correlation completely disappears. There is no negative relationship between the proportion of a country that is Muslim and the polity score. And so, to sum this up, from a statistical standpoint, the only places in the Islamic world that have a quote-unquote democracy deficit are those that historically practiced bint-am marriage. And so what does this mean? Well, I argue, kind of based on things that I've written in the past, both on my own with others and a large body of research, I argue that this actually proxies for the expansion of tribal forms of organization exported by Arabs. And this idea, to my knowledge, was first introduced by an anthropologist about 30 years ago. And so, kind of to say this in another way, following the Arab conquest, I'm going to suggest that it was the tenacious persistence of tribal forms of societal organization, and not Islam, which explains the Islam democracy deficit. I'm going to argue that this drove institutional developments in areas that were quote unquote tribalized following the Arab conquest. And that explains these statistical patterns. That is, the only places in the Muslim majority world that have a democracy deficit today were the places that were conquered by Arabs, and they introduced by some of the mechanisms Mohammed Saleh was talking about a little bit earlier, they introduced a form of societal organization that had very unique institutional impacts. Okay, so I'm going to try to in the next 10 minutes that I have develop this. Of course, this is just going to be very much a sketch, but I'm going to try to tell this story the way that I see it, without getting hopefully too bogged down in the historical details. The hypothesis that I'm going to argue schematically is that Arab conquest led to the tribalization of society, which I have kind of proxied empirically using this bint am marriage indicator variable, which in turn led to a democracy deficit. And there's a bunch of institutional intermediate steps here. So how did this happen? Well, I'm going to try to, again, develop a narrative and tell a story. So following the Arab conquests, two competing forms of societal organization arose. The first were in garrisons, where conquering Arabs kind of set themselves up and began to kind of rule themselves with tribal law, which eventually became Islamic law. So that was the first type of societal organization. But the vast majority of the population were the conquered populations, and they were ruled by, again, this is generalizations here. You can kind of think of modern day Iran or Iraq or the Iberian Peninsula, think of modern day Spain and Portugal. The populations that they ruled over had more what I call landed forms of societal organization, which were based on tax revenues, which funded bureaucracies. And what the rulers of the Arabs tried to do, so the caliphs, they tried to transfer, even though their power base rested on the tribes, they tried to use the rents from the landed societal structure to disempower these tribal groups. And as you might suspect, the tribal groups resisted. And indeed, I would argue that this is where ultimately a lot of the beginnings of Islamic law came from, and the desire to push constraints on these caliphs that were deviating or trying to disempower these tribal units. And this culminated in the historical event known as the Mihna, which ranged from 833 to 849, which historically historians have stressed the ideological components of this, in which the caliphs tried to force these traditionalist tribal groups to adapt to kind of adopt rationalist Islam. But I argue in this piece that ultimately this ideological divide is reflective of a deeper societal divide. That ultimately rationalist Islam was championed by the bureaucracy and Muslims in the bureaucracy, and the traditionalist Islam which wanted to constrain the sovereign, which was based in the tribal kind of form of societal organization. In any case, in the Mehna, the bureaucracy, if you want to think about this way schematically, tried to subsume the tribal units, and that failed. And immediately after this failed, the caliphs introduced military slavery. And I don't think that this timing is coincidental at all. I think it's related to the fact that they could not co-opt the tribes, but these tribes remain politically influential. And here is where I think Islam played an important role as an ideology in coordinating across these segmented groups. So this solution of military slavery, which I first wrote about with Lisa Blades almost a decade ago, this has been called a quote unquote major innovation in Middle Eastern history. In fact, it is unique. To my knowledge, no other major world civilization used this system. And I think ultimately it is rooted in this tribalization of society that was brought about following the Arab conquest through the institutions of wala and through some of the taxation mechanisms that Mohammed Saleh talked about just right before me. So I think this is what some political scientists like Francis Fukuyama has called a brilliant solution to the problem of how to construct a state in a tribal environment. In fact, Ibn Khaldun suggested that, I mean, he said this straight, just verbatim, almost verbatim, I might butcher the quote, but he said that had it not been for the institution of slave soldiers, Islam would have perished as a kind of a state structure from an early date. So it was a brilliant solution to a problem of how to construct a state in a tribal environment. But as this kind of spread across much of the areas that were conquered by Arabs, it led to the tribalization of conquered societies. So when people converted to Islam, initially they would join an Arab tribe, and they would expand these clans through this institution of bint am marriage, where you marry the daughter of your paternal uncle. And so, to kind of reiterate what I said, so as this society became increasingly tribal, Islamic law developed to order this society outside of traditional bureaucratic structure. And I've argued in other pieces that ultimately this culminated in what has been known as the Sunni revival, in which you have the final collapse of these pre-Islamic institutions. I don't know if that's completely a fair term, because a lot of the people in these bureaucracies were Muslims themselves. They just were arguing for a different path, for institutional path for the Islamic world. But in any case, in the Sunni revival, you have the final collapse of these bureaucratic structures, and you get the emergence of this fascinating equilibrium in which, you know, the state has become fundamentally militarized, and civil society is able to organize itself almost on its own without kind of bureaucratic structures. And there's some, but they're a lot less than other major civilizations such as China or in Europe. And so ideologically, the Sunni revival also marked the victory of traditionalism over rationalism. And this makes sense if you kind of view traditionalism being rooted in these tribal forms of societal organization and rationalism being rooted in the bureaucracy. And I argue in the piece how traditionalism was central to ordering diffuse tribal communities by constructing authority in segmented communities. And so here I'm almost out of time, so I want to make sure that I have time for, if people have any questions, to get people's feedback. But this is ultimately kind of the map that I'm talking about here. So areas in the black line are these areas that were conquered by Arabs and remained Muslim until recent times. So you get rid of the Iberian Peninsula and you get rid of places like, and these are the places that also adopted this bint am marriage, and they're the places that have a democracy deficit today. When you remove these places like Indonesia, Malaysia, look very much like the rest of the developing world. There's nothing strange about them at all from a statistical standpoint. So to conclude, in this narrative, I have tried to develop kind of an alternative narrative suggesting that the quote unquote Muslim democracy deficit, first of all, is not Muslim, and it's not rooted in the actions of the Prophet Muhammad. I argued that it's rooted in critical junctures and in the tribalization of society. It is, to my mind, completely plausible that had the Mihna gone a different way, institutions in the Islamic world would have looked very, very different than they ended up looking. And so, since this is a conference on religion, I thought I'd talk a little bit for a minute about ideological implications. If you believe this narrative, then I think it implies that the interpretation of Islam that gave humanity so much during the Golden Age are not those that won out historically in these kind of core Arab conquest regions. And this is consistent with the view of many prominent Muslim intellectuals today who argue for kind of going back and studying in greater detail these historical interpretations of Islam that were associated with these bureaucratic institutions, which seem to have been at least one of the impetuses ideologically behind the Golden Age in the Islamic world. And so that's it. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. We have a question in the Q&A, so let's start with that. Guohui Jiang asks, Acemoglu and Robinson in their book, Narrow Corridor, claim that tribal traditions, especially from Germanic peoples, contributed to the rise of democracy in Europe because they introduced a culture of negotiation and primitive bargaining. How did tribal traditions play a different role in the Islamic world compared with Europe?
So do you want me to answer right now, no, just directly?
Sure, yeah, would you take that one? And then I think there's actually one maybe in the chat as well. But yeah, maybe take a stab at that. And for you have 11 minutes. So we have that and at least one question in the chat. So you have some time. So please engage with that first. Great. And then we'll take.
Yeah, so this is a great question. Ultimately, if you think of the fall of the Roman Empire, right, you have the Germanic tribes that come in, and historians have drawn parallels between the two. I think, again, like most of my research, or at least part of it, I'm going to rely on Patricia Crone's answer to this question, which is that, I mean, she argued that Islam, you know, it was unique in that it was one of the few cases throughout history that invading tribes came with an ideology that then remained dominant afterwards. So you can think of the Mongols, right? They conquered larger areas than the Arabs did, but they didn't have arguably the same impact. And Patricia Crone argues it's because of this ideological component that was then used. So I think that, to my mind, is the main difference between the, say, Germanic tribes or the Mongols and the Arabs. And it's just fascinating. Patricia Crone said that, you know, the Arab conquests were one of the few cases in history in which a conquering tribe or tribal society transformed civilizations that had been more quote unquote advanced by a lot of metrics beforehand. So I think that's unique. That's my answer. I don't know if that satisfies you or that, but that's I mean, it's vague. And I think it's something that we need to understand better, how exactly ideology played a role here. But I think that it's, to my mind, it mattered.
And in fact, related to that, Eric, so the next question from Sultan says, first, a comment very, very interesting. And then he wonders, can we disentangle tribalization from tribal customs and Islamic norms per se? For instance, one reading of the Quran's conceptualization of God is that God is a tribal king requiring complete allegiance. So sort of a particular tribal element to Islam.
Yeah, you know, I think that depends on what Islam is. I think it's for Muslims to define. But from a historical standpoint, there were individuals who were arguing for very different interpretations of Islam, the ones that ended up winning out in Sunni Islam, at least, under like Al-Ghazali. And even earlier, you know, you can think of like Ahmed ibn Hanbal and this whole kind of struggle. And so, you know, there were members of the bureaucracy. It's fascinating to read. They were arguing for actually taking the ideas of Muhammad, right, of kind of, which are common to a lot of religions, charity, etc., and getting rid of the tribal. Because after all, Muhammad himself condemned tribalism. Ibn Khaldun himself said this when he was talking about tribal asabiyya being the motor of Islamic history. He said Muhammad himself condemned this. He said that we're all sons of Adam. He taught against tribalism. And so I think if you're going to take Muhammad's message seriously in that sense, I think that the ultimate institutions that won out, somewhat paradoxically, were against, at least in these core areas, went against his message, at least on that margin. And so I would argue that you can distinguish the two because Muhammad himself was preaching against a lot of the equilibrium that then was exported to the rest of the world. And that makes sense, right? Ideology takes a long time to change, even if you believe it can change social structures. But I think that the play, maybe this is what you're getting at, I think that the interplay between Islam and tribes is absolutely fascinating. Ibn Khaldun talked about it, and you can see it even today in places like Mali, right? You come from the desert, you have these, and they come in and they use Islam to coordinate, and they conquered more settled areas. I think that that's something that is real, and I don't think we understand it very well. But I think you can disentangle the two. And Indonesia isn't tribal. And so, you know, I just think that ultimately it comes down to the historical conditions in which Islam was formed, that, you know, tribal elites ended up having way more power probably than Muhammad would have wanted them to have. I mean, I don't know, but that's certainly consistent with what he said.
A question from Juru Chen. Were there parallel conditions between Christian Europe prior to the Reformation and the Islamic world prior to the Sunni revival? They, of course, went in opposite directions, one with increased secularization, while the other with desecularization. But do you see parallels there?
So some historians of science have argued that Islam went from Enlightenment to scholasticism, and Western Europe went from scholasticism to Enlightenment. Ultimately, I think that, yeah, I mean, there are clearly ideological parallels, right? I mean, a lot of the thinkers of the Enlightenment viewed themselves in a continuous kind of line from ancient Greece to the Islamic world than to themselves. So I think they would argue they were more the heirs of Al-Farabi, Avicenna, than they were of, say, Thomas Aquinas. And so I definitely think that there's intellectual links between the two. And there might be institutional ones as well. I mean, this is something that I've been working on. You know, I got kind of dragged down over the past few years trying to digitize the collections of the world's largest libraries to get at these questions, to try to understand better how these kind of booms in scientific activity were related. But I think ultimately, and this draws on some of Noam's work and other people's as well, I think that the development of state structures was important for this. Ultimately, you have to pay these scientists, and that has to come from somewhere. And I think that these things are related. It's very hard to get, you know, very functional kind of scientific societies if you're in an environment like Somalia, where you have a bunch of feuding tribes and you don't have any state capacity at all. So hopefully that answers the question.
Great. Any other questions here from the audience? Well, so maybe I'll jump in with a question. So, you know, as you closed, I mean, we have one from Jonathan Schultz. It says, more of a comment, Germanic tribes also settled in North Africa. That's interesting. So Eric, I mean, as someone who studied that Mediterranean region, you know, from several angles, what is your sense of that, of how the Germanic tribes in that same region, you know, maybe differed or shared similarities? I'm interested in this too.
No, I mean, so you can think of the Vandals and the Visigoths, right? The Visigoths in Iberia. I mean, the fascinating thing is that they were just setting up when they were conquered then by the Arabs, right? But the interesting thing about like something like the Visigoths, which I know more about than the Vandals kind of just went into North Africa and then disappeared. They were chased out, if I recall correctly, the Iberian Peninsula by the Visigoths themselves. Is that the Visigoths kind of tried to use Roman structures to a large extent, and it seems to me like it was becoming feudalized, and so it was following a lot of the path of the rest of Western Europe, which eventually led to the disappearance of tribal forms of organization. And so again, I would say that perhaps it was this ideology that allowed these groups to then bring you know, people that converted to Islam into this tribal kind of form of societal organization through these marriage patterns. It's a fascinating question. I think it's one that's come up more than once, because I think it is okay. If we believe your story, what is it that allowed Islam to be able to, or whatever about the society that allowed these tribal forms of societal organization to continue when they died out in other places? And my best answer is that it had to do with ideology. That might not be convincing, but it's the best answer I have.
Okay, and then in the last 2 minutes, actually, a question coming from Mohammed, which I actually think, you know, to me resonates a little bit with what you've been saying, which is, so he first asks, why is tribal organization considered less democratic than the bureaucratic organization, which had a long tradition in the Middle East and North African countries before the Arab conquests and continued to exist after? And two, he notes Berbers in North Africa were tribal both before and after the Arab conquest?
This is great. This is a great question. Thanks, Mohammed. So I'm arguing. So I only had 20 minutes. So the persistence story that I argue is not saying that Sassanid Iran was some paragon of democratic kind of situations. No, that's not what I'm arguing at all. What I'm just arguing is that the tribalization of society with these critical junctures led to the introduction of Mamluks, which then led society down a different path, which then made it harder to become democratic afterwards because of the consequences that it had. So they were trying to manage society the best they could in this environment, and the institutions they came up with led them down a different path. Now, I think it is perhaps, maybe this is what you're getting at, implicit in this, that if you go down a bureaucratic path, that seems to have led in a different direction. Although, I would argue based on my other work that it wasn't just bureaucracy, it was feudalism. It was these feudal bureaucracies which were constrained, et cetera, which made the transition easier. I'm completely out of time. I know we don't want to go over. So
yeah, no. I would love to ask you some questions too, but we'll have to chat more another time. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for the questions, everybody. So up next, we'll have Sultan Mahmoud from Aix-Marseille, and he'll talk about judicial independence, religion, and politics, and discuss some theory and evidence. So Sultan, you're up. Sultan, I don't hear you. I don't know if I would guess others don't as well then. Sultan, I still don't hear you. Does somebody want to confirm for me in the chat whether they hear Sultan? Oh, he's restarting. Did other people also not hear him? Just so I'm sure that it's not my machine. You didn't hear him either. Chatting. Couldn't hear. Thank you guys. Thanks so much. Okay, so Sultan is retrying. Okay, good. So it wasn't my machine. I'm sure second time will be the charm. Let's see. Sultan, can you try to talk to us? Still no. Still no volume from you. All right, we'll get there, I'm sure. Let's
see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, great. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. So thanks everybody, for the invite, and thanks for the great, very fascinating presentation. It's really great to have you all here and have you present and your very interesting papers. So this is joint work with Evner, who's my longtime co-author. It's entitled Religious Leaders and Rule of Law. So I'll just get right to it because we only have 20 minutes. So the motivation for this paper is rooted in history, where history is full of instances where religious leaders shaped the trajectories of nations and societies. Just to consider two examples, one from the West, Pope Urban II, his famous sermon at the Council of Clermont in France, where he advocated the Crusades, is believed to have profound influence on society at large following that. If we go to the East, we have Imam al-Ghazali from 12th century Persia, who gave his famous fatwa against science and rationality, which is also believed to have profound influence on development of many Muslim societies. And now, of course, we have from Enlightenment onwards, at least, that scholars believe that religious leaders deeply influence institutions, especially Spinoza, of course. And more recently, scholars, especially the ones here in the audience as well, have begun to disentangle how exactly do religious authorities impact institutions, politics, and economic development. Now,
In this paper, despite these efforts, we think that there is lack of causal evidence on how religious leaders influence institutions, and in particular, how do religious leaders impact rule of law. So to answer this question, we have to take a step back and ask another question. That is, how do historical religious institutions from which religious leaders are associated with impact rule of law, and whether the effect of these historical religious institutions is explained by the rise of religious leaders to political office. To give you the context, what I'm talking about, I want to show you one picture. This is the Bahauddin Zakaria shrine in the city of Multan in Pakistan. This shrine was built in the 12th century and is a tomb dedicated to a Sufi saint. And this shrine, like all other shrines in Pakistan, are associated with the religious leader associated with this shrine. The religious leader associated with the Bahauddin Zakaria shrine is Shah Mahmud Qureshi, pictured in white here. Shah Mahmud Qureshi, like his father before him, and his father before him, and his grandfather before him, is a shrine leader associated with this shrine. Shah Mahmud Qureshi is believed, like other dynastic shrine leaders, are believed to be the direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad of Islam. And their sacred blood, many locals believe, allow them to wield supernatural powers, which is a bit like saint worship in the Christendom, where people believe that they can heal the sick and solve all their problems. And this is just one picture of a child getting blessings from the shrine leader. Now, in addition to the shrine leader, after a particular shock, which I will talk about, this shrine leader rose to politics and he became the mayor of Multan. And here he is pictured, the same shrine leader campaigning for the mayorship of Multan. And now we see after that he is now the current foreign minister of Pakistan, pictured here with President Trump and Prime Minister Imran Khan, the current Prime Minister of Pakistan. So what is going on? What explains the rise of the shrine leader to politics, and how does it influence institutions and in particular rule of law? To give this, I want to present you the main story of our paper and how we conceive political equilibrium in Pakistan. So we conceive the political equilibrium of Pakistan as follows. Throughout Pakistan's political history, local politics is dominated by large land-owning feudal politicians that alternate power at the local level and at the state level. However, in 1999, Pakistan transitioned from a hybrid democracy to a direct military dictatorship. And this greatly disrupted the balance of power of these traditional feudal elites. What the military government did is that it introduced a local government reform, which weakened these relatively secular traditional elite and ushered the rise of this new breed of politicians, these dynastic shrine leaders, which I showed. These shrine leaders, also called the Sajada Nashins, or literally bearers of the holy turban, derive their legitimacy not from the wealth and land ownership they get, but from religion. And what we say is that these religious leaders, which enjoy higher legitimacy, face lower electoral costs of deteriorating rule of law than secular politicians, and they are able to influence the courts in particular much more than a secular leader does. To give you a brief summary of our main empirical results, what we find is that districts that have high historical shrine density, those districts have now more pro-government rulings and lower quality judicial decisions. And this, we show, is entirely explained by the rise of shrine leaders to political power. Our identification comes from the timing of the 1999 military coup that brings these shrine leaders to political office. what we do is we are comparing rule of law outcomes before and after the 1999 military coup across Pakistani districts with predetermined historical shrine density. We show that shrine leaders are able to use the courts more to expropriate land from the society, and they are able to use the courts to expropriate additional land, and our estimates show that the shrine leaders expropriate about 0.06% of GDP, or $180 million of additional land relative to the feudal elites. This is substantial amount, and this 180 million is about the same it is equivalent to the federal budget for education, which was earmarked in 2019. Coming to the related literature, I won't go too much into detail, but this paper speaks to the three main strands of literature. It speaks to the literature on what are the conditions for establishment of rule of law in society. It also speaks to the vibrant and recent, still evolving literature, which many of the people here have really contributed towards, on the political economy of religion, which has shown the primacy of religion in shaping both institutions, politics, and economic development. Last but not the least, this paper also speaks to the literature on the deep roots literature, where which tries to assess the long-term consequences of culture and institutions. Now, we contribute to this literature in four ways. We document that, like development outcomes and other outcomes, rule of law also has deep roots, and it is rooted in historical religious institutions, and the influence of these religious institutions persists and is explained by religious leaders associated with these institutions and religious leaders rising to political power. Finally, we also think that we contribute to the literature by focusing on a country where studies are lacking, where data is incredibly scarce, and also in a context, it's the second largest Muslim majority country in the world, Pakistan, and the fifth most populous country, and it is a context where democratic institutions have not really taken root. So our data is from several sources, and one of the key challenges of writing a paper like this is, of course, the data collection effort which goes with it. And our primary data source is the texts of the judgment orders. These are decisions written down by judges in the local courts of Pakistan, which we use to construct our outcome variables on decision quality and decision in favor of the state. We combine this with other data from British colonial gazettes of 1911, which lists the number of shrines across Pakistan. And we collect some additional information from other databases like Election Commission of Pakistan, where we get data where we identify whether a shrine leader won political office and non-shrine leader won political office by looking at the honorific title of Makhdum in the election database. And finally, we get district level characteristics from census records, agriculture census, and population census, which we digitize as well. So the key question is, how do we measure rule of law? We have several outcomes, but the key outcome variable is state victories. Here we focus on all cases where the citizen is poised against the state. And our key outcome variable here is state wins, which takes the value of 1 if the government obtains a victory and 0 if the citizen obtains a victory. Now, state wins is measured in two ways. First, we ask a law firm to code the state victory variable as 1 and state losses as 0 after reading the text of the judgment order. Now, since this may be subjective, we also do a textual analysis of the cases where we analyze the text of the judgment order and cross-check the results by looking for marker petition against the state is dismissed in the text of the judgment order, in which case state victory variable takes the value of 1. And if the text of the judgment order contains the marker petition against the state is accepted, the state victory variable takes the value of 0, and we get identical results if we use either of them. We also have additional variables which we think are strongly approximates rule of law, but I won't have time to go into those details. So we have a simple difference and differences estimation, where on the left-hand side, we have state victories at the case level. On the right-hand side, we have the interaction term between a post-coup dummy interacted with historical shrine density as recorded in the 1911 British colonial archive gazettes. And we had district fixed effects, time fixed effects, even case type fixed effects, and a bunch of control variables. Now, kappa is our difference and we cluster standard errors at the district level. Now, kappa is the difference and differences estimator for the impact of shrine density on state victories. For us to causally interpret kappa, you need some identifying assumptions which you have to satisfy, which is for any difference and differences estimation. Now, we cannot, so one of course is the parallel trends assumption, which we cannot directly test, but we can show is that areas where there are no shrines and areas where there are shrines, they seem to follow a common trend, at least before the military coup. So after the military coup, you might have a good approximation as well. The second key assumption, identifying assumption for any difference and differences, is that there are no confounding interactions which are correlated both with the military coup and shrine density. Here we do a couple of tests, but I'm going to only show you one of them, where we show that other things which could have changed do not seem to change if we look at the data. For example, we see that in high shrine density areas, before and after the coup, similar types of cases are filed, similar types of cases are decided, implying that at least the cases are similar before and after the coup in high and low shrine density areas. So now we can come with a bit more confidence and interpret our kappa with slight more confidence after having a look at this evidence in favor of the identification assumption. And when we estimate our difference and differences estimated, yes? So when we estimate kappa, we find that a standard deviation increase in shrine density increases state wins by about 5 percentage points following the coup. So this is substantial. So this is about 10% increase over the sample mean, because the mean of dependent variable is about 50%. Now coming to the mechanism, what does it mean that historical high shrine density, historical religious institutions affect state victories? Is the effect of historical shrine density explained by the rise of religious leaders to political power? And what we show is, so before we do a more rigorous test, just a simple plot seems to be suggestive. So if we just look at number of shrine leaders elected to office before and after the coup, there seems to be a huge jump after the 1999 military coup. Here we use the honorific titles of shrine leaders and match them in the election database to see how many of the shrine leaders won elections relative to not before and after the coup. And we see there is a dramatic jump in the number of shrine elites elected. In addition, what we do is, so we can do a more rigorous test through a triple difference specification, where we interact our shrine density and post-coup variable with number of shrine elites elected to office in a district in a given time. And what we find that the effect is entirely explained, the effect of historical shrine density is entirely explained by rise of religious leaders to political office. For example, we don't see that the shrine density per se has an effect. So if the area is high shrine density and no shrine leader has won elected office, on local courts in that district show no rise in pro-government rulings. However, we do see a pro-government ruling only where shrine leaders won elections. Also, we see that just shrine leaders winning after the coup is also not important as well. So quantitatively, what we estimate is that when a 1 standard deviation increase in shrine density occurs, state wins increases by 1 percentage point when 4 more shrine leaders win elections in the district. Now, I won't go more into detail of the mechanisms, but yeah, if you'll have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. So in conclusion, what I have shown is that districts which have higher shrine density have higher government victories. In fact, we have other variables. We also find that districts that have higher shrine density also have lower quality judicial decision as measured by case delay, rulings on evidence, and also whether the adequate legal process was followed as well. And we present evidence that these results are entirely explained by the rise of shrine leaders to political office. Finally, I didn't have time to go into the details of the types of cases driving the results, but what we show is that the key type of cases driving the results are land expropriation cases. And we find that additional land expropriation that occurs by religious leaders is about $180 million every year. So I would just conclude with historians' comment on the shrine leaders and their land expropriation, where he writes that they came with religion but no land and left with land but no religion. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Sultan. You have a question already in the Q&A, which is great. The question is, how do you think about the period of Zia's rule from 1977 to 88, which might be argued involved a large degree of Islamization of politics and society? I was curious, why do you highlight 1999 as being a crucial break? How does the period from 77 to 88 play a role in affecting the status of these shrine leaders? And why weren't shrine leaders important in elections between 88 and 1999?
So this is a great question. And the quick answer is shrine leaders were important then as well. So how we conceive the equilibrium. So we have data so we consider that and actually this is also a historical fact, that in each of the three main military coups of Pakistan's history, every time the military ruler introduced a local government reform, which brought to power shrine leaders specially. So Zia's military coup also brought shrine leaders. There is also a book written on it by K.K. Aziz, Pakistani historian, which also argues that shrine leaders were very prominent also during Zia's regime as well. So this is how we think of a military political equilibrium, that every time the military comes in, to legitimize is to basically free ride on the legitimacy of the shrine leaders. It brings them to the dinner table of politics. And then you have a higher degree of shrine leaders in the system. And then when another military coup comes, then there is even a higher level of equilibrium. This is how I conceive the political equilibrium in Pakistan.
Anybody else from the audience? Yeah, we have a question in the chat. What determines the shrine locations?
So this is, in some sense, we think it's exogenous and also predetermined. So it depends when a Sufi saint died. Where the Sufi saint died determines the shrine, because it's a tomb of a Sufi saint. So this is one, so Sufi saints that died in the 12th to 13th century is one key determinant of shrine location. But I think I know where the question is getting at. Suppose the shrine are located, for example, near a river or commercial centers. So let's suppose that, although we present evidence, it's not the case. Even if it is, what we are arguing here is that we are comparing shrine density before and after the coup. So the disproportionate effect is unlikely to be important here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, my feeling about the question is also that it's just, you know, I personally find it nice to understand the history in addition to sort of the underlying, you know, the empirical evidence sort of consistent with exogeneity. It's nice to understand where they come from just historically.
Very useful. Thanks.
Just another question that I guess it relates to this sort of discussion that you have about how the power of political elites sort of shifts each time there's one of these political transitions. You know, you would think that there's essentially sort of a new like political economy equilibrium, a new coalition. And so, you know, I wonder sort of, you know, have you thought about sort of documenting other margins of change? So, you know, is this it sort of, is this the main quid pro quo in a sense? Or are there other changes? And then sort of thinking about also other margins of responses. So, you know, one thing, and this relates a little bit to where the shrines are located, and how the previous sort of political shocks might have mattered. But you could easily imagine like migration responses. So each time religious elites sort of become more powerful following a political transition, is it the case that you know, secular people leave, or people who feel oppressed by this sort of you know, exploitation leave? And so, you know, is there some dynamic process that's changing? Just more generally, like I think you isolate this you know, particular element of the new equilibrium, but are there others that you've thought about and documented?
I think this is a really great question. So we don't have direct migration data across Pakistani districts, but we did check population density. We didn't think of it in terms of population density in a district, and that is uncorrelated with the shrine density before and after the coup. We thought of population density as a measure of urbanization, but not really migration, but one can think of it in migration as well. So one is this, but I think what I can show you very quickly is, which I think really also speaks to your question, is that how do religious leaders influence courts, which is a bit interesting. And I think here economic historians especially, and historians as well in Pakistan, have tried to understand this thing, that how are these shrine leaders influencing politics and institutions? And there are two broad views. One is, of course, that religious leaders are like all other political elites, like you also alluded to, and they exert their influence on the court just because they make a larger coalition, they are large landowners, they can have this influence? Or is it the case, how the second view, which is by Jared Rubin and Jean-Philippe Plateau, which argue that actually religious leaders are special in some sense. They have high legitimacy to rule, and this allows them to get away more by influencing institutions than a secular leader can. So one simple way to put it is a religious leader can always say it's God's will, which a secular leader cannot easily go, even if he has this large landowning quality. So now, this is very difficult to disentangle empirically, but we do at least show that we also have data on cotton barons of Pakistan. So these are large cotton owning politicians. So these are also wealthy in some sense. They also have large land. So if the view of Gilmartin and Aziz was correct, we should also see a similar effect when large landowners win elections. And what we find is actually, no, we don't see the similar kind of effect when these landowning politicians win elections. Now, this doesn't prove the mechanism, but what it does show is that maybe there is some truth to the legitimacy, that this legitimacy is this extra thing. So religious leaders also have this legitimacy, but religious leaders also have land ownerships and wealth, but they also have this extra legitimacy, which kind of gives them this additional push to influence this court, what we are looking at. So yeah.
If anybody else has any other questions. So maybe I'll ask one more again about just thinking about this, you know, what's happening after the coup. So, you know, is your sense, so I can think of a couple different underlying stories to the empowerment of these religious elites. One is that the military coup kind of destabilizes the status quo and creates an opening for the religious elites to kind of reassert themselves. Another is that the military coup sort of involves sort of the active placement of these elites into positions of power. I mean, through political means, through transfers, and sort of the aid of the military elite who sponsored the coup and who are behind it. And so, is your sense that there is this sort of active collaboration between the military and these religious elites? And if so, do you see the areas with religious elites, deciding more cases in favor of the state, but do they also somehow manage to produce more popular support for the regime?
So this is very difficult to measure for the following reason, that in a developing country like Pakistan, there are these huge patronage networks. So basically this guy is paying that guy is paying that guy, and that guy is paying that. So it's not easy to really connect local government to like how it reaches the military government per se, which is at the federal level. However, one piece of historical account I can give you is, at least in general, even before General Zia, General Ayub's military coup basically had this local government system which brought shrine leaders to power, but then he directly asked shrine leaders to vote for him as well. So his local government system was a bit different from Musharraf and Zia's. So here in this context, but this is not this military coup, but in this context, there was this direct, and I think there was this learning by military leaders in Pakistan over time. And then they thought that they can get the same influence by not really being criticized and come directly to power. So yeah, ruling behind the scenes always they thought is more beneficial.
Okay, thanks so much, Sultan. Super interesting. The next paper, the last in this great session, and a great way to close the session, will be by Lydia Aswad from the Paris School of Economics, and she'll talk about charismatic leaders in nation building. So Lydia, all yours.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? And can you hear me?
Yes, we see you and screen and hear you well. Thanks.
Okay, great. So hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining today, and many thanks again to Noam and to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present. So today I'm going to talk about a project titled Charismatic Leaders and Nation Building, on the role of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of modern Turkey, in spreading a new Turkish national identity. So we know that nation building efforts, that is policies aimed at forging a common identity within a given territory, can be key to improve state capacity and various development outcomes when, of course, they are not done in a violent manner. And there has been actually a growing literature trying to understand which of such tools are efficient to spread a common identity. And so far, the literature has focused, among other things, on various tools such as educational policies, population resettlement programs, but also on the role of symbolic and collective events such as soccer games or National Day parades in fostering a common identity. One tool that hasn't received much attention yet by the literature is the role of leadership. And actually, yet there is quite a large number of works that argues that leaders can affect identity and social norms, in particular in the theoretical economic literature. A large number of works postulates that specific leaders, specific individuals can coordinate groups, induce others to follow, instill a sense of commonness, to rally other people. And besides, a leader could also be herself a national symbol and embody a national identity. And also meeting with a leader, listening to a speech could constitute an emotionally charged and symbolic experience that helps build the imagined communities that are nations. So in this paper, I want to precisely test empirically for this hypothesis of the role of leaders in nation building. And to do so, I focus on one specific historical example, the case of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk in Turkey. So for those of you who have been to Turkey already, you probably know about him. There is his picture absolutely everywhere. But Kemal was an Ottoman marshal in the Ottoman army, and he played a key role to prevent European armies from conquering Turkey after the World War I. And he was really perceived as the savior of what remained of the empire, and this prestige put him at the head of the state in 1923. And he created a new independent state, nation state, and designed and led drastic modernizing nation building reform. So in this sense, he's really an archetypical example of a charismatic leader, as he's perceived until today as having shaped the future of his country. But more interestingly, he took a very active and personal role to buttress the new regime and to promote the new Turkish national identity, to explain what it was now to be a new modern Turkish citizen. So in particular, he intensely traveled throughout the Turkish territory from the first year of the creation of the state toward his death, until his death in 1938. And he visited more than a fourth of all Turkish cities in order to explain the reforms happening. And interestingly, all of these visits happened prior to the age of radio, in a context where the literacy rate was quite low, which enables me to isolate his own effect from other confounding vectors of information. And I use this setting to answer the following research question: can a leader shape identity and legitimize a new political order? And if so, through which mechanisms? So to do so, I assembled a novel historical database at the district level. In particular, I collected very detailed information on all of his visits and their timing. I created a new measure of national identity, using as a proxy the adoption of first name in pure Turkish, which is the new language introduced by the state as part of the nation building reform to homogenize the population. I'll come back on the outcome later on. And I also collect a bunch of historical and geographic covariates. I use time and geographic variation in his visit in a differences design, and test whether the exposure of a leader affect the citizens' take-up of the new national identity. And in particular, to get to causal estimates, I leveraged the large amount of information available on his trajectories and focus only on the stops in between two main targeted places to visit, which are plausibly quasi-random. So now let me go quickly through the context and through the Turkish nation building era. So, so after the defeat of the Ottoman Empire during World War I, resistance led by Mustafa Kemal secured what is today's Turkish territory, created a new nation state, and implemented really a set of quite drastic nation building reforms that affected all realms of society. So those reforms were political and legal. They abolished the Ottoman Sultanate and Caliphate, removed the Sharia law, and introduced new European civil and penal code. But they were also social and cultural. They centralized and secularized the education. They forbade old traditional Ottoman clothing. They imposed a new way to count time, a new calendar. Introduced the use of surnames. So it was quite large. And their goal was to create a new republic that is secular and not anymore Islamic as the empire, modern, westernized, and built around one ethnicity only, the Turkish ethnicity. And this was done in an authoritarian manner with state-led propaganda and repression. So one key nation building reform that was really a cornerstone of their homogenizing endeavor was the creation of a common Turkish language. And I'm going to spend some time on it because it's key to understand my outcome variable. So it's good to recall that at the time there was a large diversity of dialects in the Ottoman Empire. So people were talking Greek, Kurdish, Arabic, Turkish, and all of these dialects were using sometimes different alphabets. And the Ottoman Turkish was really the language of a small educated elite, an administrative language, and the literacy rate was quite low. So the Kemalist elite wanted to create a new language that was common across regions, religions, ethnicities, and classes, and that was easy to learn, that was more democratic. And to do so, they proceeded in 2 steps. So first, they Latinized the alphabet. So they removed the Arabic letters to make it easier to learn, and also to move it away from the Islamic culture, as the Arab is the language of Islam. And second, and which is fascinating, they purified the language. So they removed all words from foreign origins, mostly Farsi and Arabic, and replaced them with words in pure Turkish, Öztürkçe, by looking at oral and the traditional folklore history of the Turkish ethnicity. And so this was a top-down process, with the state creating an institution, hiring some linguists and researchers to make those linguistic research, to collect words throughout the territory. And they also asked the citizen to send their words. And this process led to a diffusion of a list of these new pure Turkish words to replace the former Ottoman words. And I collected all these sources and digitized them. So it's really important to have in mind that the language in itself represented the entire ideology. So westernized with the Latin alphabet, further away from the Islamic culture, and also emphasizing one ethnicity only, the Turkish ethnicity. Some historians speak about an ethnic cleansing of the language. So adopting and using these new words, I think, is a good indicator of adherence to the entire program. And finally, the official visit of the president was a key propaganda tool. And here, so that you have an idea of what my treatment would be, there is an example of a visit of Atatürk in Sivas in 1928. So on the public square, he had a blackboard, and we can read this scene. So Atatürk invited a butcher from the crowd, Abidin, to the blackboard. Abidin came to the front and admitted that he didn't know the new alphabet. In 10 minutes, Atatürk taught him the vowels and showed him how to write his name. As Abidin learned a new letter, repeated rounds of applause were shaking the square. When Abidin finally was able to write his name, the square erupted in cheers and shouted, "Long live Turkey and the great Atatürk." So now let me move to the data. So for the outcome, I use mostly a secondary source, a book by Utkan Kocaturk, compiling information from Kemal's private diary and other official archives. And I coded the book, and for each of the 130 visited cities, I have the exact numbers of visits, dates, the length, the activity he held, and with whom he was. But more importantly, his position in the trajectory and whether the visit was targeted and planned or not. For my outcome variable, I rely on a large literature in psychology and sociology that argues that first names are a good proxy for identity, social preferences, and to signal attachment to a group. And the use of names have been used more and more in the economics literature. And I use mostly 2 sources. So first, I have all the birth certificates between 1920 and 1950 with information on first names, sex, date, and place of birth at the district level, so almost 15 million observations. And to classify the names, I digitize all the sources I told you about to create lists of words of pure Turkish and their synonyms in Ottoman. And I use the fact that in Turkish, first names are words to classify the names. So people are called war, peace, joy, magnificence. So you can classify the first names between pure Turkish and not. And I get quite a granular and unique measure of national identity at the district level over the period. So here is the raw data on the evolution of pure Turkish, of the share of pure Turkish names between visited and non-visited districts. So as you can see, it's quite fascinating. There is an increase of the use of these names throughout the period, with a big peak the year of the reform. And mostly visited districts take up much more those names than non-visited districts. So I use as an empirical strategy a classic event study, so dynamic difference in differences, and I estimate the following specification with, on the left-hand side, the share of first name in a given district in a given year. And on the right-hand side, a specification where the event is the first time a district is visited, and GT denotes the event time, that is the time in year relative to the occurrence of the event, and I add district and year fixed effects and cluster the standard errors at the treatment level. And importantly, I exclude the termini cities, so the cities that are targeted, where he comes and where he wants to go, and only focuses on the stops he makes in between on the route. And what is actually great is that those stops are quite similar along a bunch of different covariates, historical and geographic covariates. So as you can see here, where I regress them by the visit status with a province fixed effect. And we can see that visited and non-visited districts are similar over demographic and development covariates, political covariates, and also indicator of the presence of the various ethnicities and geography covariates. So this figure presents the main results, the impact of a visit on the adoption of pure Turkish first names in Turkey. So 0 is the year of the visit, and after approximately a year, we can see that the share of pure Turkish first name increases, and interestingly, the effect is quite lasting. And reassuringly, there are no sign of any pretrans in the pre-event estimate, which enables me to identify causal effects of his visit. So for the sake of time, I can't show them, but I implement a bunch of robustness checks, permutation tests. I also implement matching exercises. I drop one district at a time. I control for spatial autocorrelation, and I also build an ID strategy using the number of times a district is in a given itinerary. And my results are robust. So now I hope I convinced you that he had an effect. He did increase the adoption of the name in the new language. And now I will show you some mechanism, I'm still working on it, that I identified to understand what's really happened. So as a first exercise to understand what was, if it's something about him that happened, I collected similar data on the visit implemented by İsmet İnönü, the prime minister and Atatürk's second man. Knowing that both visits had the same purpose. And the idea is to see if there is something specific about Atatürk that could be charisma or prestige or his status as a president that explain the effect. So I run a heterogeneity analysis depending on whether Atatürk, Inonu, or both visited, on a full sample and on a sample removing the targeted cities. I don't have the same level of information for Inonu's visits. And what I find is that the Atatürk effect is constantly larger and significant compared to the Inonu effect that is smaller or loose or not significant when I introduce Atatürk. So this shows that he had something specific that it can drive the effect. So as a second mechanism, I want to understand if he persuaded people locally or rather coordinated, that is, coordinated people that already had nationalist views locally. So to do so, I also ran some heterogeneity analysis using the presence of Ottoman nationalistic club, the Turkish Hearth, Türk Ocakları, and what we can see is that the effect is mostly driven by places that had those nationalistic clubs before 1923, which suggests that he mostly coordinated people locally. And finally, I use the large amount of information available on his activities, and I was in particular able to code whether who he met, if he met with local elites, had dinner with the mayors, met with military leaders or economic elites, or whether he met with the crowds, and whether he held a speech. And what we can see is that, so here is my baseline result in the first column. We can see in the second column that making a speech either publicly or privately has a stronger effect. And mostly that also that the effect is driven by places where he met with local elites and not with the crowd. So this suggests that the effect is mostly due to a successful co-optation of local elites locally and to communication. So to conclude, my question was, can a leader shape identity and legitimize a new political order? So yes, he did increase the use of the new language. And how he did so, well, I can show that it's about something about him, that he coordinated people, co-opted local elites, and was efficient in communicating. So the charisma here could be seen as a selection, an equilibrium selection device. But there are a lot of other things I can do to really understand what happens locally. So I want to see if, for an example, after a visit, more resources or more institutions were open that could explain the persistence of the effect. I want to unpack also the propaganda content and do a textual analysis of his speeches. I collected the entire corpus of the speeches he made and look at various medium and long run outcome on votes, development, religious outcome. I'm a bit out of time, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Lydia. Great presentation, and unsurprisingly, given how interesting this is, we already have a bunch of questions. So let me give you all of the questions just so you have them, and then maybe you can respond as you can in the remaining time. So one question, an important one: can you provide any thoughts on external validity? Yeah, I would personally add to that. You know, you can imagine external validity to different sort of institutional environments, contextual environments. You could also imagine, you know, you've already spoken to this, but the particular characteristics of Atatürk relative to other types of leaders. Another question, I was curious if there are any other outcome variables we could look at. Are these districts more likely to become more Turkish in other ways that we can measure? Tax compliance, army enlistment, and are these magnitudes of change large or small, and relative to what benchmarks? Another question, Mohammed raises the issue that secularization had been ongoing in the Ottoman Empire even before World War And he says, this won't affect your empirics, but it alters the overall narrative. So it's sort of conditional on an ongoing process. How would you reconcile this also with what we now see, the impact of a particular modern leader is among, support for Erdogan among Kemalists, and in a sense, this very, very surprising combination of opposites, Islamism and nationalism, and an idea of maybe reviving Ottoman pride. Another question from Ben Marx: do the cities visited by Ataturk also get any other benefits like greater public spending? And Dan Hungerman: I wonder if people ever name their kids after him. I know you and I have actually talked about this in the past, so maybe you can talk briefly about that. Does that count as a name in the new language? So yeah, those are the questions for now, and I'm sure many of us will want to talk to you more about this project down the road, but take 6 minutes if you would. Oh, one more actually, let me just add. Could it be possible that after his visit, birth registrations become more regulated? And does that do something to sort of your counts? So anything on the measurement side, if you would. Okay, now I'll be quiet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So for the external validity, yes, it's a great question. So what happens is really at a critical juncture. So we can think about other type of leaders that seize windows of opportunities in critical juncture and can have an effect. So of course the environment counts, and leaders can have effects in this moment where history changes in their setting. For other outcomes, yes, I would like to work on this. That's what I said, to look indeed at long-run state capacity and tax compliance. For the magnitude, I found that the effect, so in I didn't show the regression tables, but in the diff, I found a 10, that his effect is an increase of 10% compared to the sample mean, which is quite a large effect. But he mostly visited urban areas where only 20% of the population lived, 80% were on the countryside. So I don't think he reached like the big mass. He mostly managed to rally an elite in the urban areas. So you have to, if the effect is large, it's only in a small part of the population. Yes, completely, like the secularization process had already started, and I really think he used this as an opportunity. I would love to be able to see that, like I tried to collect data on religious leaders and ulemas that potentially already started working in more secular and modern institutions to see heterogeneity. So I see if I can do something about it. But yes, he sees the opportunity of a process that was already lasting and starting in the Ottoman Empire. And so, yes, so to understand, so in the literature, if you look at the soccer paper by Depretis et al. Or the 4th of July paper, we see that ceremonies like this can have persistent effects. And here I found a persistent effect, but I would love to be able to understand. Like there is a bunch of subsequent events after a visit or after a parade that can explain such a persistence. And I do believe that those places receive greater resources. So I collected data on the number of books. I haven't used them yet, but books received, the opening of some new nationalistic clubs, the Halk Evleri, the People's House that Ataturk also opened to do his propaganda. And I want to see if those places are more likely to have those institutions or receive more resources. That would explain, I think, more the persistent effect, I believe, than just simply seeing the leader. And for the birth registration, so I actually, it's a great question and I should know about it. I've never read anything about that, and mostly the state capacity like of the Ottoman Empire was quite good. So I think like birth registration was not systematically an issue, but to be honest, I should dig more on it. Like I'm not certain like there was a systematic difference in registration, but I've never read anything about it. Thank you very much. I hope I answered to everything on time.
That's fantastic. Super quick. Great to also give us 1 minute or so to transition, give some attendees a chance to catch their breath a little bit. I'll now transfer the hosting responsibilities to Sara. So it's been, great to listen to these amazing papers on the political economy of religion and in some ways secularization in the Islamic world. Yeah, I just find this a fascinating area. So thanks to all the presenters for really, really thought-provoking papers. And thanks for all the comments to the attendees. And I'll sign off. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that very nice session. We're now going to transit to the next session, and we'll start in about a minute. So thanks very much for joining us. In this next part of ASREC 24, we have, I'm Shreya Iyer, and we have four wonderful scholars in this session. We have Hans Joachim Voth, Sehun Orkan Sakali, Federico Trombetta, and Jörg Gutmann is subbing in for Stefan Voigt in this particular session. So may I just remind everyone who's watching that you can submit questions in the Q&A or in the chat if you're a panelist. So without further ado, may I hand over the floor to Hans Joachim Voth from the University of Zurich.
Sara, thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you all for being here. So this is joint work with Mauricio Drelikman and Jordi Vidal Robert. And we're in the fortunate position of being able to sort of share the punchline of this paper in a single image. With apologies to Monty Python, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition to still matter today, but it does. And it makes a big difference. That's what we want to convince you of. So we're going to examine the long-run impact of the Spanish Inquisition. Why is it interesting? Well, there's a lot of work on religion, the economic impact of religion, going back to Max Weber and very rich literature on the consequences of big gods and so on. And our sense was that there's a little bit less on the consequences of religious persecution. So our religious freedom is a basic human right recognized by the UN. But if you actually look around the globe, something like 57% of the world population lives in countries that do not permit religious freedom. And that can vary from North Korea, where all religion is banned, to some countries like Saudi Arabia, at the opposite end of the spectrum, where there's only one religion allowed. So what we want to do is to see what we can actually say about the economic consequences of a particularly intrusive institution that for an extended period made it its business to involve itself in the everyday practice of religion and everyday life in the Spanish Peninsula. So it's one of the longest lived interventions, and it's an extreme form of social control, lasts for 350 years. It starts in the late 15th century, and it comes from this concern that there's many Jews who converted, but may actually be only Christian in name. And the same is true of Muslims. After the Reconquista of Spain, Spain has a lot of religious heterogeneity. And the aim of the Inquisition is to basically stamp out all heretical behavior. to maintain ecclesiastical discipline, enforce uniformity, and it subjects the clergy to intense scrutiny. It regularly visits locations throughout Spanish territory, asking people to come forward, confess their own sins, and also tell about the sins of their neighbors. And we're going to look at Spain because it's the most famous of inquisitions, but this is a worldwide phenomenon. Very large parts of the globe have been touched by the Inquisition, either because they're Spanish territories or because they had similar institutions themselves. So Portugal institutes its own kind of Inquisition, even when they're not part of Spain, as they are under Philip II for a brief period. In the New World, Spain implements this principally in New Spain, but also in Peru. The two Sicilies have a form of the Inquisition. The Papal States do this. So there's a very large number of territories where similar things actually go on. So, I mentioned this. Let me just show you one thing that's sort of striking as a punchline to what we find. This is just plotting GDP per capita in Spanish municipalities in 1999. And we distinguish two types of municipalities: those that have a high impact of the Inquisition in the period 1500 to 1830 when it's abolished, and those that have low impact, and I'll explain in a second what that actually means. But the thing you're meant to take away is that these look startlingly different. There's a very large difference in average GDP between these two groups. And we're going to try to tell you that we actually think there's good reasons to believe that this is actually causal. So that's where we want to go, okay? This is why we think the Inquisition matters. The Inquisition is organized in different tribunals. So there are different areas of Spain just assigned to one tribunal, and this head tribunal then is in charge of enforcing religious orthodoxy. So it's not a locally devolved institution, but it's basically organized at a fairly high level of aggregation. Okay, so there's the key of the Inquisition procedures is what's known as the trial of faith. And there's a very tightly regimented procedure. At the time, it's actually quite modern in terms of procedure. So there's a separate process for indictment, for discovery, for sentencing. There's safeguards against safe testimony. There's even a public defender if you don't have your own. Has a bit of a limited role, but still you have it. Then if you don't have a unanimous view by the judges, then the whole thing goes into review by the Supreme Council, okay? So the core or the most important thing of persecution here is denunciation. People hardly denounce themselves, but their neighbors might denounce them or other people. And this is secret, meaning the Inquisition will not say who told, but it's not anonymous. You have to come in and you have to tell them what it is that you think your neighbor did wrong. And if they're not so keen on pork, maybe they're actually of a different religion, but not saying so. Okay, so then the prosecutors has to indict, and he needs the agreement of the tribunal to do that. Then you get arrested and arraigned, and then there's discovery. And as part of that, witnesses will be heard. They're often very good at incriminating others, in addition to the accused. And there will be confessions in some cases. This is where torture comes in. We're not quite sure how often it gets used, but it does get used, though its use is fairly regimented. It's not the sort of semi-random process by which people just do what they want. And then you have a sentence being passed. You can be acquitted, or you can be punished. And sometimes they just say, we're not quite sure enough that you're innocent, so we'll just keep it under review. Okay, we'll just keep it hanging over your head. Okay, so here's the standard imagery of what the Inquisition is up to, and they do use all of these things, though there's debate about the extent to which torture is actually applied. Okay, so the whole thing then results in the worst cases in what is known as an auto da fe, which is a sort of big public spectacle in which heretics are put to death. in a very public manner. Okay, so the whole process and procedure, as you can see, is meant to intimidate. So what do we do? Well, the first thing is that we're the first to actually compile a comprehensive data set on the scale of this persecution. So the Inquisition is very good at record keeping, but it's so popular that when it's abolished, most of these records are actually destroyed by the happy population trying to show its gratitude for 350 years of suppression. The thing that survives are the so-called relaciones de causas. So these are summary case reports that the tribunals send every year to the Supreme Council. And that's because they're not locally kept, that's why they survive. So that's what we look at. We take from these the names of the defendants, the gender, the age, the status, the place of residence, crucially, which we then geocode, and the alleged offenses. And what we then have is 36,000 observations that are directly coming from these original relaciones de causas, plus another 7,500 from the original case files for Toledo, where they have survived. So in total, we have about 50,000 manuscript pages from 15 tribunals that we code up. And we have another 22,000 observations from other tribunals where this has been documented in the secondary literature. So that gives us a total of about 66,000 observations. And this is what these case summaries look like. So you can see the name, you can see what they're accused of, and whether they're actually convicted or not. Okay, so this is what the raw data looks like. This is the patchwork of Spain, Spanish municipalities, and the darker the color, the more persecution you get. Okay, so like this, you just see that there's sort of sweep of colors, but you don't really see much beyond that. So these are the distribution of sentences. As you can see in the beginning, there's a wave of death sentences. There's quite a bit of corporal punishment always. There are acquittals, but they only really become a big thing in the 18th century. There's the biggest category is spiritual, where somebody just has to do penance of a particular kind. Another thing to keep in mind is the Inquisition is self-financing, meaning it has to actually pay its bills, including salaries, from the fines that they levy on people accused and then convicted. Okay, so what the Inquisition acts on inner beliefs and on outward behavior. These can be culturally transmitted, with arguably the strongest channel probably at the family level. Of course, migration is going to undercut some of that. And you're going to have measurement error, especially where people move a lot. So what we do is the first thing is we compile a measure of inquisitorial intensity, which is to say, what is the share of years when we have data when somebody from this town is involved in an active trial? Okay, so you could think of other ways of scaling it, number of cases per population and so forth. But we think since the Inquisition mainly works on fear, having people around you who are being accused, persecuted, is probably the key variable. And whether you're in a town of 50,000 or 5,000, having that person around probably doesn't make that much of a difference. So what we then do is combine this with a bunch of outcome variables. We have data from the Spanish Survey Institute on opinions and attitudes, on trust. We're going to use education measure, and we have data on per capita income. So now I'm going to skip this. So we're going to use municipal nightlight luminosity as a proxy for economic activity. This is what it looks like, as you would expect. Madrid's very bright, and so is Barcelona, Valencia, but the rest is pretty dark. And this is what we get. So if we take this adjusted impact measure, meaning what's the share of years in which somebody was persecuted in your community, how many, what is the impact on GDP? And the effect is fairly large. So if you go from no persecution to persecution every single year, there's no observation like that, but just to get the sense of the orders of magnitude, then we estimate that your GDP is going to be lower by a quarter to a half. Okay, so the impact's huge. The more we control for things, the smaller the coefficient gets, but it doesn't go away even in a very saturated setting with a very high R squared. So that's what the pattern for GDP looks like. Now, of course, before we actually believe any of this persistent stuff over very long periods, we should actually show that it sort of works on intermediating variables, causal things, or possible channels in a plausible way. The first thing that we find is that has a very important effect on religiosity. So if you do these surveys and you say, how often do you attend church or any other measure of religious belief, that is very strongly correlated with the intensity of religious persecution. So in these places, there's more religious activity. Now, of course, we don't know what that was like before the Inquisition came along, but it sort of points to a local equilibrium where there's just higher religiosity, and this seems to have economic consequences. If we look at education, the Inquisition is not pro-education. There's some parts of the Catholic Church that are pro-education, namely the Jesuits, but the Inquisition is definitely, partly because it's self-financing and so forth, it's going after educated people, people who might actually think for themselves, say things that are dangerous or maybe just controversial. So being educated is not a thing you want to be if the Inquisition is around. And what we find is that these areas actually have markedly fewer people who have at least a high school degree or more. And again, you can run that any way you like. Throwing in extra controls, you always get the same thing. It's super strong. The next thing we do is to say, okay, well, the Inquisition also works on distrust, right? If your neighbor might rat you out, you're constantly worried that somebody's denouncing you and so forth. This will actually increase tensions between people, and that may have consequences. So this is, a 20th century outcome, but not a contemporary outcome. We actually use this data on mass graves and massacres during the Spanish Civil War, one of the ugliest conflicts in the 20th century. And as you can see, the probability of having a mass grave basically more than doubles if you had a lot of Inquisition persecution in your municipality. And the number of bodies in Civil War graves goes up. So it's the intensive and the extensive margin of civic conflict that's systematically higher in those areas that were hit the hardest by the Inquisition. Okay. Then we look at trust. So here, of course, we're down to quite low numbers because this is the number of people surveyed in different towns. That's not very great, and the number of towns is not very great. So we aggregate this to the municipality level. So we lose a good part of our sample. But again, we actually find a strong negative impact. So this generalized trust question seems to correlate strongly negatively with the intensity of religious persecution, which is sort of where we started off thinking about this, right? The whole literature on, say, the underdevelopment of southern Italy, going back to Banfield and so forth, says trust is low. Why is that? And one view is it's just anthropological, it's Banfield, it's the amoral familism problem. But then you think about, it's true that there's this general gradient, Mediterranean versus Northern European countries, but something that's common to the Mediterranean countries that have low trust, and even sort of the variation within, say, a place like Italy, it's those areas where you had this historical institution of the Inquisition that show much less trust. Now, of course, the cross-country thing isn't terribly interesting. It correlates with a million other things. So that's why we actually went to Spain. We actually dug in at the within-country data. Now, the most obvious concern or problem is that, of course, you don't know if these places didn't already have low trust, low education, high religiosity, and they're just, they were screwed up in 1500 and they're still screwed up today. And as part of the screwed up package of the past, you got a lot of inquisitorial persecution as well. So here's one thing that we did that tries to address this, and all the variables we'd ideally want, like an opinion survey in 1500 of how trusting are you of your neighbors, they're a little hard to get. So what we do instead is to go for an indicator of both wealth and the ability of the local population to solve collective action problems with a sort of community-minded spirit behind it. So hospitals at the time, They're not provided by any municipality. They're mostly not provided by religious orders. They're mostly just civic foundations, people in a town getting together saying, okay, we need a hospital. We need to look after sick people. How are we going to do it? And then people chip in. So we know from the historical records and the narratives that this is a good indicator both of wealth at the time and of civic mindedness. And what we find is that, interestingly, the Inquisition hits those towns that have hospitals much harder than those places where they don't have them. And that, we think, makes sense because, remember, the Inquisition is self-financing. So they need to go where the money is, just like bank robbers. And that's what they do. So while we do not have good GDP estimates, we can just show you on this map here, if you focus on the left for a second, this is the map of inquisitorial intensity down by Malaga. Every H is where a hospital is. And you can see that almost all the areas of high or very high inquisitorial intensity have hospitals, meaning they're historically rich and collaborative. But then if I now take this inquisitorial intensity and run it against the income residuals that I have for today, the pattern is perfectly inverse, meaning that it seems likely to us, at least, that the Inquisition actually didn't go to the poor places where there wasn't anything to get, and they're already stuck in a bad equilibrium. If anything, they had all the makings of a much better set of local outcomes, including economic outcomes, and it destroyed this local equilibrium. Okay. So we can control for this by throwing in the hospitals, trying to get rid of this internal assignment problem in the background. Nothing changes in terms of our results. This is the impact on economic performance. We can do the same thing for religion, for education, civil war deaths, and trust, and we always get what we had before, but with this extra twist. So what have I shown you? We have the first comprehensive data set on very localized religious persecution as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. And we show that it correlates with higher religiosity, with lower trust, lower income, as well as a great deal more violence during the Spanish Civil War when the external constraints on violence are reduced. And because we're doing this exercise with this historical indicator of wealth and the presence of local hospitals, we think that this is actually causal. It's not an omitted variable problem that creates this high intensity. But part of the aggregate impact in Spain is driven by the fact that the Inquisition goes after those places that are richest, most educated, most cooperative, and there it actually reduces all of these desirable variables.
Thank you so much, Hans-Joachim, for that very fascinating presentation. We do have a couple of questions for you from some of our participants. So Gyuhi Jiang asks, how about measurement error in the intensity of case trials? Since they come from survived documents, do you worry the survival rate of historical documents relates to economic fundamentals?
Yeah, so because they actually sent in the documents every year, we're not terribly worried. So in Galicia, the data is bad. We know that. So there's a lot of stuff missing from Galicia. We sometimes put it in, we sometimes take it out. For the rest, we're fairly confident we're not missing too much. Why? Because remember, the biggest source that we have are these relaciones de causas, these summaries of cases that you send in every year. But then we also have, for a bunch of tribunals, this super micro data where you have the case file. You know, somebody says, here, Sria, we persecuted her. Here's the 50 pages. So we can actually cross-check, and we're basically not missing anything, right? So the incentive was always to report everything. The stuff, if it got lost, they send another copy. It's the big sort of atomic bomb of when the Inquisition disappears that all the documents get destroyed, and then we don't have the super detailed blow-by-blow account of how you confessed and so forth, which is a great shame. But in terms of just getting the numbers right at the municipal level, we're like, you know, of course, everything in history is a bit messy, but we're pretty confident this is about, this is in the upper 10% of historical data.
Thank you. You have many other questions. So Alice Holman asks, so were there better institutions then where there is lower trust today?
So that's a great question. Quality of historical institutions, hard to tell, right? So, you know, we have these aggregate measures, people code up. I'm never quite sure how much to trust them. My guess would be that, you know, the thing that really makes sort of things work at the local level is somewhere between an institution as a set of written rules and what people just feel is the right thing to do and do it anyway. And that's what we're sort of getting with the hospitals. Now there you mix in things like wealth and philanthropy, but our sense is strongly that that's a reasonable indicator of the stuff that goes into this package. And yes, because the Inquisition hits these places so hard, partly it has to, because it otherwise can't pay its bills, you destroy exactly the sort of seed corns of civil society, which to my mind explains a lot about subsequent development in Spain and cultural divergence.
Thank you. Ellie Berman has a couple of questions for you as well. So Ellie asks, is there an underlying theory that understands the Inquisition as an instrument to break political opposition in order to consolidate political control and extract rents? In that sense, is it similar to the English Civil War?
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting point. So it clearly gets started as a way to defend the faith and basically also deal with local heretics. The second you create institutions, they acquire a life of their own. So they do a million things. And, you know, I love sort of counterintuitive, paradoxical things. One of the things the Inquisition does do is because they're in charge of persecuting witchcraft. They actually have an inquisitor who does look at witch trials for 20 years and then participates himself, persecutes, and then convinces himself that this is all rubbish, that these are all sort of local vengeance cases, and that there's just absolutely nothing to these stories of women flying around on broomsticks and sort of having sex with Satan and stuff like that. And he actually writes a memo and says, you know, I think this is all bullshit. And then they do something that we academics love. They basically do a sort of public hearing where people argue in favor and against at the Supreme Tribunal in Madrid. And they say, we're actually convinced this is bullshit. So whereas Germany persecutes and kills 40,000 witches, in Spain the number is sort of in the low double digits. So don't always knock the Inquisition. It's really bad, but because, you know, like all bureaucracies, as soon as it's created, it acquires its life of its own. There's a lot of things going on. So I think you really can't sort of reduce it to a mono-dimensional thing.
Thank you very much. I actually had one small question about spiritual penance, which you spoke about. What form did spiritual penance take in this context?
Well, I mean, again, there's a very wide range, right? So you might be, if it's very mild and they just want a symbolic rap on your knuckles, then, you know, a couple of rosaries will do. But you can be asked to sort of undertake a pilgrimage. You know, there's no limit to the things you might be asked to do, but most of these are sort of small and symbolic. It basically says, we don't think there's much here, but we're not quite ready to acquit you either.
Just to point out that Ellie Berman has responded to your answer saying, thank you from the spiritual descendants of Marranos and witches. So on that note, thank you very much, Hans-Joachim, for a wonderful presentation. And now we move on to our next speaker. This is Sehun Sakali, who's going to talk about the refugees' dilemma, evidence from Jewish migration out of Nazi Germany. So welcome, Sehun.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. It's a bit intimidating to talk about persecution of Jews in Germany after Hans-Joachim's talk, but here we go. So this is a joint work with my former colleagues Johannes Bugle and Matthias Tonic from University of Lausanne and Thierry Meyer from Sciences Po. So what we do in this paper is to look at the migration decisions of Jews from Nazi Germany. So the motivating factor for this study is that conflict, despite the fact that conflict is a major driver of international migration, our understanding of the decision to flee that many people take in a context of violence is limited. So, for example, we do not know how well integrated individuals factor in the threat to their personal security and say, okay, maybe it's time to leave now. And we all know that migration restrictions in destination countries prevent people from fleeing and escape death, but we don't know to what extent. So quantification in that way is quite limited. So there are few empirical work on these questions precisely because of the fact that violence prevents data collection. Yet these questions are extremely policy relevant because of published backlash of public opinions in the recent refugee crisis during the Syrian crisis. So just to give you some numbers, this is a public opinion poll from the US dating November 2015. What we have here is that only 28% of the respondents said that they would agree to settle 10,000 refugees without any religious screening. And you might think that this is like, you know, post 9/11 era, and there's anti-Muslim sentiments. But if you look at the history, we see that this was a persistent thing, and the public opinions towards the refugees were somewhat similar. So here we have another survey dating January 1939, and this poll was taken just after the Kristallnacht, Night of the Broken Glass, when there was a proposal to allow 10,000 refugee children from Germany to the United States. And at that period as well, only 30% of the population agreed with this idea. So what we do in this paper is to take a historical perspective to study migration decisions in a context of violence. And we are going to do that by focusing on the persecution and emigration of Jews in Nazi Germany. So what we observe in the data that is puzzling is that by October 1938, just before the Kristallnacht, more than 70% of the entire German Jewish population were still living in Nazi Germany. And this was despite the fact that there were years of persecution and emigration was up to that point encouraged by the Nazi authorities. So we try to deal with this question and ask why so many people stayed despite all of these mistreatment. So we test two hypotheses. The first one is, could it be the fact that people misperceived the actual level of threat? And the second one is, to what extent whether migration frictions and restrictions affected people's migration capabilities. And we are going to try to look at how changes in migration policies and perception of threat would affect migration levels. So what we are going to do is we are going to build a random utility model of migration that takes into account network externalities in a violent context. And we are going to highlight the role of network externalities and importance of policies. So to be able to do that, we are going to use a novel and unique individual level data set that traces persecution and migration of German Jewish community after 1933. So what we find is that social networks played an important role in migration decisions. We identify two effects. One that is what we call the threat effect. Persecution of peers increases the likelihood of emigrating. And similarly, migration of peers affect out-migration possibility positively. Here, using a structural estimation method, we disentangle two migration spillover effects. One of them is well established in the literature, the diaspora effect. This is the effect of expanding networks in destination countries. On top of that, we identify what we call an exodus effect, which plays a particular role in violent context with mass refugee outflow. And this is the effect of shrinking networks in utility, which reduces the utility of staying in Germany, hence acts as a push factor. And then we are gonna use the structural parameters of the model to simulate several counterfactual policies to show that the effects were large. There were dynamic spillover effects, and migration policies hindered many people from potentially migrating. So let me tell you a little bit about the context and the data that we are going to use. In 1933, there were about 500,000 Jews living in Germany. They were a small fraction of the population, and they were well assimilated and integrated in the German society. Interesting for our identification strategy, Jewish communities were spread over the entire area of the German Reich. And for our story, it's important to note that social relationships within the Jewish community was very strong. So during the Nazi period, there was exclusion of Jews from the German life to push them out of emigration. One important date is the Nuremberg laws that passed the citizenship and blood law that defined Jewishness as a race and started legally persecuting them. And then this increasing violence culminated in the 1938 November pogroms, which triggered a lot of migration. So what we think in terms of personal persecution in this setup is the detainment, which is known as the protective custody. So the idea here was that the Nazi government was taking Jews into the protective custody in order to save them from the rightful vengeance of the German people. So an interesting aspect of this protective custody was that this was quite idiosyncratic at the local level and reflected local anti-Semitism. So we use a data set that is provided to us by the German Federal Archives. So this data set was commissioned by the German government in 2004 to have a scientifically sound and complete list of Jewish residents. So German Federal Archives compiled more than 10,000 resources over the last 10 years, and this is a still ongoing process. So what we have in this data set is individual level biographic information on 484,000 Jews in Germany. And we also have information on the migration and deportation status and date of 285,000 Jews. To our best knowledge, this data has not been analyzed quantitatively before. So it's a great data set, but it has some limitations due to privacy. We have some missing information about migration or deportation because of the retrospective data collection. So let me briefly show you what the data looks like. So what we have here is an example of the data set. We have first name of the people who are born before 1919. And then we know their birth date, birth cities, last known place of residence, their immigration status, where they immigrated, when they immigrated, whether they were deported, in which date, and if they were detained, in which year. So the idea here is that by looking at the birth date and birth city of people, we try to get to this idea of Jewish communities, and we try to tag who might know each other. So these are people who are from the same town around the similar age. And then what we do, we compare people who are living in the same town, but who have different networks. And we then take a look at how people react to the information that is coming from their network in terms of persecution and migration status. And on top of that, we are going to use the first names to have an idea of the identity of the Jews. So for example, people who have given names like Ruth and Aaron to their children are more likely to be less integrated to the German society than people who would be giving more German sounding names like Julius or Rudolf. So this is the data and the basic idea we have here. So I want to show a few facts before moving on more to the details of our study. So what we have here is the rate of migration, rate of stayers, and rate of non-detained here. So what we see is that migration was few in the beginning, and then after the Kristallnacht, there was a greater number of migration. And interestingly, detainment was an extremely rare asynchronous event, idiosyncratic event at the local level until the Kristallnacht. And during the Kristallnacht, along with pogroms, there were so many Jews that were detained. So just to give the broad migration information on the broad migration patterns. So what we see in the data is that until 1936, Palestine was the primary destination. And due to the Arab revolt, as a result of the Jewish migration to Palestine, in 1936, the UK government imposed a quota on the number of Jews that can migrate to Palestine, and then it stops being the top destination. And along with this, what we observe is that in the initial years, migration was more towards to the countries that are close to Germany, and then it started to become more pronounced towards countries that are far away. This is because of the Nazi threat. And this was a valid concern for Jews because 50% of the migrants to Netherlands were later deported after the annexation of Netherlands, and similar rate is 1/3 for France. And something that we see observing the aggregate numbers that is interesting is that Shanghai becomes a primary destination for Jews. And this was precisely because of the fact that Shanghai didn't impose any migration restrictions on anyone coming from Europe. All right. So just to put things together, how do we think about the role of social networks in this context? So as I mentioned, social relationships within the Jewish community were the cornerstone of Jewish life in Germany. And despite the persecution and the Holocaust, there is enough surviving anecdotal evidence to make us think that there were intensive discussions within the Jewish community about the extent of persecution and migration prospects. So how do we think about the networks here? We think first that networks, social networks aggregate information on the extent of persecution. So in such a setting, public information is partly unreliable, and it could be that some people are not directly exposed to persecution themselves, but they might be indirectly exposed through their peers and relatives who either witness persecution or they are persecuted themselves. So our hypothesis is that an individual is more likely to emigrate if her peers are persecuted. All right. And then we also expect migration spillovers. So if more migrants, more peers migrate, you are also more likely to migrate out. And here we make a distinction between two effects. The first one is the one that is well established in the literature, which is the diaspora effect. And here we have an expanding network in the destination country that is acting as a pull factor. And on the other hand, in such a context, it could be that there's a shrinking network in the origin country, which is reducing the utility of staying in Germany because of wage depreciation, lack of ethno-religious amenities, so on and so forth. So it could be that this acts as a push factor from Germany as well. So to set the ideas, so it could be that if Aaron flees to New York, this would increase the likelihood of his friend David to move not only to the US, but also to the Palestine. So there is diaspora and exodus effects would be both potentially in effect. So how do we build networks? Whenever you want to look at peer effects, there is this potential of correlated effects. So in order to be able to abstract from this to our best, what we focus on is the distant peers. So what we understand from distant peers is the people who are born in the same town, but who live in another town than the individual himself or herself from the same age cohort. So here the idea is that distant peers are exposed to different shocks and contexts and migration incentives than the person herself, so that the effects are less likely to be correlated. And this age restriction acts to exclude parents or children from the definition of peers. And this different city residence also excludes spouses from the definition of peers. So what do we see is here I'm plotting the distribution of Jewish communities as birth cities and where they lived. So 40% of the Jews were living in towns that were not their city of birth. So there was quite a bit of variation in where one's peers lived. And here we see the spatial variation in the local pull and push factors. There's a positive correlation between the detainment at the local level and the migration at the local level, and there was quite a bit of spatial variation. So here our idea is that you have friends who are living in the different towns. So depending on your age, your network structures changing for each individual, and your distant peers are exposed to shocks that are not observed to you. And you look at what they're observing, which brings you like information about the persecution and migration incentives. And this affects your decision-taking process. So how do we estimate this? We estimate the probability of migration on the network migration rate and detainment rate. And we also control for some individual factors. So here, migration decision is taken by an individual I from city of residence R, born in the city of birth B, with the network that depends on his and her age in a given year. So we have a single spell data here. Whenever someone migrates, he or she leaves the data, right? So, and we have different fixed effect structures. We are going to have like year fixed effects, and we are going to have city by year fixed effects. We are going to focus on the estimation sample of 1941, because after 1941, immigration was virtually impossible. And we are going to focus on, as decision makers, adults as of 1933. So here we see the first table. Migration of network members has a positive effect on the likelihood of migrating in a given year. And interestingly, as I said, there's a positive correlation between detainment in the city of residence and migration decision. And despite controlling for both of these, detainment rate of network members who are living other towns has also a positive effect on the likelihood of migrating. Okay. So in column 2, we control for city of residence by year fixed effects. So we are comparing decisions taken in a given year across individuals in the same town. And here, all the information, relevant information is coming from peers that are living in different towns. And here still we have, we observe a positive effect. So then we look at a little bit, dig into the learning and how it works. So we ask the question, who are the individuals who update their beliefs when observing new information on persecution? We do it by looking at heterogeneous effects. So we expect larger migration responses when the information on persecution is new, or when it comes as a surprise to individuals. So I'll just show you one table here. So what we do, we interact detainment of network members with something that we build as a measure of identity, which is the Jewish name index. So it shows how likely that a name given appears among Jewish population than the German population. So here the idea is that the whole detainment effect is coming from people who had given their children, who had names that are more German sounding. So it's not Ruth and Aaron that is reacting to this information. It's more like, Hans, Joachim, or Otto, because these people were feeling relatively safe. And when they hear about detainment of their network members, they tend to update their peers more, and they migrate out. And similarly, we see the effect is coming largely from people who haven't been detained themselves. And then interestingly, this effect is stronger before the Kristallnacht. After Kristallnacht, it was scramble for migration for all Jews. They were all trying to find a destination country. But before 1938, this private information was much more limited. And those who had peers that were persecuted migrated out earlier. So we do the same at the city level, and we find that detainment has a smaller effect in cities that experienced anti-Semitism before the period. And we also look at the effect with respect to network characteristics, and the effect is larger if friends are farther away, so providing a new observation, new information compared to what a person can observe. All right, so I don't have much time, so I want to just give the gist of the structural estimation and move to the counterfactuals. So what we do is we develop a random utility model of emigration. And the idea here is to estimate a structural model in a violent context. And what we do here is to exploit the destination choice of individuals, the peers, to be able to build a tier-based aggregation of pull factors in the migration decision of individuals. And controlling for this theory-based pull factors, that is called inclusive utility, in the out-migration decision model will allow us to disentangle exodus effect from the diaspora effect. And then by using the structural estimate parameters from the model, we are gonna perform some counterfactual policies. Just to give some idea about the model, so here the decision taking is modeled as a nested logit. So what happens is that people first decide on whether to stay or not. And then once they decide to leave, they look at the potential destination countries and decide on which country to go. But depending on the utility coming from all of these destinations, one can, in the first place, decide to leave or not. So we start with the lower level decision process using a gravity model to predict inclusive utility, which aggregates all relevant information coming from the migration decisions of all relevant information regarding potential utility coming from destination to any migration to any destination. And then we control for this in the out-migration decision, which allows us to disentangle the exodus effect from the diaspora effect. Here, inclusive utility doesn't capture just the diaspora effect. It captures also the attractiveness, aggregate attractiveness of destination countries, but partly it captures the diaspora effect, which allows us to disentangle the two migration spillovers. So what we find is that both diaspora and exodus effects are at work and increase the likelihood of migration. So we use these 3 parameters and 5 parameters that are coming from the gravity equation to be able to perform some counterfactuals. So I'll skip some of these to be able to tell you the counterfactual scenarios that we consider. So we consider 5 different scenarios. One of them is unilateral opening of the US border. So this was suggested in the Senate in 1939 after the Crystal Nacht, which didn't get passed out. So we look at it and see, like, what if 5,000 individuals were allowed in 1936 after the Nuremberg laws? How would it change the migration patterns? And then what if UK government had not imposed the quota in Palestine? And what if countries did not impose any work restrictions on Jewish immigrants? And what if half of the transportation cost was subsidized? And what if people had the perception of threat that was actualized after the Kristallnacht? So what we find is that removing work restrictions, travel subsidy to all port destinations, and migration, additional migrants to the US had the largest effect. And we have 2 versions here, one non-instrumented and instrumented, and the effect varies by 10 to 22%, 10 to 20% for these 2 parameters. And for closing of Palestine, subsidy, travel subsidy to the US, and post-Nuremberg perception of the threat, the estimated effect is around 5 to 10%. So the takeaway message is that policies significantly increase total outmigration compared to the status quo, and it was the effect is smaller for perception of threat than the migration policies of the countries. Sorry, I'm too much out of time. So let me conclude. So in this paper, we construct a random utility model of migration, and we highlight the fact that network externalities play the first order role in a dynamic way, and counterfactual policy scenarios show large effects that are amplified due to network externalities. Maybe we can go over more technical stuff if there are any questions about this.
Thank you so much, Sehun, both for the excellent paper and the presentation. You have questions here. So Dimitrios Minos asks, any chance that individuals with German-sounding names had better access to information?
We don't believe so. What we can see is that there's no, what we do, we can differentiate network members in terms of their names. And if you compare the information coming from friends who have German sounding names and Jewish sounding names in terms of distribution, they're pretty similar. So it looks like they were not differentially exposed to persecution. Yeah.
And Hans-Joachim had asked, what about within Germany networks that inform of persecution? Maybe things are not so bad locally, but I know someone in X, which is very vicious, but he also says that you probably did try to answer that as well. Is there anything further you'd want to comment on that point?
Yeah, so in this result that I haven't shown, we try to basically look at this effects by location of the friends. So this could be interesting to you. What we find is that the effect is coming from network members who are living farther away from one another. So it looks like to us, people are reacting more to people who are farther away from them, who are giving information that one cannot locally know about through either newspapers or local networks. So this seems to be the case.
So Ellie Berman says, Seyhun, thank you for a fascinating paper. To what extent do you think that the network effects that you discover are formal organizations such as Zionist youth movements organized to enable migration?
It's a very good question. We haven't collected data on this to be able to control for such local source of information. But what we have is that we have CTO residence by year fixed effect. So at the local level where people live, we are controlling for all this relevant information in over time. So, and our network definition is varying by people depending on their birth date. So we consider only people that are 5 years older and younger than you, so who are likely to be your cousins or your friends from school or from your local community. So there, even information is specific to the birth city, given that the information is coming from resident town, all these friends who are age specific to you. So we shouldn't be capturing that. But it's something that we should clarify in the paper as a concern.
Yes. Giovanni Prorolo asks, it says that it's very striking that anticipating the threat would have increased migration by so little, 3 to 5%.
So one part of the issue is whether they anticipated or not. The second thing here, what we are doing is that we are allowing people we assign to individuals the observed detainment rate after post-Kristallnacht at the top 5% level. So even if people had the perfect knowledge, they would have reacted less to this. So which in a way, we are not doing any horse race here, but it tells us something about the fact that what mattered more is the potential mobility and impediments to the migration. So even if they had perfect knowledge, they would have reacted less. And this is precisely potentially because of the fact that it is the work restrictions or legal impediments that held them behind.
And Sehun, thank you for answering all the questions so patiently. One last one from Ellie Berman. He asks, on German sounding names, could they be higher income? Could they be less likely to be ultra-Orthodox who famously refused migration options, but instead put their faiths in the hands of the Almighty?
Yeah, it's likely to be the case. What we see is that people who have more German sounding names, on average, they migrated out more. And this is coming from the fact that these people were more integrated to the society and they had higher income. So we have some evidence in this direction. So it's coming from the 1939 census, where we have information on Jewish ancestry and whether people completed tertiary education. And people who had more German sounding names, in fact, they were more educated and they potentially had more income. So on average, they were already migrating out more thanks to this. But they also were thinking that they were relatively safe, so that they react more to the information coming from people who have, like, similar background as them. So this is what we find.
Thank you. And we have one more question that's come in. And so in the last 2 minutes, Jeremy Libau asks, you define peers as from the same city and age cohort. For large cities, this would be a noisy indication. Do effects become stronger for peers from smaller cities?
Yeah, so that's a valid concern. So we have quite a bit of data issues here. So we check a lot of robustness checks. One of them is, like, excluding large towns like Berlin, where it's more likely that you don't know all the people who are assigned to your network. And as Francois said, like in small towns, the effect that is coming from small number of people, so potentially there's more, it's more noisy. So what we do, I'm gonna show you this sensitivity graphs that is looking at the point estimates from all of these robustness checks. Sorry, what we find is that point estimates that we build our counterfactual zone are quite robust, and if anything, our preferred specifications are closer to the mean, but slightly lower than the closer to the median, but slightly lower than the median point estimate.
Thank you so much, Sehun, for answering all these questions so patiently, and again for a really excellent paper. We're now going to move on to the next presenter. This is Federico Trombetta, who's going to talk to us about the economic impact of Benedict's rule in medieval England. So over to you, Federico.
Thanks a lot. So can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks a lot. So the title of this project is Ora et Guberna, the economic impact of Benedict's rule in medieval England. Oh, first of all, thanks a lot to the organizers of this amazing conference, and thanks a lot for having our paper. This is joint work with Domenico Rossignoli, also from Università Cattolica, who is here to answer all the tricky questions. Now, as you could have guessed from the title, if you know Latin, Ora et Guberna actually means pray and govern. So this project is about a religious organization, but in particular is about religious organization exercising direct political power and the economic outcomes that follow from this role. In particular, we ask whether religious rulers, and by religious rulers, we don't mean believers, but we mean religious figures like bishops or religious organizations like monastic communities, do they perform differently than secular rulers? And is there a difference between different types of religious rulers? So for example, between bishops and monasteries. And as you can see from the subtitle, we think that medieval England provides an interesting case study in order to answer to those questions. So why medieval England? Well, first of all, because we have information, we have data on land ownership and land productivity from the Doomsday Book. I will elaborate on this later on, and from 2 points in time, so 1066 and 1086. And the other interesting thing is that land ownership, so there were different types of lords at that point in time. Some of them were secular, so the king and the typical feudal lords we imagine. Some of them were actually religious rulers, for example, bishops, canons, deacons, and also Benedictine monasteries that have a very interesting and peculiar institutional structure that we are going to use in this project. So all these three types, broadly speaking, of landlords were in charge of parts of the country. And this institutional variation in who owns the land and who controls the land happens at the very, very local level. So we can compare units that are arguably similar to each other. And in order to alleviate concerns of, I would say, quote unquote, selection into treatment, we can use the biggest reassignment of land that happened in English history, at least in medieval history, which is the one that happened after the Norman conquest, and we will focus on holdings that were the changed owner in a way that I'm going to specify. Now, what we do in this paper, basically, we compare economic outcomes of holdings governed by different types of lord. We control for as many holding-specific factors as we can. So we have the location of those places, so we can get, you know, the position, terrain quality, distances from Roman roads or from Roman settlements, and coast and rivers and these kind of things. And as I was mentioning, we exploit this change in who controls the land that followed the Norman conquest and the replacement of the Anglo-Saxon aristocracy operated by William the Conqueror. So we will focus in part of the empirical strategy, the one I'm going to present today, then we do also other things, but we will focus on the subsample of holdings that were controlled by Anglo-Saxon secular landlords in 1066. And we compare among those holdings, some of them ended up in the hands of new secular lords, some of them in the hands of monasteries, some of them in the hands of non-monastic religious rulers, and we can compare the economic outcomes of all those groups. And finally, we will explore potential channels that explain that we think they can help explaining our findings. What we find in a nutshell, overall, there is evidence that religious rulers perform better than secular lords, although this evidence is not robust to all the specifications that we test. That when we look within religious rulers, we find something interesting. And the point is that basically holdings controlled by Benedictine monasteries were significantly better than, were performing significantly better than those controlled by secular rulers, while holdings controlled by other ecclesiastical lords are not statistically different than secular rulers. And finally, we try to explore mechanisms that explain this thing, and we find that actually those monasteries that are driving this effect are those where the abbot, which is the leader of the monastery, was arguably freely elected. I mentioned the institutional structure of Benedictine monasteries earlier. Well, one of the points was that Benedictine monasteries were electing their leader. I mean, just the monks, obviously, not everybody, but the leader was elected, and he had an obligation to consult with the community on decisions. So I will skip the literature for the sake of time, but I'm happy to go back if necessary. We think we make three contributions. One is that the positive effect of democratic institutions on economic performance is something that it's kind of very well known in the literature, but we extend it to a different point in time, and we show that those early or vaguely democratic institutions seems to perform better, and we point out that there may be a specific role for the way in which the leadership is selected. We study extensively using the whole power, so the whole power of the Doomsday Book, the effect of monastic and like non-monastic religious governance on economic outcomes. And finally, we study the role we say something of the role of religious institutions as like direct political players, so not only as legitimizing agents, but as exercising their own political power directly. Now, in terms of background, well, I will be quick on this, but in January 1066, King Edward of England died. He was succeeded by Harold. The succession was disputed by the Duke of Normandy, William, who invaded the country, won the Battle of Hastings, killed Harold, and was crowned King of England. Now, in the following couple of decades, like basically William was replacing the Anglo-Saxon elite with his own people, and now this huge reshuffling of land control is obviously studied by historians, but there is not, at least we couldn't find a kind of organic view and interpretations on the motivations and the way in which it was done. What we found is that it was done basically partially through direct succession, so a Norman landlords that take over the land of an Anglo-Saxon lord, plus actually there was reshuffling really because there were security concerns. So William wanted to put the most loyal people in the more strategic places of the country. And we also know that he was not particularly generous with the church. This is important for our story, with the church in general and with monasteries in particular, because monasteries were very well connected with the Anglo-Saxon aristocracy, so with the defeated regime, basically. In December 1085, William ordered a detailed survey of his reign that ended up in what we know today as the Domesday Book, that people basically, Professor Palmer and his co-authors, digitized, and so thankfully we could have access to those data. Now, who are those lords? As I said, there were secular lords that were typically appointed by the king among its followers, and the nature of their the way they were ruling on their land was, well, I use the word of Norton Thomas. So their land was organized as petty kingdoms, so they were providing protection and justice, basically, in exchange for labor. Bishops were sometimes, so here the picture is very mixed. The bishops were sometimes heads of English dioceses that were also in control of land somewhere in the country, and sometimes they were French bishops Norman bishops basically receiving land in England because they followed and supported King William. Who are actually Benedictine monasteries, where they were Catholic independent monastic communities, meaning that there was not the head of the order or the provincial of the order, as it happened for later types of monastic communities. And they were following Benedict's rule, whose famous motto is Ora et Labora, which means pray and work. And the rule prescribes, we know the content of the rule, it prescribes a lot of things, including the governance of the monastery. And this governance has been defined as monastic democracy by scholars, because the abbot was elected, because he had to consult with the community. He was elected for life, of course, but still there was an election. Benedictine monasteries were in control of land, partially granted by the king, partially they were endowment by benefactors, and importantly, the administration of those holdings that monasteries were controlling was highly centralized in the hands of the abbot and these officials until at least early 12th century. Now, in terms of data, what we have from the Domesday Book, we have this measure of productive capacity at the holding level, which is the value of the holding which is coded as value of the holding in 1066 and in 1086. We know the name of landlord, so we could code the type of the landlord in 1066 and in 1086. We know the location of those places, so their hundred and their county. And thanks to the location, we can get a bunch of controls from the usual sources in terms of distances, geographic conditions, and so on and so forth. In terms of monasteries, we get data from the English monastic archive at the house level. We know the name of the house, like the Abbey of Ely and so on and so forth, their creation and suppression date. I have to point out, I have to mention here that virtually all the monasteries that we have in our sample were Benedictines. So unfortunately, we cannot really compare Benedictine monasteries with other type of monasteries that were a very, very small minority at that point in time. Then from this book by Knowles and co-author, we digitized biographical information on abbots, so on the head of those monasteries at that point in time, that we will use to explore one of the channels in our story. Now, in terms of empirics, we do different things that we think they are complementary. Of course, one thing that we do is just a cross-sectional regression where we compare where basically the outcome variable is the growth rate of productive capacity in the 20-year period that we are considering, and we use geographic fixed effect and so on and so forth, and like all the controls that we have. But of course, there is a kind of a selection concern there, because monasteries were there have been there for centuries at that point in time, and so they may have just took for themselves the best places, the most productive places, and so that would maybe it's driving the effect. So what we do is, as I was saying, is we focus on the subsample of holdings that were neither monastic nor controlled by bishops or other ecclesiastical lords in 1066, and that changed their owner between 1066 and 1086. And within this subsample, we can compare in general religious holdings with secular holdings, and also specifically Benedictine holdings with secular holdings, and other holdings controlled by other ecclesiastical rulers with secular holdings, and so on. So the outcome variable in this case is a diff-in-diff type of strategy, basically, where the treatment group is one of the groups that I mentioned. The control group are always secular lords, which were the vast majority, actually. So holdings that went from a secular lord to another secular lord, and they were the vast majority of the sample. So the outcome variable is the log of 1 plus holding productive capacity for holding I in year t, and t, unfortunately, we have only 2 points in time, is 1066 and 1086. We have like time and unit fixed effect, and for example, Benedict IT is a dummy that is equal to 1 if a particular holding I is controlled by a Benedictine monastery in time t. Of course, it's always 0 in 1066 in this subsample, and for some of them, it switches to 1 in 1086. Standard errors are clustered at the Lord 86 level, but we do different clustering strategies, and results are robust. Now, this is a picture of the data. So gray dots are those that go from secular to secular. Green dots go from secular to bishop, and purple dots from secular bishop or other ecclesiastical lords, and purple dots go from secular to Benedictine. And let me show you the results. First of all, well, here basically those are different specifications depending on the set of controls that we include. But as we are looking basically at difference in logs, we can interpret the coefficient as percentage point difference in the 20-year growth rate of productive capacity of our holdings. And we see that holdings that end up in Benedictine hands experience at least a 5.7 percentage point higher growth rate in productive capacity than those that are controlled, that ended up being controlled by secular landlord. Interestingly, when we compare secular landlords with other like non-monastic ecclesiastical lords, coefficients are much smaller, and they are never statistically significant. We do a bunch of robustness tests. I'm happy to discuss if there are questions. I should mention also that we do a matching exercise both with coarse and exact matching and with nearest neighbor matching, because of course the number of observations in the different groups is very, very different. So we make sure that kind of we restrict the sample to as similar as possible observations, and the results that I've shown you are robust to this range of different approaches. Of course, we cannot do parallel pre-trends because we have only 2 data points. We do balance tables that look, I would say, decent. Again, we can discuss these later on, but let me just quickly go to the mechanism because I think it's interesting. So we try to understand why those monastic landlords, those monasteries perform so well as landlords. And so we looked for biographical information on the abbots at that point in time. So we know their names, their origin, which is important, and their tenure. And so basically we code this dummy, which we call election, as 0 if we can find evidence of the kings interfering in the election process of abbots. Of course, it's something that he tried to do, but not always succeeding in that, and this comes from Knowles also. So we code election equal to 0 if we know that at least one abbot in the 20 years period, that in the post-conquest period basically that we are considering, was deposed, if we know that he was appointed, or if we know that he was coming from France, because obviously he was likely to be somebody like kind of strongly suggested by King William. And what we do when we do this, basically the same regression as before, but now we add the interaction term between the Benedictine dummy and this election dummy, is that actually only the interaction term remains significant in most of the specification. The dagger means that it's significant at 15%. So basically the p-value is below 15, below 0.15. And so we interpret this as evidence that actually it's precisely those abbots, those monasteries where there was not the royal interference in the selection process of the leadership that are actually driving the result. We test for other potential channels and we don't find evidence of them. I would like to mention that in case you are wondering that we are picking up the effect of monastic labor, so monks working on the land and being more efficient, that's not the case, because even if we exclude all the holdings that were close to a monastery by 3 or even by 5 kilometers, then the result is robust. And obviously it's unlikely that they were working precisely on those holdings. And I guess my time is up. That's just a summary of what I just said. So we are happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Federico, for a very fascinating paper and presentation. actually, I had a question for you, if I may start. So I wondered about land quality and whether, because just thinking about the development economics literature that's often talked about productivity of land and so forth, is it the case that these Benedictine monasteries were less likely to leave land fallow, or the quality of the land that they were actually cultivating was of superior quality? I mean, you talked about the labor aspect, but I wondered if you could just say a little bit about the land.
This is, I got the balance test that we ran. So obviously the measure of land quality that we have is contemporaneous, like it's like 21st century measure. We don't know exactly the quality of the land at that point in time. So this is what we get actually. So in terms of agricultural suitability, and so the two groups, the holdings that were reassigned to Benedictine monasteries and holdings that were reassigned to secular landlords were not statistically different, and if anything, holdings reassigned to monasteries were worse in terms of pastoral suitability. So on this, and we control for all those things interacted with the time fixed effect, because they are time invariant in our specification.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions for you at the moment. If anybody would like to get in a question in quickly for Federico, please do send it to us. In the meantime, Federico, may I ask you, how are you thinking of taking this research forward?
That's so I think Domenico may know a bit even better than I. I don't know if you want to answer, Domenico, if he's around.
Well, we have a few ideas that are that we are working on. We want to investigate a little bit more about the distinction within ecclesiastic. For example, we can investigate whether, I don't know, being a bishop or a deacon or a priest is something that can make a difference. We have data about that. Of course, the data that so we know that we need to find some kind of adjustment, but still they are a valuable source for empirical research, and so I think we can investigate something more about that, and then potentially also expanding our empirical strategy. We have some ideas we are working on, especially on the matching, improving our matching techniques and this kind of, yeah.
Thank you very much. So since there are no further questions, thank you so much, both Federico and Domenico, for your excellent paper. We're now going to move on to the last presentation in this session. Jörg Gutmann is subbing for Stefan Voigt, and he's going to speak about culture and constitutional compliance. So over to you, Jörg.
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay. So, yeah, thank you very much for having us, to the organizers. This is joint work with Anna Levchuk and Jacek Lewkowicz from the University of Warsaw, as well as with Stefan Voigt, for whom I'm filling in today. So our topic is culture and constitutional compliance. And constitutional compliance is interestingly a quite under-researched topic. If you think about it, constitutions should tell you a lot about the country. If you, for example, are intending to visit a country, it might be interesting to take a look at its constitution to get a first impression of what to expect from that society, from the political system, etc. But what we have learned is that the meaning of constitutional texts varies a lot in different countries, in the sense that the match between promises in constitutions and the constitutional reality on the ground varies a lot. We have countries where constitutions are very well complied with, where the text is very important and binding to politicians, and we have societies where the letter on the text or the letter of the text is simply largely empty promises, and not much can be expected of, for example, constitutional changes. So this is what we are investigating in a larger research project, of which this paper is one part. And here we focus specifically on the question whether cultural differences can account for this mismatch between constitutional text and constitutional practice. So whether culture can be part of the explanation why some societies follow their constitutions rather closely, and in other societies constitutional text is not very important. There is a bit of research that has argued that culture is important to the effectiveness of law. One example here is the study of Berkowitz, which I'm referring to here, but they have focused more on the question whether laws have been transplanted to societies where they have not been originally devised. So the question is, if a society is not used to a particular legal norm and you just transplant it to that society, is that effective? And what they show is no, apparently it is not. And also it is even worse if these societies do not adapt the legal norms, but just take them over as they are in the origin country. So this kind of research does not really look at particular cultural traits. They are just looking at the question whether context, whether the cultural environment matters in which you put a law, but they are not asking the question that we are interested in here, whether particular cultural traits might be conducive to constitutional compliance. So there's not really research on the exact research question that we are after, but there's a lot of related research. And I try to sum up the most important contributions here. So there's research by Tabellini, well known in economics, as some of the first studies looking on a cross-country level at the economic effects of culture. And he argues that generalized morality, which is a mixture of trust and tolerance, is associated with better legal enforcement. So he's not interested specifically in constitutions, but he's arguing that this aspect of society's culture might be important to legal enforcement and whether people comply with legal norms. Then there's research by Gorodnichenko and Roland, also well known for looking at the effects of culture, specifically the effects of individualism. And in their latest paper, they've looked at democracy as an outcome. So before that, they were mostly interested in the economic effects. More recently, they've looked at the political consequences of culture. And they find that individualism is very important for that. This will be particularly important for us for the question of transmission channel, whether the link between culture and constitutional compliance is primarily via democracy, which would mean that Gorodnichenko and Roland are most of the story that we are telling, or whether there's an independent effect of that, of cultural traits. Then there's literature which is more happening in the field of law, to some extent political science, but not much in economics so far, where people are looking at constitutional compliance. So Law and Vergata is a seminal paper there, who came up with this idea of sham constitutions, that in particular countries, constitutional text does not really matter, and they try to map the world in terms of which countries follow constitutions, to what extent do they follow, in what areas do they follow constitutions, and what might be some of the predictors of constitutional compliance. And finally, there are some other papers in our research project which are also like the one that I'm presenting today, rather in an early stage. So I should emphasize this is probably more early stage research. So all feedback, also critical feedback, is very welcome. So regarding theoretical predictions, I'll go through a couple of cultural traits here very briefly. I don't have the time to go much into the details, but I want to give you a feeling for what the line of argumentation is in our paper. So for countries with higher generalized morality, I already gave you the information that Tabellini is already interested in this question of compliance with law. And here you can just look at a direct quote from his article in 2008, where he says that this generalized morality comes along with this conviction that individual is entitled to a set of basic rights, and a sense that the same principles of justice should apply equally towards everybody, which is probably a cultural understanding which would be conducive to people following constitutions, this idea that basic rights should be complied with, and the idea that everyone should be subject to the same rules and the same principles of justice. When it comes to individualism, we also borrow a bit of argumentation from a recent article by Benjamin Enke. He argues that individualism is associated with universal notions of fairness, justice, and inalienable individual rights, and contrasts this with communal concepts, or you could also say collectivist concepts such as loyalty, in-group, betrayal, or respect. So the idea here is also that individualism is associated with a preference for universal norms that apply to everyone, that are everyone is subject to, independent of whether these are politicians or citizens, and that these general norms should be followed, should be complied with, whereas in more communally organized societies, you have this different understanding where the rules of the subgroups of the groups that you belong to are more important, and then you have these notions of betrayal and respect which are more dominant. Similar to this is our argumentation regarding a concept which is called power distance. You might be familiar with that if you followed the work or read the work of Gerd Hofstede, who's well known in culture research. Power distance refers to the acceptance of hierarchical orders. So this is the question whether members of society are willing to accept hierarchies, or whether they are prone to challenge hierarchies and challenge the higher ups in society. And this is straightforward to think that politicians in a society where hierarchies are respected have much more discretion, more leeway in what they are doing, whereas societies where hierarchies are questioned are also more likely to hold their politicians accountable and question their decisions. I should point to a recent article by Van de Vliert, I think might be the pronunciation, in Nature, Human Behavior, who argues that actually power distance and the dimension I spoke about before, individualism, are two aspects of the same, you could say, cultural cluster. He speaks about intergroup differentiation, and you could argue that individualism is intergroup differentiation on a horizontal level, whereas power distance is intergroup differentiation on a vertical level. Not surprisingly, measures for these two cultural dimensions are rather highly correlated, around 0.6 to 0.7. Therefore, you should not see these as completely unrelated hypotheses, but we are somewhat looking at different aspects, you could say, of the same cultural dimension, although people like Hofstede and others have tried to distinguish them and label them as different cultural phenomena. Finally, we have two more theoretical predictions regarding long-term orientation and Muslim societies, where we argue that long-term orientation in societies might be conducive to constitutional compliance, because if you violate the constitution, you are very often trading off short-term benefits, short-term gains against long-term costs. Violating the constitution right now might be attractive in terms of political gains, in terms of economic gains, overcoming a crisis, etc. But of course, it incurs long-term costs in the sense of undermining the rule of law, undermining trust in political and legal institutions, which in the long run, of course, is costly, among other things, in terms of trust in legal institutions, propensity to invest in a society, etc. So this is our argument for long-term orientation. So here the idea would be long-term oriented societies should comply more with their constitutions. And of course, citizens should be more willing to hold their politicians accountable to comply with the constitution, because they see the long-term benefits of that. Muslim societies, you can, this is somewhat an outlier in our categorization of cultural dimensions here. And that it's not one of these classical Hofstede dimensions, but we thought it's sufficiently interesting to level it up to the status of a hypothesis. It has been argued that Muslim societies follow supreme value systems where the supreme values of Islam are somewhat superordinated to other political, cultural goals. So the idea is simply that these are not traded off against other political goals, but that they are very binding, and therefore it can be problematic if these rules are then in conflict with other constitutional goals. So very often the idea is that law is void if it violates the principles of Islam. In a society, you very often have that in Islamic constitutions. And then you have a lot of discrepancy between what is promised in a constitution and what is implemented in practice, because some of these rules might simply not be realizable in compliance with the rules of Islam. And also these societies are lacking a separation, or not systematically always, but are more likely to lack separation between religion and state. So you could maybe make similar arguments about other monotheistic religions, but it's simply, as of today, a matter of fact that Muslim societies tend to have religion much more integrated in their political systems. So even if you would see the same norm problems in societies governed by other monotheistic religions, it should not matter so much in practice, because these religions are not so influential. Okay, I'll not talk too much about our empirical design, because it's very basic, very simple, but I'll have to talk briefly about our dependent variable, which you will not be familiar with, which is the result of a related endeavor to measure constitutional compliance, and where we produced a constitutional compliance data set, which will be publicly available within the year. And there we combine two different data sources. On the one hand, we have the Comparative Constitutions Project, which is a global measurement project of constitutional rules. They've tried to measure aspects of constitutions, over 600 rules in constitutions, systematically for all constitutions on the nation state level. Since I guess since the introduction of the U.S. Constitution. So this is our de jure, our legal component of our measure, and then we match rules recorded in the Comparative Constitutions Project with de facto measures in the Varieties of Democracy Project. These we use to measure whether the promises made in the Constitution are actually implemented. So whether the reality on the ground is in line with what's promised in the Constitution. For example, if the Constitution promises freedom of assembly, does freedom of assembly actually exist? If the Constitution promises freedom of speech, does freedom of speech actually exist? If the Constitution promises property rights, are they actually sufficiently protected in practice, etc. So from this, we construct what you could call de jure de facto gaps. So these exist once you have a rule that is in place in the Constitution, but it is not complied with. And under these circumstances, we code a binary indicator as one, which says that there is a gap. We are not measuring the size of the gap. We are just measuring whether there is a gap in different constitutional rules. There are 13 constitutional rules in total, which we could match between the Comparative Constitutions Project and the Varieties of Democracy Project database. And they fall into the 4 categories of property rights and rule of law, political rights, civil liberties, and basic rights. And then we take these sub-indicators and aggregate them in an overall indicator. You can do that in different ways, averaging, factor analysis. It produces pretty much the same thing. So the correlations between these indicators are so high that it doesn't make much sense distinguishing them. So the empirical analysis here is really straightforward. We are just doing a cross-country, cross-sectional regression. You see the number of observations at the bottom. We have around 70 to 80 observations here. This is looking first at the question whether generalized morality is associated with higher constitutional compliance, and we are typically, or we are primarily interested in the first 3 columns of each of these tables. So the first 3 columns look at overall constitutional compliance, and the following 4 columns, so columns 4 to 7, they look at the effect of or the association with constitutional compliance in the particular sub-indicators, in the areas of constitutional rights. And what we see is that for generalized morality, there's at first a positive correlation between having generalized morality and having constitutional compliance. But as soon as you control for some geographic characteristics, these are standard control variables, which are, for example, used by Spolaore and Warszak in their Journal of Economic Literature survey article. If you control for those, then this effect is no longer statistically significant. I can already point out in all of these tables, we control also for the share of Muslims in society, and throughout this effect will be negative, or this correlation will be negative and statistically significant, indicating that Muslim societies, after controlling for all these other characteristics, tend to show a lower correlation, or a lower compliance with their constitutions, which is in line with our theoretical prediction. Another table, the second table, showing us the association with individualism. Here we see what we expected in the first 3 columns. You see this positive association. Individualism is associated with higher constitutional compliance. If you look at the dimensions of constitutional compliance here, you see in column 4, this seems to be primarily driven by compliance with rule of law and property rights. So this is at least where we find the most pronounced effects. All these columns 4 to 7 should be, these results should be treated with caution, because there's of course much less variance in the dependent variable when we are basing it only on a few aspects of constitutional rules rather than all 13 of them. For power distance, not surprisingly, we see the inverse picture. So where there's higher power distance, there's less constitutional compliance. And this is not surprising, given that these are somewhat highly correlated and that they are conceptually somewhat closely related. Long-term orientation, we don't find any effects. So this is maybe disappointing for the economists, because we always think that discounting is very important, that people trading off future benefits and costs against contemporary ones is very important to economic decision-making, but long-term orientation does not seem to have any association, at least statistical association, with compliance with constitutions. Now, very briefly about further results that I'll not be showing to you in detail. We've controlled for democracy, so we've added democracy as a control variable, although it's not really supposed to be a control variable. It's rather the question whether we can rule out that democracy is actually the main transmission channel. And what we are telling you is simply that cultural traits are associated with democracy, and democracy is actually responsible for differences in constitutional compliance. But what we see is that controlling for democracy actually reduces the size of the effects that we found, but it does not reduce them by much. It's about 1/3 of the effect goes away, but most of the effect persists. The effects are still statistically significant, but democracy itself always has a statistically significant and positive effect on constitutional compliance. So you could say this is not a very rigorous mediation analysis of any sort, but this gives you an indication that some of the effect probably runs via these cultural traits being favorable to the development and establishment of democracy, but a large chunk of the effect seems to be independent of that. We use an alternative dependent variable from the Varieties of Democracy project, which directly tries to measure compliance with the Constitution. I'll not talk here about the pros and cons of that, but we are somewhat convinced that our indicator is superior to this one, but this indicator delivers the same results. So these are robust to using an alternative indicator. And also we run instrumental variable regressions. We use established instrumental variables from the literature. Specifically for individualism, there are a number of instrumental variables, most importantly those used by Gorodnichenko and Roland. And on top of that, we use instrumental variables from a recent publication by Gründler and Köllner in the Journal of Comparative Economics, who produce geographic instrumental variables that we can actually use for all our dimensions of culture, not only the ones that have been previously instrumented successfully, or at least which used to be instrumented in the literature with specific instrumental variables. Finally, we've controlled for other monotheistic religions. I told you that there's not really an argument for saying Islam must be different than other religions in terms of it negatively affecting constitutional compliance. Other religious norms might also collide with promises and constitutions, but we don't find that this changes the effect of Islam, and we don't find that other monotheistic religions are associated with constitutional compliance, which is quite intuitive given that they matter much less in the political sphere. Yeah, I don't think you need the summary slides. I guess you got the motivation. We found positive results for individualist societies and power distance, but no effects of generalized morality and long-term orientation. And we find that our effects are robust and at most partially mediated by democracy. While putting together the presentation, I noticed that I haven't really carefully looked at the exact effect size, and I'll still have to figure out how to present that nicely. I can tell you that it's a sizable effect, but I'll have to take a look at how we can make that understandable, probably by relating it to differences between particular countries. So I'm sorry that I haven't prepared anything on short notice on the exact effect sizes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, yeah, for a very fascinating presentation. You have questions from some of our participants. So Dimitrios Minos asks, there seems to be quite a bit of unobserved heterogeneity. So I think this is when you were showing your tables. So you might want to look at the robust methodology proposed by Oster 2019.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether you wanted to comment on that.
I don't think I'll comment on that. I'll just say thank you, and I'll have a look at that. It's clear that with our control variables, we cannot really capture everything. And also if there are concrete proposals by anyone for further control variables, we are happy to account for them. And these are early results, and we'll work further on their robustness. Thanks.
Thank you. Shuai Chen also has a contribution. He says, have you tried controlling for the interaction of democracy and the independent variable of interest in addition to democracy? If democracy is a mechanism, inclusion of these interactions and democracy itself may eliminate the effects of those variables of interest.
That's an interesting point. I mean, it's somewhat complicated because these cultural traits are causes of democracy, and then you would on top of that account for the possibility that where they cause democracy, they might have a stronger effect due to being successful in causing democracy. I'm not really sure what exactly this would be capturing, but it's at least something something to think about. We don't have these large sample sizes which some of the previous presenters had. So with 70, 80 countries, you have collinearity issues at some point with interactions, but we'll have a look at it and think about it more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I had a couple of questions for you as well, which I'm just going to, before asking Ellie's question, I'm just going to ask you very quickly. Do all countries have a written constitution? Does it matter if they have a written constitution or not in terms of constitutional compliance?
We are only looking at those who have a somewhat codable, measurable written constitution. So otherwise they would not feature in the comparative constitutions project because they look at the written constitutions. So we couldn't match we couldn't create the match in the dependent variable between the text and the practiced constitutional reality if we wouldn't have a text. What you exactly mean by constitution can of course vary. So Britain, for example, is one of these cases where you would usually say they don't have a written constitution. They have some documents which could be interpreted in that way. There are some other cases, Israel, for example, which would not claim that they have a constitution, but they have a sort of basic law. So there are a small number of borderline cases, but usually they will not be coded, I think, in these indicators. But yeah, we should point that out probably.
Ellie Berman has a question. He says, taking a law economics approach, there's an argument that constitutions are a commitment mechanism that allow efficient contracts. In that sense, wouldn't generalized morality be a substitute rather than a complement?
Interesting question. So the idea would be that you in societies with generalized morality, you don't need these constitutional rules in the first place because politicians would somewhat comply with the constitutional contract, the implicitly understood constitutional contract without writing it down. However, that would not really this would hint at something that we don't really look at in this study. So there might be something going on regarding whether these societies in the first place introduce constitutional rules. What we are asking is what happens once they have introduced them. Is there a gap or not? So this is a possible extension of looking at to what extent do they actually constitutionalize rights? Are these constitutions as encompassing as others? So we've not looked at this in detail. We've looked at it a little bit. There are not too strong systematic correlations between our cultural traits and the extent of rights that are granted or promised by constitutions. Here and there you find something statistically significant, but if you account for the number of correlations that you look at, it doesn't really mean anything. So at first sight, I'm not sure whether the data supports this, but I think we should look further into this. Thank you.
It's a fascinating paper. Thank you very much. So we're now coming to the end of this particular session. Could I just take the opportunity to thank all our presenters, Hans-Joachim, Sehun, Federico, and Jörg, for 4 very fascinating papers, and we look forward to seeing how all this research develops in years to come. Thank you also to all our participants for joining us for this particular session. We're now going to have a few minutes where we're going to hand over to Jeanette Benson from the University of Copenhagen and the next session. But in the meantime, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this session.